I don't need to use my big voice today because we have a mic. But this is your 2-minute warning. We're about to start, so if I could ask you all to please take your seats. You can come up to the front, hey? I know there are some university lecturers in here, and I know you know what it feels like. So if you want to move forward, that would be great. We don't bite. Yeah, I will be with you shortly. We're just waiting for our last few stragglers to come up. So you've all taken your seat. Oh, you're so well behaved, guys. God. We'll have to give a fun fact time with Uncle Nick then, while we buy time. Q&A? Okay, fine. Yeah, fine. Ask me a question. I'll do my best answer. Okay, cool. Rex, Alex, where's Alex? Okay, we have to wait for Alex, guys. We can't stop. All right. Okay. Welcome to Africa Games Week. If you look to your left, you will see a beautiful naval destroyer that has somehow got lost, because that's meant to be in Simonstown for his repairs. I don't know what he's doing here. For those of you who don't know, we got about 6 of these vessels, which were bought as part of an arms deal, which is one of the greatest corruption scandals that we've had in South African history. We bought them from the French. Thanks, Eve. And now they're supposedly submarine hunters, but now they're mostly used to hunt poachers who go after our abalone. So there's your fun fact with Uncle Nick. Okay, do we have Alex back? No. Oh, there she is. Okay, can I start? Okay, excellent. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Africa Games Week 2024, the 8th edition. Some of you joined us yesterday at the VIP day. I hope you all had a wonderful time. And to those of you who are joining us today, welcome. I just want to say a couple of things. As always, we're very gracious to host you all. As always, though, we are beset by visa issues. So when you go back to your various nations, please petition your governments for loosening up inter-Africa visa controls. It's one of the hardest things that we have to deal with. We've had a number of speakers who have had to cancel because at the last moment their visas were denied. But also I'd like to give some thanks. We've had a lot of people joining us from all over the world. We've got 5 of the 7 continents, if you exclude Antarctica, joining us. We have delegates from North America, South America, Asia, Africa, and obviously Europe. Special thanks, we have a delegate from Rwanda who's joined us, and we know that it's particularly difficult because they are consistently denied visas. So Eddie, welcome. We have some delegates from Tunisia joining us again, thank you very much. Ethiopia, Nigeria, Kenya, and many more. Lots of familiar faces, and I'm very proud to say lots of new faces, which is wonderful. Satu-san, Shaw, where's Shaw? Is he here? Not yet. All right. Well, he still wins the award for the longest flight. He's joined us all the way from Japan, taking some 42 hours to get here. So well done, Sho. The man's dedication is amazing. But what's really interesting about Sho, so I was with him in China about 2 weeks ago. And so in between China and now, Sho went back to Japan, then to Indonesia, then to India, and then he's joined us now. So in the space of like 7 days, he's hit 5 different countries. The man is a machine. Buy him a coffee when you see him. Or if you have access to durian, he prefers that. What? Well, that's what he gave me, but he just likes durian. So, I think he'll accept any durian. Again, just a special shout out to some special guests that we've got here. Eve from Focus has come to every single Africa Games Week. And unlike the people, and I know some of you have also come to every Africa Games Week, but you don't have to do international travel to get here. So thank you, Eve, again. And I'm just going through my notes. I think I've hit everything else. I will be handing over to my co-founder, Rex, who also has a few words. And then we will progress. While Rex is coming up, I'll just give you some house rules. Bathrooms are downstairs and to the left. There's big signs. It should be difficult. Men is over there, women is over there. No smoking in the building. You'll need to go outside. Please try to stay away from the destroyer. We don't want to have an incident. And then I think that's about it. The general schedule for the day is we'll be having all of our talks this morning, and then if you have had any meetings arranged or you have arranged meetings, they'll be happening this afternoon. We also have a workshop happening that some of you may have applied to. That'll be happening in the workshop rooms or here? Here, okay, here. Okay, cool, excellent. Yep, same, and then it'll be the same again tomorrow, so I look forward to seeing you all here again. Rex, you.
Hi everyone, how are you doing? Cool. Are we all ready for a freaking great Africa Games Week? Yeah, okay, cool. Thank you as well for everyone coming from so far and wide. Yeah, this year has been a crazy roller coaster as usual in the games industry. We've been rolling with the punches as it goes, but lovely to have you all here. We're here to stay, and yeah, we'll keep rolling with the punches as it goes. But yeah, I just wanted to say thank you again for joining us. Remember, we are an event that's all about connecting, having fun. That's why we do the meeting programs. We've really listened to you since last year as well. That's why we kind of split up the year this year with presentations in the mornings, meetings in the afternoon. So really take that time to engage as much as possible. Lots of cool functions. There's an Xbox function this evening as well. So join us for that, for some drinks as well, and meet each other and network. If you're from South Africa as well, or from Cape Town, make sure you take people around, show them, link up with people, let them enjoy our awesome city. It's really great to do stuff down here. And yeah, just have an amazing time. You'll probably meet each other in different parts of the world at some stage. So you'll get taken around in someone else's place. So if you spend a lot of time with people now, make great connections, lots of stuff has come. What we've been noticing as well in the industry, especially in Africa, really a lot of people are doing other work other than game development. So really trying to push that angle. And if you hear from other countries, lots of talent in Africa wanting to do work for you guys as well. So chat to them, amazing teams. I've spoken to a lot of people today. It's all similar stuff as well. So chat, find opportunities and grow at this event. So thank you very much for being here. Cool.
Thank you, Rex. You all know Alex. Say hi, Alex. Hi. Alex has some stuff. I don't know what it's about, so I'm just going to let her do it.
Like I couldn't actually hear that. Sorry. No, it's fine.
You want me to hold this?
No, I'm good. Thank you. So thank you all so much for coming. We really appreciate it. Of course, Africa Games Week cannot happen without the help of a very dedicated team. So, sorry. I'm going to put it down. So first things first, Menzi, where are you? There he is. So all of our speakers have been speaking to Menzi. He's done an amazing job curating with Nick a fantastic program for you all this year. And we'd just like to say thank you.
Thank you.
Jenna, where are you, Jenna? Jenna? There's Jenna. I'm sure you've seen our social media. Jenna does a fantastic job, always, of our social media. So give her a whoop whoop. There you go. Thank you, Jenna. Then, of course, Africa Games Week can't happen without our Sorry, I'm not crying, I'm just hot. Without our co-founders. So to Rex and Nick, thank you so much for everything you do, for everyone that's sitting here, for all your dedication to the games industry. We'd like to say thank you. Come on. And then last but not least, our MC for the year. I know that you're going to be busy today. I'm going to give you the gift, and you can always give it to me, and I'll give it back to you later. But this is just a curation of some fun South African things for you.
And can I get a really big whoop whoop for Alex, please? Because the event would literally not happen without her. We're about to move on to our program for today, and I would like to introduce you to our MC, Hind Toufga, who will be joining us from all over the world. I will let her share her story, because she specifically requested that. So, Hind, please come in.
Hello. Thank you. Do you hear me? Okay. Thank you so much, Nick, for the introduction, the gifts. I feel so emotional. The fact that I'm standing here today with you guys and finding all these amazing people coming from all over the world to Africa with common goals. And yeah, so I'm a little bit happy and overwhelmed. So first of all, thank you so much for making this opportunity. For people to, both for the Africans and then both for people who are interested to come here and meet the African talents and see how the industry is doing in our continent. So I would like to start with introducing myself. I'll try to be brief as much as possible. So I'm Hind Toufga. I'm originally from North Africa. I hope I'm filling the gap for all the North Africans who couldn't make it here because of the visa issues. So luckily, since I am a Swedish citizen, I could be here. So without my Swedish citizens, I wouldn't have been here with my Moroccan or Libyan passport. So that's why we have a lack of presence in such events within the African region. Yeah, so I started my journey back in 2000, let's say in the 90s, I was one of those retro gamers. So in Libya, specifically in Tripoli, that's where I grew up, and my passion for games started there. Then led to me being one of the first students in the tech sector, and I unfortunately never worked with tech. So my journey started afterwards in Turkey. That's where I became a game localizer. And then from there I was a quality assurance, and then I studied further, and I did pretty much a lot of stuff within the game industry. So I became a producer assistant, and then lately my last role right now is business developer. And I'm based in Sweden, and I've been living there now for about 12 years, I think. And yeah, I'm so happy here to, yeah, I don't know what to say. Like, it feels so nice to kind of combine two worlds, being here presenting both North Africa and Sweden, because it's been my home for the past years. And as I said, I'm so grateful to represent even the Swedish part of me here, to be here. And I'm glad there's a lot of people here from Sweden who I'm happy to share the stage with today. So yeah, as I said, the story goes along, and probably some of you will listen to the rest of the speech tomorrow, because I'm gonna have a keynote speech. And yeah, so speaking of cultures and speaking of combining cultures and countries, and the next speech we have here, which is so interesting, especially when it comes to me being, as I would say, multicultural. And the game industry, and especially games in the 90s, affected my life a lot. So I didn't grow up the traditional North African MENA female at that time, and thanks to games, because games like changed my mentality and made me want to dream big and go on stuff that are like unconventional. And that's why the game industry is actually changing cultures without. At that time, people didn't know that the 90s games could do that such effect. Now we have more resources and better graphics and emotions and animations, and our design is more advanced. And I think the next group of people who are going to join us on stage are going to talk much better about this topic. Especially we have the great Kate Edwards here, who's a culture expert. So I would like to welcome Dimension 11 Studios, who are our Xbox panel, and they will be talking about translating culture to gameplay, moderated by Kate. And I would love to present you. Welcome on stage.
And where are my fellow panelists? No, it's not just me speaking. That's tomorrow. But I'm honored to be here, to be back in Cape Town. It's my first time was 6 years ago at the first Africa Games Week when it was held at the Castle back in 2018. But I'm really happy to be here, especially for this panel, because I spent 13 years at Microsoft. I was there when the Xbox was conceived and launched back before 2001. And yeah, I know Phil Spencer very well. We worked together. He was just a regular program manager back in those days. Now he's like the guy. So, but yeah, it's great. Welcome aboard. I mean, this panel is going to be talking about how can we better think about translating our cultures, who we are, where we come from, what we represent into games. And this has been a big topic, especially in the last, I would say, 5 to 10 years, because especially in the indie dev space, we see so many developers leveraging who they are, their personal identity, whether it's their geography, their culture, their language, whatever it might be, and they want to represent that and use that as a starting point for the games that they produce, which is natural. That's what creators do across all creative media. But particularly, of course, one of the more underrepresented areas that we're seeing in the gaming space is Africa, and stories from Africa and representation of this entire continent. And so that's what we're going to talk about. So how about we start with introductions? I'll just kind of go down the line. If you could introduce who you are, your title and affiliation, maybe even a couple words about why this is so important to you.
All right, great. Hi, everyone. Met some of you before, a lot of you anyway. My name is Temi Afolabi. I'm the Global Expansion Lead for Africa and the Middle East at Xbox. And my role primarily is finding content from these regions for our platform. So finding talented developers at events like this and bringing their stories, their games, their culture to Xbox. And it's a really rewarding job.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dean, co-founder of a game studio called Kunta Content, and we make great African games. We've been working on our game for about 4 years now, 3 years part-time, as most of you know, and then 1 year full-time, which has been awesome, mostly thanks to Xbox support. And yes, we are essentially the subject matter. We are telling a story about our culture, about our people, that we think the world would love to see and play.
Awesome.
Awesome. Hey, I'm James Lewis. I am the director of the ID at Xbox Developer Acceleration Program. I've been at Xbox for 12 years now. And yeah, I think for me, the reason that this topic is important, before I got into games, I was actually a theater kid. I was getting a master's in playwriting. So I think I'm just a storyteller at heart. And so I think that aspect of wanting to tell stories, having a voice and empowering other voices is just an important aspect. So, when we talk about empowering developers to be able to tell their own stories and have their own voice and see that translate into gameplay, it's just a topic that's near and dear to my heart. So excited to be here today. Thanks for having me.
Great. And do we have our speakers on the screen? So go ahead, because I can't see the screen. So
can anyone hear me?
Go ahead and introduce yourselves if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Okay, so I'm David Olamide. I'm co-founder, CTO, and lead gameplay engineer at Dimension 11 Studios. We're a game studio based in Lagos, Nigeria, and we're working on this amazing game called Lanes of Orusha, Blood and Water. It's an African action-adventure role-playing game set in the ancient Yoruba empire, right? Time before colonization of the Yoruba people. And I lead the engineering division at Dimension 11, providing technical oversight for the team. And I'm glad to be here.
Great.
I don't know if you guys can hear me.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm Winston. I am the creative director of Dimension 11 Studios. I work with David. I oversee the creative vision of the entire project of the game he just talked about, Legends of Ocean, Blood and Water, set in the 1800s in pre-colonial Western Nigeria. And it's our own, mission to put Africa and Africa's mythology on the map in terms of, fantasy and, storytelling.
Awesome. Well, one of the things we're going to start with is that Xbox has this great documentary, which I think some of you may have seen yesterday, but we're going to show, if you didn't see it or wasn't aware of it, we're going to show the trailer for that right now. So if we could run that trailer, please.
Video games are the ultimate form of immersive entertainment. before a game even makes it on screen. There's so much that goes into how our favorite stories and characters are created.
I'm going to strap you up with the mocha belt.
Let's do it. I'm embarking on a real-life quest where I'll explore new cultures and locations, take on exciting challenges, and uncover the ingredients behind the next generation of amazing video game titles. My first stop is Ile-Ife, Nigeria.
Why is it so important for them to tell the story?
Because the game is solely based on Yoruba culture.
Whatever problem we're facing, we will find a solution.
Isn't that way?
If we want to reach every game in the world, then we need more diverse creators. There's great stories here and people need to hear them.
Are you ready to hit play?
That's awesome. Yes. No, I think that's awesome to see, because I started doing my culturalization work at Microsoft. I'm a geographer, but you can learn about that in my lecture tomorrow. But I was there from 1992 to 2005. It was a very different company back then. And to see this happening now is just so exciting for me. So I was going to ask you, Temi, about this project. Like, what are your goals for this project? And if you want to provide more context on why the documentary was done.
Okay. I think we started my team, the Global Expansion team, about 3 years ago. And the idea, as I said, was to go into regions, find talent, find games. And then we found a really cool game at Africa Games Week, actually, Legends of Orisha. And so the idea behind this documentary was to sort of shine a light on the things people are doing outside of the typical places where you would expect. So look at this team all the way in Nigeria. This is what they're working on. This is what it's like to make a game in Nigeria, how they're using, their surroundings and culture and pouring into the game. Hopefully to inspire other people to do the same, and also to just sort of shine a light on some of the good work going on the continent. So we were really pleased to work with the team on location in set, and it sort of immerses you into the culture behind the game. And in a way gives you a greater appreciation for the game or anticipation for the game. So, yeah.
That's excellent. So, David, I'm curious, like, what kind of unique gameplay do you see resulting from different cultural perspectives when you incorporate it into games? I mean, are we seeing like new game mechanics or different approaches because we're looking at different cultural experiences?
Yes, thanks for that question, Kate. So, from our own approach, working on Legends of Orisha, we've been able to learn a lot, right, about unique gameplay mechanics. One of them is the fact that we're able to have mechanics rooted in our cultural practices, right? So we can begin to have unique and authentic gameplay. For instance, in our game, we have primitive weapons, right? The player doesn't use the conventional AK-47, all these Western weapons that you see. But we are beginning to see the fact that in our game, you can use a cutlass, you can use an instrument called gong. I think this is something that we showed recently on our social platforms, and it got a lot of love, right? People loved it. And the idea of the instrument, the gong, which we call the talking drum, is to use the idea of combat to fight, right? Combatry music. And that's one of the core fantasy of our game, Legends of Orisha Chapter. And I will take an example from the popular game Black Myth Wukong that came out recently, that mixed the Chinese mythology, right? A twist of a deviation away from your regular action adventure that you normally see. And we have a lot of cultures in Africa, right? A lot of tribes with so many laws and mythologies. And from our own approach working on Legends of Orisha, we're beginning to say that there's so much we can explore. In fact, it's infinite, right? So many ideas that can come from working on a cultural game, particularly in the African region. Another thing is the fact that you can have cultural identity in your characters. For instance, your characters can have unique abilities, right? Instead of the speed running, the dashing, and some of those things you see in Western games, you can begin to have incantations, like local stuff mixed in. And the goal is to present all of these things in a way that it's familiar to a global audience, right? And that must not be taken out. Why you want to stay true to the culture, right, with mechanics, you want to present it in a way that is very familiar, right? So it means you have to do like research from other games, particularly cultural games, and see how they've done it. And this is something that we've been exploring since the beginning of of this project, and it's been an exciting journey so far. And another thing is the environment interaction, right? How does the player interact with this world? I mean, in Africa, we have the beautiful savannas, the tropical rainforest, and all of these areas. How can we show them using the high fidelity graphics tools that we have? How can we present them in such a way that it feels different from the Western games that we've played? And this is something that we've explored a lot. In some of the videos you see us post on social media, you see how we're able to build out the African landscape, the African environment, making it true and accurate to the culture. And the final piece I want to mention is the concept of puzzle, right? Challenges within the game. Puzzles are a way to, reinforce some things in your game to make the player learn, to challenge the player, and to keep the player hooked and, continue playing the game. And this is where you can really explore a lot of creativity, where you can bring out puzzles that are tied to some cultural elements, right? You can have a mix of local stuff in your game. Like for example, the kind of traversals you have, probably, in a tropical rainforest, you don't have normal ladders, right? Maybe you have ropes, you have this stuff that are not very common that you see in other games. And like I mentioned already, the goal is to bring something unique and authentic, and at the same time make it very relatable, right? The first time someone picks a Legends of Orisha, right, Blood and Water, it shouldn't be struggling to use the controller or whatever input device is using. You should still be able to play it immediately, but it's immersed, right? It feels like this is different. This is not something that I play on a normal day, and this is the opportunity we have making cultural games.
Great. Well, yeah, that's a great response. Thank you. I know I was going to direct this to Winston first, but anybody can chime in. But because we were talking about this when we were discussing the panel a couple of weeks ago or so, but one of the challenges we often face with representing a new culture, or I should say it's not a new culture, but a culture that a lot of people are not exposed to, is kind of having that lack of a one-to-one representation for certain objects. So how, like, certain objects or practices or other artifacts that might be, not familiar at all to the global playing audience, how do we create that one-to-one association to make sure that they can, better understand? So do you have any thoughts on, how do we think through, how do you represent a counterpart from that culture to make it meaningful for the players? And I know I've dealt with this a lot. I mean, for example, so many of the fantasy games I've worked on are based on European medieval culture. You think about pretty much any, fantasy IP, Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones, all that, it's all European culture being represented in the game. But then, when we worked on BioWare's Jade Empire years ago, the whole vision was to set out and make a medieval fantasy based on Asian culture, not medieval, not European. And that was a huge challenge. So I'm wondering if you have any thoughts about that.
Yes, I do. Basically, where I start off from in my whole creative process is to understand that what we're doing at Dimension 11 with Legends of Orisha is we're telling the story basically, right? And it's like a mantra for me at this point. At the very core of storytelling is simply just description, right? You're trying to describe something. You're trying to list out the characteristics or the nature of a particular object. So if it's a game, we can say, okay, one of the things that we're trying to describe is the African culture. And the way you describe anything, even outside of using books, movies, games like this, is you use references. And the thing is, references are not an exact replica or homogeneous with the object that they refer to, right? So if I say, I have something on my desk, the word desk doesn't is not identical to the actual physical element or the physical object that the desk is, right? So that's something that you have to keep in mind, that it is going to be nearly impossible to achieve, a one-to-one, representation of culture and all of that, because references are simultaneously informational in terms of, facts, in terms of, the accuracy of the detail you are trying to present. But they can also be emotional, right? So if I were to embark on a project to, make a game or a novel or something about my favorite memory, whatever I make is not going to be exactly, that favorite memory or that, fantasy. It's going to have some, it's going to have a life of its own because it's not the object itself, it's the reference. So I think the key towards, trying to get a very, enjoyable and, enjoyable representation of African culture is to understand the balance between the two. So you're trying to say, okay, we want to describe African culture, but we don't have enough informational references, right? We don't have, because I think I mentioned it one time that most African cultures, did not develop their system of writing. So most of the records are not kept. They were passed orally, and colonization came and then watered down some of those records. So we don't have the factual references to describe. Like, once again, storytelling is a description, right? So we don't have those references to describe our characters, to describe we don't have enough, right? To describe their world, their things they cared about, the hopes and the dreams and all that kind of stuff. And what we have in ample supply is the emotional references, right? And the beautiful thing about emotional references, it traverses borders, right? So if you're trying to describe loss in an African setting, it wouldn't be that different if you're trying to describe loss in a European or in a, I don't know, whatever culture, right? Because it's emotional, and that's what connects, humans generally. So the key is just finding the balance, basically. I've been at loggerheads with David and his team trying to get, the most accurate, the most, like I said, informational references in terms of, okay, how would this kind of character behave? How would this kind of character, act in terms of, the weapons? He mentioned something about nobody's using an AK-47. That's a factual, that's an informational reference, right? We know that, okay, they use swords, they use this particular instrument, but we know that, and we have that, okay, we have that as a baseline. How can we, build up on that, right? And that's the emotional aspect to things, right? Trying to draw, what does it feel like to be an African, right? What kind of emotion does that experience evoke? And that's really where, that's really where the key of, describing African culture is, finding the balance between the two. That could just, help every single person be able to connect with your story, where it's not, oh, it's an African story, this doesn't, matter to global conversation about certain issues. But it's because you can lean on the informational references which tell you, okay, the place, the when and the how, the where, all of those things. And then you can also lean on the emotional, which tells you the why most of the time, right? How are these characters feeling? Then you can create a story that is very African, and like David said, simultaneously very, very familiar to.
Yeah, well, thank you. That's a great answer. One of the things that I know from my own experience, because I do a lot of my work tends to be focused on AAA games, but I've done a lot of indie stuff as well. And of course, there's a significant disparity between resources available to focus on cultural representation and spending a lot of time, because for most indies, you focus on just making sure the game works, the game mechanics, the coding, everything. So I'm wondering, to ask the rest of our panel here, what are your thoughts about how can indie developers approach this and do this in a way? I mean, obviously they're telling their own story, but at the same time, there tends to be above and beyond considerations you have to make that oftentimes a lot of indies just don't have time to do or resources.
Yeah, I'll jump in. I think, in my mind, there's a number of ways to innovate. For a lot of independent developers, maybe you can innovate on tech, on the tech front. But also, I think representation as innovation, and I think I've heard people give talks about this. And I think that's an important aspect. Just representation alone is a way of innovating in your game. And so if you were to make, Pac-Man, or just think of your favorite game, and just think about that game in a different lens. We've seen this across different types of media, how powerful representation can be for a game. Now with Dimension 11, Kunta Content, we're actually seeing these developers go beyond, the representation point, and they're actually tying the mechanics to make that experience even more memorable. And I think that's a really special combination because it actually pulls things together in a way that, hey, now when you're actually putting the control in your hands, there's something about that experience that relates to you and relates to that story and that content in a meaningful way. And so I think for independent developers, it's finding that balance for you. You may not have to go way index on the tech side, but maybe it's just that story that you're trying to tell, that representation that you're bringing to that experience. Maybe that's where you're going to innovate even more, and just finding what's that balance for you and how do you want to balance that for yourself. But yeah.
Any thoughts?
I think once you are able to figure out the representation layer, I think the question then becomes, will players enjoy the game once they love the culture, right? And I think we have really unique opportunities around new combat styles, new gameplay styles, being able to tell different stories using that, right? David mentioned Black Myth Wukong, which had a really cool mechanic using a long stick as the primary weapon, that anyone who's watched Kung Fu movies or many Chinese and Asian movies, that's a big part of their culture, right? And we have similar weapons and playstyles within Africa. We do have long sticks, we have spears that are used differently from the West and Europe, and being able to give the player that type of experience sometimes is equal or better in terms of gameplay experience than just representation.
Yeah.
And for us as a company, our tag is making great African games. So the great must come first. And what we hope to be able to do is to generate a lot of interest and excitement that Africans can make amazing games that the rest of the world can play, but not just because they are African. Also because they are amazing games, because they are really interesting, because they are really fun, and they are of a really high quality.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, I know from having worked on some indie games, like I did some work on Never Alone, which was a game that was about the Inuit people in northern Canada. And to me, it's one of the great examples of how you translate a culture into a game, because the studio that made the game, some of which the developers were based in Seattle, where I'm based, they saw themselves, because they had the technical knowledge and they had the game development skill, but it wasn't their culture, because the developers themselves were not from that culture. So every single decision that was made in the game was approved by the tribal group in Canada. Everything, every design, every use of their language, absolutely everything. So they kind of saw themselves as an indie studio. They're like, it's not developing our story, it's their story, but we're going to be, because we have the technical skill, we're going to be the stewards of their story and serve their story. So basically, it was this amazing collaboration where the culture itself was the one dictating pretty much all the creative representation, like you said, is that was the innovation in that game. The gameplay itself wasn't anything really that new, but the representation of that culture and the quality to which they did it was pretty phenomenal. And that was all because the developers had just said, look, tell us what to do. We'll represent your culture. How much time do we have left, by the way? How much time do we have left? Because this ran out a long time ago. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Okay, so 8 minutes. Well, one last question before we hopefully have a little bit of Q&A is just for all of you. Do you have any one or two key pieces of advice for game creators, especially indies, if they want to go this route and lean into their culture or lean into a culture as a method of innovation and representation? And what's the first place you would start, or what would you recommend?
I think for me it is, if you're going to make a game about your culture, similar to what you were saying, I think you should put the effort into representing it properly and accurately. So you'll see from the documentary screening, Dimension 11 have a historian on team, they have a language expert. Dean, last time I visited his studio, they'd met a lot of Maasai warriors, they'd gone into their environments, into their homes, seen how they built their homes in real time. And I think that level of authenticity translates to the player. You can usually tell if someone's just mailed it in, but we've been very impressed with both these teams going, Dimension 11 are located in Ife, where a lot of this story comes from. So it's very authentic, it's very real. So I think that's the main thing is if you have the passion to accurately represent your culture and you see it as a responsibility as well to represent your culture to the world, then you should take it seriously and try and be as accurate as you can, I think would be my advice.
Right.
Yeah.
I think just start. I meet a lot of amazing developers who have a really cool idea. There's no line of code, there's no story. And often our biggest surprise was just how much the world was interested in our stories and our desire to tell them accurately. So I really think step one is just start. Just create that prototype and get it out there. Connected to that would be show it much earlier than you like. We have some videos from 2020 and 2021 that are very cringy to us. We are very embarrassed. Please don't look at them. We have some new stuff. Please look at that. But what it does is that it, I think, showed people the vision of what you are trying to do. And most of the partnerships we've gotten, most of the people who came on board before it made complete sense. And they mostly bought into the vision and they bought into the journey. And that really allowed us to push to the next step. And we were able to essentially get closer to the goal and closer to the vision that they were really interested about, right? So show it much earlier than you'd like. And fortunately for us, we were able to push ourselves and cringe publicly. And that, I think that allows a more natural journey. Because games, different from most other creative expressions, you can hunker down for 4 years, less than 100 people have seen your game, and then all of a sudden millions can see it and play it, right? Which is a bit unnatural and sometimes very unhealthy, right? Because you would think that this core part of the game is amazing and interesting, but the world might find this other part even more amazing, right? And you need to be able to discover that. So that's the biggest thing for me, release as early as possible and show as early as possible.
Great.
Love it. I agree with everything that's been said so far. I would also add, I talk to developers all the time, and I say, look, if you don't want to add cultural aspects to your game, totally up to you. That project that doesn't have cultural representation, also fine. I want to hear about that as well. But if you are doing a game, you're trying to represent a culture, like everything is said, the research, the amount of love and attention that goes into it is valid. But I think there should also be space when you have these games come out. I think that also creates space for other ideas that are maybe just inspired by those cultures. So you don't have to necessarily know everything about a culture, but maybe you want to tell a deeply personal story. And so you know that story better than anyone else. And there should be freedom and space for those experiences as well. And so as we see more games start to come from the developers in this room, developers across the continent, it creates space for more ideas, more personal stories to get out there. And then you know that story the best. So have that freedom to tell your own stories that you know, and don't be afraid of letting the world know your cultures. If you're thinking, hey, this game needs to appeal to everybody around the world, you're probably overthinking it. Make the game that you want to see, that you feel like is missing in the market. And I think something that everyone has said today, and the way I frame this is, we want our games to be globally relevant, but locally resonant.
Yeah.
So making sure that the games that you're creating, if there's a human connection, they talk about loss. That's something we all experience. That's globally relevant. So I think just bring in that. So don't over-index on thinking, hey, this has to be to the T, as far as accuracy, but just making sure that you're telling that story that's in your heart, and there should be space for all of it.
Yeah, excellent. David, Winston, do you have any quick advice?
Yes, I'm going to speak from the things we've learned as a team, the Dimension 11 team. The first thing is that you should do a lot of research, right, and play a lot of cultural games. And that's something that's really helped our development process, right? When we wanted to bring the Gong into Lanes of Orisha, we had to do a lot of research. I remember playing a game like Chia, an amazing game based on the New Caledonian culture. I played a game like Raji, an ancient epic, a game based around the Indian culture, and several other games that are cultural. And the good thing you learn from these games is the things they did right? Making a cultural game is not enough, right? Making a game that is globally resonant and appeal to a lot of people, I think it's also equally as important. And so many successful games have done some things right, and you really want to learn from those things. And that's why these days, when I play games, I don't just play for fun. I play them as like research materials, right? So pick one or two things from them that I can bring into Lanes of Orisha. Another thing that's worked for us is the fact that we live the culture, right? We are based in Ilefe, Nigeria. It means that we're surrounded by references. So if there's something we need to see how it works or whether it's going to be fun, we can talk to locals, we can engage locally here. And that has brought a lot of ideas to us as a team. Another thing we've done is to leverage mentors and our networks, right? We are blessed with great mentors on our team who are, looking forward to seeing us, push boundaries. And these are people who have shipped great games or people who have, very good experience in the industry and been able to learn a lot from them. And also leveraging social media, right? We reach out to some of these developers that have made these games I've mentioned, right? Talk to them, engage with them. How did you do this? How did you navigate this? Because, the funny thing about working on a game like this is that you face a lot of unique challenges because it's something that you've not seen in your region before, so you have to solve your problems yourself. And the more access and networks you have, I think it's easier for you as a team. And finally, we are creative people, right? So we try to express our creativity. So when we have challenges, we're always excited. We want to solve those challenges, and I think that's one of our guiding lights on Dimension 11 team. We say there's no problem we can't solve, right? So when we have a challenge, we try to think outside the box. We don't box ourselves thinking of just one solution, right? There could be several solutions. We think of, okay, which one relates well with our game and gives us the best experience, right? And gives our players the best experience as well.
Great. And final word. Winston.
Are we taking questions?
Yeah, Winston.
Yes.
Yeah, it took me seconds to mute my mic there, sorry. Everybody has said, how you should do it, so, what steps to take. I would just add, in addition to what everybody has said so far, is, if you're working on a cultural game, I don't think, especially from underrepresented cultures, I don't think you should do it lightly. I think you should do it religiously, right? Because you're not just, developing a game or making a work of art, you're also creating a record or, forming, some sliver of identity of that culture that you are representing. So it's, as Temi mentioned, we saw the need for having people on the team who are experts at the subject of the culture that we're trying to represent, right? Nigeria is a very, very, Nigeria has over hundreds of tribes, probably more languages, right? So not everybody on the team is an expert, or is even a, speaker of some of this, or a member of some of these tribes. So we had to, we can't just assume, okay, we're all Nigerians, so we have some greater degree of familiarity to these cultures, right? We wanted to take it a step further, have much more detail, right? Because we know whatever we're putting out there will be taken as, like I said, a sliver of the identity of the culture you're representing. So do it religiously. Yeah, that's
great.
All I have to say.
Well, great. Thanks very much. I don't think we have time for Q&A at this point, but you the four of us will be around the event, and of course you can reach out to David and Winston online. So let's have a great hand for our panelists.
Thank you so much. I just want to add something in between. This would be a very good inspiration for North Africa as well, because we have the culture of the Amazigh and the Berbers.
Yes.
Which spreads from Morocco to Libya, that's nobody talks about.
Yep.
So making a game and educating people about such culture would be a great thing. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now,
Okay.
sorry, because the time was a little bit tight, we have to speed up a little bit. So I just want to zoom out. Sorry. I just want to zoom out now from talking about Nigeria, North Africa, and go all the way to Sweden. That's where I just mentioned earlier in the introduction that I live in Sweden now, and here I'm so happy to have with me Per Strömbäck, and one of the biggest known popular public figures within the game industry in Sweden. It's such an honor to have him here. Per has been in the game industry since '96. He's done all the tricks and knows all the tricks in the box because he's done development, publishing, and you name it. So I think I will let him speak today, and he will tell us all the lessons learned from the growth of the game industry in Sweden, which can apply to every region, I think. So thank you so much, and give an applause for Per for being with us today.
Tack så mycket Hind. Jag rodnar nu, men det är fint att se dig här på scen.
Tack så mycket. Så kan jag använda mitt svenska också.
Exakt.
I could use my Swedish a little bit here as well. So.
Just a little bit of Swedish flavor for you. My name is Per Strömbäck. Thank you, Hind, for the kind introduction. Thank you, Nick, Peter, Rex, Alex, Menzi, Africa Games Week organizers for having me. This is my first visit to Cape Town. It's my first visit to South Africa. I've been meaning to come several times. I had several false starts. So I'm honored to be here. I'm humbled to be here, and I'm also blown away to be here. Why should somebody from Sweden come and talk to you guys about games industry and creative leadership and things like that? Well, judge me at the end of these 40 minutes. You started this conference in 2018. We started something similar called Nordic Game in 2004. We've been trying to make a mark in the global games industry a little bit longer. So I'm here to share a little bit what we learned on the way, and maybe that can help you avoid some pitfalls, ideally. Yes. From public enemy to hit machine. Let's do this. And also I need to keep my time tracker. Good. And thanks to Kate for stopping on time. I never stop on time. I'll do today, of course. Okay. Good. So this is me. We are an association of games companies. I am the head of the secretariat. If you want to call me a lobbyist, I'm not going to argue. As Hind already said, I've done a little bit of work in different parts of the industry. This is my contribution, I worked on more than 20 games, but this was the one that I really conceived and executed. And actually, after the launch, I moved on to the publisher and worked with the international launch. But it was released in 2001 in 14 territories. 14 languages, and it failed 14 times. So that's, the signal doesn't get any clearer than this. I was not cut out for game development. I have lots of respect and admiration for those who do game development, who can execute and make great games, and also to make another game after their first game, maybe fails, or even if it was successful. So I know how hard it is, guys. I know how hard it is. Who cares about my hobbies? So Sweden, we get confused with Switzerland a lot. Switzerland has Alps and cuckoo clocks and chocolate and banks. We have also mountains, but they are smaller. And we have like ABBA and IKEA and Minecraft. So we're up here. We're a country of 10 million. Anyone visited Sweden before? Great. Wow, that's amazing. At Nordic Game, yeah, that's the magnet. Then you know. But you fly into Copenhagen, that's how far. That's Denmark, it's on the other side of the border. All right, anyway, now you know the map, you know the geography. How come some place in a faraway corner of the world could make games that a lot of people play? Let's find out. I have a video. Oh, good.
Did you know that every 8th person in the world has played a game made by Swedes? Oh, but Sweden, aren't they too busy shopping at IKEA or dancing to ABBA? Wrong. Well, they do all of those things too. From the front line of the battlefield, to the mining and building of worlds, to finding out what it's like to wreak havoc as a goat. Sweden is responsible for a lot of visionary games, but I'm not gonna start bragging about stats. Like telling you how many people play Candy Crush every month.
100 million.
It's not like I can convince you to become a part of the Swedish games industry by showing you these numbers, telling you exactly why there's never been a better time to do so. Take it from this Swede instead.
Yeah, it's true.
See? Told ya. So, if you're interested in belonging to a community with diverse people focused on bringing the highest level of creativity to a fan base, that in turn allows this business to be one of the most profitable in the world, I'd start thinking about becoming a Swede.
Thank you, too kind. Yeah, we had a really small budget, so we didn't spend on any extras. We used to. Thanks, Hugo, too kind. And also, be a Swede. You can be a Swede in many ways. You don't have to come work for our companies. I'm not here to poach talent, because if I was a poacher, I would get in trouble with the destroyer out there. So this was me back in the early days of the Swedish games industry. I had hair back then, and this is the stamp shop, which was our office in Södermalm, where we made that game. Anyway, enough of the... I always want to start by showing this slide, because these are some of the games that were made in Sweden. And if there's something that I want you to take away from this slide is the the big variety of the games that are made in Sweden: mobile, online, PC, console, indie, casual, big IP. And this Kate's panel was, it really had my head racing, because I thought about what is a Swedish culture in all of this. Like, what is a Swedish culture? We make games for Hollywood IP. Where is the Swedish culture here? And when I used to make games, we made like CD-ROM games based on Astrid. You know Pippi Longstocking? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I worked on a Pippi Longstocking game. That was a very clear example of Swedish culture. We don't really make those games anymore. We made games. The success came when we started making games for the global audience, or at least the Western audience. Action games, shooter games, racing games. But also those were the games that we really wanted to make. We didn't want to make Pippi Longstocking games. We wanted to make Battlefield games. And now we're kind of finding out again about the Swedish culture after the fact. Yeah, so I think we need to also learn from a panel like this. I can find traces of Swedish culture in some of these games. Minecraft is a very good example of how we think about children's play in the Nordics as something creative and educational, maybe. Candy Crush is a really good example of the candy that we eat on Sundays. Hind, I'm sure you give your children lördagsgodis. But you know, I'm struggling here a little bit. Anyway, so let's not dwell on this too long. We started humbly. The first numbers we have are from 2004. We had 71 studios, 59 million euro turnover, and 715 employees back then. Times were bad. This is why the talk is called Public Enemy, from Public Enemy to Hit Machine. Times were bad when I started this job. I started this job in 2005. Please don't count how many years. That says more about the competition for lobbyists wanting to do my job. But back then there was an organized, would you believe this? There was an organized anti-games lobby in Sweden that wanted to ban games, at least in some capacity. So they flew in American military experts telling them how, you know, games were used to educate about killing people. The headline here is JK, that's the Justice Chancellor, so the highest prosecutor. He charged one of our members for selling a game, Postal 2. Who played Postal 2? Some people played Postal 2. That's a parody game on the moral panic around games. How ironic. the boy with the gun in his head is from a 1-hour documentary called Dödligt Spel, Deadly Game, that aired on one of the main television stations in 2004, and that prompted the Justice Chancellors to do the prosecution. So there were motions in Parliament to ban games, etc. It was ugly, and I was on every TV show explaining that you do not become a killer by killing, fantasy characters in games. So I needed, oh, by the way, the guy was acquitted of all the charges. And I was a witness in that court hearing. I don't think it was my testimony that saved him. But after that, we've had no trouble with the law. But yeah, so that was the public sentiment around games. I needed something better. I needed a better story to go with this, and that's why we started making this report. And I brought some copies. Menzi took some copies, and I think you can. So this is our annual report. We've been publishing that since 2007. It's very similar to the work that Hugo and his team does on the Africa Games report. So it has sort of the same content. I'll take you through this year's edition real quick. But I started doing this report because I needed a better story than murder. So I thought the story could be jobs, and turned out to be a good story. So last count, the most recent numbers we have access to is from 2023. There were more than 1,000 game companies in Sweden. And if you go back to 2014, more than half of those companies are still in our database today. So game companies are not fail fast. Game companies are stubborn, they stick to it, they find ways to make their games. They're driven by passion, not by profit. If you're driven by profit, you can go. Nobody succeeds in this industry if they're driven by profit. You can only succeed if you're driven by passion and make games for the right reason. This is what I learned. A lot of the companies are very, very small. Only 1% of the 1,000 has more than 250 employees. I want to go deeper into this, but if you're interested in these statistics, come see me after or grab a report from our website or from Menzi and you can take a closer look. This is the revenue, and I have a lot of fun making the headline for our press release every year. So this year we have 34.6 billion SEK. That says nothing, but that's about 50 billion rand, or about 3.5 billion euros or dollars. So I compare that to other famous exports from Sweden, like iron ore, heavy trucks, pulp and paper, or fighter jets, and we're bigger than all of those. Why is there a light pink? Well, that's because we have these days also Swedish companies investing overseas. So the light pink is the turnover that happens in the Swedish-owned daughter companies in countries outside of Sweden. And why is this? Well, you can see we had to start adding the light. Don't ask me why it's pink, by the way. That's the graphic designer's decision. It's a beautiful color. I love pink. But we started adding the light pink, as you can see, in 2018, and that's when the Swedish industry started having a significant share of its business outside of Sweden. That was driven by the publicly traded companies. Swedish companies going public and using the stock exchange as a source of capital to invest overseas. That's how all of that happened. And I'll get back to the publicly traded companies in a minute. Yeah, this is for all the statistics nerds out there, because the currency fluctuation, it's a little bit different with the growth if you're counting in SEK or euros, or never mind that. Sorry, I showed that slide. Forget that slide. Also, the colors are for a competing football team in Stockholm that I don't support, so it's ugly. And the total employment is around 9,000 people, and it's fun to see that we were able to grow 8% employment in the middle of all the headlines around the layoffs that were in last year. And I think bad news makes the headlines, good news makes reports, I guess. It's the psychology there. Half of the people who joined the industry have moved from outside of Sweden, half of those have moved from outside of European Union. We have a huge fight with our government about work permits. They make it very, very difficult for us to bring people in from outside of Sweden. And we're making progress on the gender equality. It's around 23%, 23.7%, it's increasing. But look at this, how many women decided to pursue a career in the games industry in the last decade. So we're making progress. That's a different talk, but there's a number of reasons behind that, the activities done by the companies, the educations, some of our activities, but I think mainly the change in the image and perception of the industry has contributed, and also the change in who plays games and who games are for. All right. We're bouncing back. I think this is new Zoom numbers. We're bouncing back from the post-pandemic slowdown in sales. So this is the most important fact, that we have a growing global industry, a growing global market. So there's plenty of fish for everybody. Okay, so 2014, this happened. Sorry, it's a Swedish headline, but this is from the main business newspaper in Sweden, Dagens Industri. And everybody was surprised to see that Microsoft acquired Minecraft, and the purchase price was $2.5 billion. Anybody knows Volvo cars? Have you heard of, yeah. Have you been inside a Volvo car? Have you owned a Volvo? Okay, Volvo is like the proudest, it's the crown jewel of Swedish industrialism. It's our proudest achievement. We were able to build a car that was sold all over the world. In a few years before this Microsoft acquisition of Minecraft, Volvo cars was acquired by a Chinese company, Geely, and the purchase price was $1 billion. I had a lot of fun with that. But still, people thought this was one-off, like a weird guy, maybe even a little bit creepy, making his game from his bedroom in Hökarängen. No, Kärrtorp, one of the suburbs of Stockholm. So they thought this was a one-off, archetypical nerd story. And then the year after this happened. And yeah. So that's, this was the second biggest M&A of all time in the history of Swedish enterprise at the time. Don't ask me what number one was, I don't know. So this told the finance sector that, this is not a one-off. It happened twice. That's not a coincidence. And yeah, it was delisted from the New York Stock Exchange, by the way. So this is how we got the attention of the finance sector, so that we could have all those publicly traded companies that I talked about on the previous slide. These things had to happen first, because this told the investors and the analysts and everybody in the finance sector, wait, there's lots of value here. We don't get access to that value. It's only captured by these international companies that buy the Swedish studios. What about if we invest in them, and maybe we can also get some of that value? All right. We've also, so these were some examples of foreign investment. We've had plenty of foreign investment into Sweden. In fact, we had really no local money. We built the Swedish industry on foreign money, in equity and in publishing. And yeah, I'll get back to this slide, but just trust me. It's been, the first wave was from North America, and more recently we've had a second wave from Asia. Okay, so here are the Swedish games companies that are listed on the Stockholm Nasdaq exchange. So it's more than 20. And I argue with Rice. Most of them are actually game companies making games content, and they were listed because they make great games content. I have to figure out about the distribution edge that you talked about before. And if you go to Warsaw, there's more than 90 companies publicly traded on the Warsaw Exchange in games. So there's lots of opportunity if you can get the attention of the stock exchange. They built it like a prison. I don't know if they want to keep people in or out. And this is the opposite of the one I showed you with foreign investment. So this is Swedish investment outside of Sweden. So we have lots of member companies owning companies in other continents, but look at Africa. It's blank. We don't have any activity in Africa. So guess why I'm here? And I'll get back to that too. People ask us, what does the government do for us? Not much really. We don't have any tax breaks like in Canada or soft loans like in Finland or any big funds like in Germany. We have, that's just what I said, sorry. We have a good education system that offers games training. It's publicly funded and it has many different levels. So if you want to be academic, higher vocational, etc. So lots of opportunities for talent, and we hire most of them unless they're useless. I can say that joke because I'm a useless game developer. There are some enterprise policies generally made available by the government, so some startup loans and an R&D tax break, but we struggle to make really good use of them because they're never really specifically tailored. This is a challenge for a lobbyist. You have to work with the system and try to squeeze your member companies into that system. Film has some production incentives. We hope to expand that system at some point to games, but we let them figure out all the early problems first. Some of the general public policies we're blessed with in our country. We pay lots of taxes, but we get free education and other stuff, so that's good. Also strong support from the local and regional government. The best achievements are from the local government and the regional government, and I think there's more opportunity because they are much quicker to move and they can see immediate benefits. Well, maybe not immediate. Maybe you heard of a town called Skövde, which produced, some people are nodding, that's great. They produced games like Goat Simulator, and the Landfall guys came out of there, and more recently Valheim. So they're like a hit machine. Every year for 10 years, V-Rising, they produced a hit. They actually have like stones in the street. What do you call them? Cobblestones? With game logos now in that city. That's how proud they are. It took them 10 years of local funding before they had a hit. That was Goat Simulator, but now it's paying off for them. Okay. This is just to make the point that games don't exist in a vacuum. We also have some good esport players. This is the Ninjas in Pyjamas teams. Maybe not as great as they used to be. You know, this guy, he got in trouble recently and fell from grace, I guess. But for many years, pre-Mr. Beast, he was the #1 YouTuber, and he's Swedish, of course. And DreamHack, who's been to DreamHack? Who's heard of DreamHack? It's a digital festival LAN party that's been exported also overseas. So we're blessed to have also an ecosystem of other nerds who are involved in games in various ways. All right, what are the success factors? So this is what I've picked up. People have lots of theories why games become successful and why some regions become successful. You need to have the basics. This slide is what needs to be in place in order to have a ticket to the show. If you don't have this, fix it, because otherwise you cannot compete. You cannot even start competing. So top left, that's an old PC. If you don't have computer skills and computers, you're out of luck. We got that from a publicly funded program in the 1980s and 1990s, so we had lots of programs in homes, lots of hobbyist programmers. Bottom left is fiber, so that's high-speed internet. We also have that. That's part of the recipe. And then international air, a lot of people traveled here, so you have to have access to an international airport. The hat, that's a Swedish student hat. We get that when we graduate from upper secondary school. We have to buy it. It's ridiculously expensive for students, actually. But you're allowed to buy that. So that's education. The blue people figures on the yellow, that's weird. I got that from the Liberal Party's youth section. That's meant to symbolize freedom of enterprise. If you cannot start a company, how are you going to make a games business? Like, what are your favorite games from North Korea? I added do you know what this is? The green background and the big rock there? Yeah, Kate knows. It's a runestone. This is what the Vikings made. It's like time capsule, Vikings. It's like the text messages you send after a party. Wow, big party last night. Too bad Orm got killed. That's the kind of messages that you find on runestones. You find them all over Sweden. They did a lot of work carving those runes into the rock to talk about that part. It must have been epic. And also in the 1980s, we started getting access to trash culture, Western trash culture, and how can you contribute to that unless you're an active part of the audience? So these are all the hygiene factors. But there's one more, and you know Josef Fares, Haze Light. It Takes Two. He's more famous in Sweden as a movie director, actually. But he made 7 features. But anyway, he said growing up in Lebanon, there was no way he was going to make games because there was war. So you could add peace to this as well. Hind agrees, yep. Anyway, so this is what you need, and then you need, you can do some things to improve your chances. So these are the things that I like to think that we did well. So here are the members of the association. So we joined together. There's more members, but I didn't have time to add all the logos. But we joined together, we joined forces. We worked as a community. We do work as a community, but we also structured that community. And a community can be structured in various ways, events like this, and meetups, and informal networks, etc. But it's also really good to have a legal structure that can speak for the industry and have meetings with government and have a mandate from members and that the members invest in, and they have to pay a fee, and they have to go to the annual meeting and vote on board members and stuff like that. So this is something that we, I think, have done well, and it's helped our success. I know I'm kind of blowing my own trumpet here, but we also do lots of events to be the shepherd of the social community. Maybe some of you have been to the Nordic parties at GDC or Gamescom, so we organize them. The bottom left there is our annual Brännboll tournament. It's kind of a Swedish version of softball or rounders. We do it in late May when the weather is nice and we drink lots of beer, and some people take it a little bit too seriously and get hurt when they try to win. We do a Swedish Game Awards, which is top right. So this is some of the events just to keep the community together and make sure that everybody knows everybody and that they have a good time together. I talked about foreign investment. I want to go deeper into this, but some things that Sweden did well, I don't know that, you know, it was a conscious decision, but we had foreign investment really early. So we had Vivendi, later Ubisoft, investing in massive entertainment in Malmö, Sweden. So they made a game called Ground Control, and around 2000, 2001. So that was really important, because with that foreign investment, that could really accelerate the local ecosystem. And DICE with Battlefield was a similar story. It was publicly traded, but most of the investment came from EA through publishing into the Battlefield franchise. And then EA in 2005 acquired it, all the shares, and delisted it from the Stockholm Exchange. So those two early investments by some really big players, I think accelerated our journey by years. And those two are still two of the biggest companies in Sweden. Which is actually an important point, because when people talk about foreign investment, they say, oh, won't the new owners move everything to a different location and just grab the value? That's not our experience. Everybody who have invested in Sweden have kept the name of the studio, and they kept investing, and they kept hiring, and they grew it bigger. So I don't share that concern. We also educated the finance sector. I told you about the attention that they got because of the acquisitions, the foreign investment into Minecraft and Candy Crush. But for 17 years, we've organized this event, Invest in Games. We had the Minister of Trade, he's the guy on the top left there. I'm not Minister of Trade. Opening it for us 5-6 weeks ago. So we invite everybody from the finance sector, and we tell them the latest news, and there's a pitch session at the end. You know, you see the big check down there. The winner gets a trip to GDC and get to explore opportunities there, and it's all paid for by this law firm. So we launched this report, and we educate the finance sector, and we keep doing it. We've done it every year for a long time. And I think there's a lot of benefits in being as stubborn as a game developer in there. We also have a huge network of associations. There are lots of associations not on this map. IGDA, Kate's proud previous job, is not here because I didn't include it because it's not a company association, it's an individual, but you should join it, but it's for individuals. These are some of the organizations that exist for game companies. So we are one of them. We have neighbors in the Nordics. There's plenty of other associations, national, some countries have 2 in Europe. I didn't put all the logos on the map, but we do have 2 European organizations, so Video Games Europe, which is more for the global companies, and EGDF, which is more for the European-owned companies. And then we have a network of international organizations in North America and Asia and Australia, and they have joined together in GVGC, which is our humble representation to the United Nations in Geneva. But there's a lot of blank spots on this map. I would love to have a logo for Africa, or several logos for Africa. I would love to invite you to our network. We do lots of sharing and exchanging between the secretariats, and we have a meetup every year. So we would love to invite you to that. We've also done outreach to Latin America, so there might be some developments there. Okay. See that as an invitation. Okay, I'm going to now run into to talk about the success factors that are specific to Sweden. So we have a very small domestic market. That's great. That means that you have to make games for a global audience, and it's also great that you can do soft launches in your own territory and make all the mistakes before it hurts too much. Look at Germany, for example. They have a too big domestic audience, so they make games for the German audience and not the global audience. It's not only cold and wet, it's also depressingly dark. It's lovely to come here because it's summer, also because it's summer here. Only one of the many reasons. So we're depressed, and if you watch Bergman movies or you read Strindberg or anything like that, you know about Swedish moods and how, so it's all about escapism. Also great for crushing bugs because, you know, in other countries, maybe you meet friends in the evenings, maybe you go to parties, even kiss and dance, make love. We don't do any of that. We crush bugs. We have a social safety net. Thank you, Social Democrats. So this is great because that means you can be an entrepreneur, and even if you fail, you can maybe still feed your kids. We have workers' rights. That's great for creative work because your boss cannot fire you if they disagree with you. They have to go through the unions. So that's great for creativity. This is the ladies team from, I think, 2016 Olympics. They went on to play the finals in Rio, and they lost to Germany, of course. And the men's team played the tournament same summer, the European Championship. I'm not going to ask you how Sweden's men's team did in the European Championship football in 2016, because then you would be an incredible, crazy football nerd. But Sweden were eliminated in the qualifying group. They only scored 1 goal, and that in 3 games. That was Northern Ireland, and that was an own goal by Northern Ireland. I like to think that the ladies did so well because they played as a team, and that the men did so poorly because they played as Zlatan Ibrahimovic and his 10 helpers. And this is very, very true for Swedish culture. We do group assignments in school. We're taught to not think that we're better than anyone else. So we're very much the collective over the individual, which is great when you make games, because making games is a team effort, yeah? But it's not only about a team effort, it's also about creative leadership, which is the topic of this, the theme of this conference. Oh, my slide is not really fit to the screen, but never mind. So it's the combination of a team that works as a team and a leadership with clarity that can protect that team and guide that team. And there could be many more added to this. Josef Fares could be added to this, but we have Fredrik Wester from Paradox, Martin Wallfisch from Massive, Jenny Huldskiner, who is our chair, and she's one of the founders of Embark, previously DICE, Kristoffer Sundberg Avalanche, you know, the Just Cause games, Patrik Söderlund, DICE, Johan Pilestedt, Pilen, Arrowhead, you know, Helldivers, and Notch, and Stefan Ljungqvist, and Martin Salin from Unravel. Anyway, the list goes on. There's a diversity challenge here. Everybody who started successful companies in the first wave in Sweden were people like me, men who were born in the mid-1970s and grew up making games. So now our next step is to make more diversity. There's increasing diversity in the workforce, but not so much in the founders and entrepreneurs. So we have programs to deal with that, and I think the point made on the panel before, if we have more diversity, we can make better games, and we can make more successful games, is especially true for us. So that's something that we work on. Okay, we're not really religious, but we're still Lutheran, and I talked about depression. That goes hand in hand with pessimism. We focus on the negative a lot. We don't like to enjoy life so much. Instead, we're interested in problems, and we think if we work hard in this life, maybe there's a reward at the end, which is like game development. And who has heard about the Jante law? Only Hind knows. Okay, let me. Yes, okay. Kate knows about Jante law. So Jante law is the social fabric, and it's throughout Scandinavia, Norway and Sweden primarily. So this is the Jante law. Don't think you're anything special. Don't think you're as good as we are. Don't think you're smarter. Don't try to convince yourself that you're better than we are. Don't think you know more than we do. Yeah, you get it. We're constantly pushing our self-esteem down. So this is telling us to try harder. Whatever you do, you can always do better. Don't think anyone cares about you. Back to the entrepreneurs. So we all grew up learning to code on the Commodore 64 and learning to design games on Drakar och Demoner, which was kind of a Swedish version of Dungeons and Dragons. This was our childhood. This is the people on the previous slide that started these companies that were so successful. And yeah, those are the main ingredients for making games: coding and game design, right? Art, we learned on the way, I guess. The fun part of this story is that this is what we did when our parents thought we should do something more useful, like mowing the lawn or doing homework or chores. Little did they know that we would make billions. And try not to think what that means with your kids today.
Wow. I'm super impressed. Although I know all this information, it was really good to get a reminder. Thank you so much, Per, for sharing all these insights with us. I have a lot of things to add to this. And it's funny, when you showed us the video in the beginning, I became a Swede because of all these things that you guys see in here. Coming from North Africa, as I said, Sweden gave me the education I needed to actually come up to the level of what we see here. The list of people I just showed you, I actually happen to know every single one of those people who made these games, and they're so humble to take me in, to mentor me, to help me, to give me information. And I also became Women in Games in Sweden as well, an ambassador who also, people opened their arms for me. They gave me stage, mic, and to speak about my story, to speak about the culture in Africa, and it was really, really humbling and nice and overwhelming. I don't know what to say. I'm speechless. So I love to deliver this message today in this platform, so it comes across to everyone. So thank you so much, Per.
Yeah, thank you so much, Hind, and thanks to everybody. And I hope that there's something in our story that you can use when you write your story. Thank you.
Sorry. Hello? I see some people are leaving. We're not done yet. We have our next talk soon. In 4 minutes, we have a talk. I just want to remind everybody. Yes, now we see the program here. You see the program? Yes, perfect. Helps keep people here, so. Sorry? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they should tell them from the other side. I don't know. You mean move here to the... Yeah. Maybe, I think when Menzi should be doing this. Because I'm responsible for the stage, but I don't... Menzi, can you tell people to come back? Because it's like sometimes when someone does the talk, go and take their contacts and stuff like that. Just say. Yeah, so how did you find this cultural contrast by having people talking about, let's say we started by Nigeria, I gave a little bit about myself, and then Sweden came in the mix, and then now we're going to do another topic which is about strategy. So I think the program has been very rewarding so far, a lot of information. So you guys are going to be very brain bombed. Maybe I can take the opportunity to talk a little bit about, maybe break down the, tomorrow, my talk tomorrow is going to be very long because it has a lot of like layers about how I started in the game industry, because usually when I say I'm from North Africa, coming from Morocco, grew up in Libya, everyone was like, but how did you make it to the game industry? And then given also the background of Sweden, which I got lately, so it becomes a little bit like confusing for people. And that's why it is a lot of layers of how I got there. So it was sad that in the beginning the intro was quite a short amount of time. I didn't really get to go through it. But tomorrow I have a panel. Today we have a panel, and tomorrow I have a short keynote speech where I'm gonna like break this down and talk about how we can inspire other people in Africa. I would love to see more like women in games ambassadors in Africa, and to also have this diverse, that it's not only just men or let's say specific category in our society that works with games, which Sweden still struggles with that, even though they've been doing this for years. And I'm sure there's also a milestone for us to get there, since we are still beginners in here. So, I'll check the time. In 1 minute, I think we're starting, right? Yes. The next topic is about building talent strategy. I think usually sometimes we focus on, let's say when you come to the game industry, you're like either you're focused on code development or you're focused on, let's say, art, animation, but there's a lot of other aspects that within this community, let's say in the game industry community, there's a lot of strategy, there's a lot of marketing, there's a lot of roles within the game industry. Many people don't know that you... Okay, sorry, there was a change in... the program is a little bit changed because we have some people needing to bring some coffee. So in 5 minutes we will start to talk, so I'm so sorry that it's keeping you waiting. Yeah, so as I said, like when I do my speeches, I always educate the society, our society that has nothing to do with games. Like Per said, that we have to do a lot of education every time we go, every time we're given a mic or platform, to say that game industry, to change the stigma about the game industry that people thinks, for example, it performs, it's an influence for violence, or it just like affects the kids' grades. Parents are very worried about the fact that their kids can be very addicted to games. So we have to fight all that and tell them, wait a minute, games are not that bad. There's a lot of good aspects to games. Games have also a positive effect on your mental health. There's a lot of studies about how games affects even our strategic thinking, speaking about strategy, how it makes you better in a lot of ways. It's basically like a brain gym, I would say. And there's also studies on how some older category of people playing games, it helped them also against like some memory issues, and helped them like even wanting to like wake up every day and play, while in the past like there was always like kids who are playing games. Now we have like even older people playing games. And in Sweden it's funny, there's a group of elderly people who became so famous as esports. I don't know if you've seen them on the internet. Now I forgot the name, I should have brought that. But a cool group of old people are into esports, and they're actually competing against the teenagers. So yeah, and the name is even more cool. I just don't remember it. I should bring that next time. Yeah, so every time we have these platforms, we have to really know that this is how we spread the world. We have to like tell people that, okay, you can work with games even as a storyteller, like writers can work at games. People, let's say like Kate, who has a background within cultures, within geography, she can contribute with her knowledge. So there's always bits and pieces that put all this together and make like these huge projects that we see, for example, we just seen some examples from Sweden now, but there's a lot of examples even from Finland. Yesterday we had one of the people from Finland, by the way, he's not with us today, you know Supercell? So one of the individuals from Supercell, he's, I think, participated here before. And just seeing how these titles like were made and how much they were struggled, and now they're like very international, they made it, people know who they are. Just following those recipes, just how did they do it, we can still do it as well. So that's why it's always good to share our knowledge, to go to events, to I spoke to Nick and even Menzi about the fact that probably we need to have more presence as Africa in other events. Let's say Gamescom was a good presence of Africa in Gamescom, the latest Gamescom. But I would love to see a group delegation from Africa in Nordic Game, for example, Malmö every May. That's where a lot of people come. Even Germans who are just next to us in, let's say, Norway and Finland, they come as a group delegation to show their talents. They also help their students to find, let's say, recruitment. They learn how to do their portfolios. So it becomes like an educational course in every conference. So that's something I would give as a tip. How are we doing time-wise? And I also told the organizers that it would be nice if we had flags on our badges, because it would help a lot knowing like who is who and from where. Yeah, exactly. Or Kish was so good yesterday at the event when he had the interaction app. That would have been great to have that even in the beginning, so that we know like how many are we in here, from which country, and also what kind of category you're working with, because I also want to know how many are programmers, how many are into art, how many. It would be nice to also have like a bigger picture of what are the talents we have, whether it's here or the people who are coming here. So, now we're back to our program. I see that some people are still slowly coming back to the stage, and I hope you guys are still enjoying yourself. And now it's time to introduce our next talk. Sorry. As I said earlier, our next talk is going to talk about about building a talent strategy. And our next guest is Joseph Wilson. Welcome, Joseph, to the stage. Sorry, it was a little bit.
Is this on?
Thank you. Yes, that's all. I think. Great. Is his mic working?
Is it on?
Okay, thank you.
All right. Cool. Well, thank you for letting me be here today. I'm really excited. Big thanks to Nick and Menzi for hearing me out in early October. I let them know that, hey, I just quit my job at Electronic Arts, and I'm about to travel to Africa for 2 months to go explore, see what I want to do next when I grow up in life. And they said, well, maybe you can pop by and share some insights with the team. I said, that'd be fantastic. So I'm here based on a little bit of goodwill from those fellas, and it's been fantastic already to be here. I spent yesterday with a lot of the folks at the VIP day, and I met a lot of amazing developers, and the trip so far has been amazing. I'm about 3 weeks in, and my wife and I have spent some time in Kenya, Tanzania, and a bunch of time in Uganda. And after that, we're headed to Zambia and Ghana. And I've already met some really great dev teams I'm going to go hang out with, have a beer, and see their studios over the next few weeks. So been really amazing, and I'm really excited to talk to you about talent strategy. You may say, well, why did you leave EA? Well, after 14 years, I worked in a lot of places, a lot of teams around the globe, and I felt like it was time to figure out what's next. And EA has no presence here in Africa, and I really wanted to do something quite different. So I've decided to kind of go out on my own. It's only been a month and a half, so I started a company called Big Kitten, and I don't really know what it does yet. Part of my story is going to be actually talking to people and sharing insights and experience I've had in the past and engaging with people to understand what I can do in the future to help dev teams and studios grow, because that's what I did at EA. So let me grab the controller here and move you forward. Here we go. Where do I point this? So a little math equation about me. So if you look on the side there, I'm from a little town about 4 hours south of the border of Canada. You know, population 15,000 people. In the 1980s, I spent a lot of time playing video games, really bad ones like Mr. Do, which is kind of a ripoff of Pac-Man. Ended up going to school, studying sociology, philosophy, ultimately went to grad school, studied some business and law, and realized that I needed to expand my horizons beyond this little town. My first plane flight, I was 23 years old, and decided I needed to go explore the world a little bit. Thankfully, that led me to EA, and over the time I worked there, I've had a lot of time to work across the globe with a lot of amazing teams, helping them put together a plan to grow their teams, to be more productive, and figure out how to put together a long-term strategy to grow the team. And I'll tell you a lot more about that as I go. So a little bit about me. Back in 2010, I left the first part of my career, which is about 7 years in the US aerospace industry, which was really boring and really sad and really not aligned with my morals. So I decided to ditch that world, and I moved into gaming. I had a friend who worked at EA, and he convinced me one late night after his wedding that I should come work at EA. So I did that. I moved to Los Angeles at the time, and it was a really amazing point. I know most of you have been, some of you have been gaming a long time and some probably a bit shorter, but it was a really exciting time for me. I got to go there, had my first global responsibility, and it was a really big time of transition. Electronic Arts had just acquired a company called Jamdat, which built Tetris. And at the time, it was all single download on your phone. There's no microtransactions. There's no server connectivity. And my job was to figure out how do we take the teams that we had then and build the right talent into the organization to bring in not just client-side folks, but server-side folks and program managers and project managers and folks that could actually understand how to build game economics into our games. And there was a huge transformation of taking console studios, Facebook, Canvas studios, and bringing in the right people and technology to the teams so they can make really cool games. I'll show you a few of the game teams I worked with over that period of time. I then moved out to Shanghai with my wife, and I was based out there in Asia Pacific, helping figuring out how EA could take the great IP and the skills that we had in the West and merge them with the amazing gameplay and the skills out in the studios that we're having out in Asia. At the time, we had teams in Japan, China, Korea, India, Australia, and I'll tell you the first year of that experience, I didn't know what to do. I was very unsure where I was right, where culture was right, and where the games were actually meant to be different, or was there a world where we could bring everyone together to build something that was more than the sum of its parts? And I'll show you some game teams in a minute that I worked with that are really super proud of what we were able to do with the teams and the studios that were out there. The next thing I did was come back to America in 2018, just before the pandemic, and I got a really good chance to work at corporate with our COO and our strategic growth leadership teams to figure out really some of the macro pieces of the company, looking about where should we build things, what's our expansion plans, how do we build a location strategy for the company. And then the last year, sort of the end of my road at EA, I worked with the leadership team and all of our individual studios to try to steer this big company towards the future of gaming for Electronic Arts, which is kind of hearing what the gaps were in terms of talent and trying to align that with what EA wants to do as a company. And it was a really amazing experience to kind of coalesce this big amalgamation of studios towards a new future that will take many years to manifest. But at that point, I felt it was the right time for me to move on and do something different. So that's why I'm here today, to kind of share what I've learned at EA as I figure out how to apply that for myself in the future to help more game teams outside of the construct of a large company. Get some water. So with that, just wanted to share some of the game teams I've worked with over the years that I'm really proud of what they've been able to do and the partnerships I had with them. And I just want to point out a few of them over the years that I've worked with. Simpsons Tapped Out was a little dev team that helped EA build NBA Jam, and we ended up acquiring them at the size of 30 people, and they ended up making Simpsons Tapped Out in a little location. And we talked about the previous speaker about government subsidies. The reason that team's out in a little island on the side of Canada is because the government subsidies actually promoted development studios and creativity out in that neck of the woods. The other one I wanted to point out here on the right-hand side is one of my sort of proudest experiences at EA was working with the team in Shanghai. And you may not know this, but FC, formerly FIFA Mobile, is made by our Shanghai team. So the team in Vancouver who builds FIFA historically is a really great console team. And they tried for years, 6-7 years, to build a mobile game. And for the life of them, they didn't have the talent and skills and abilities to build the right game. So we took that the build, and gave it to the team in China, and they've done wonders with it. So for me, that's a really amazing experience to go through and see a team transform and leverage their deep skills in sort of mobile gaming and the kind of gameplay that now is played across the world. And the other one I'd point out to the group here is Star Wars Galaxy Heroes. That was a team that was a Facebook team that we acquired in Sacramento called Click Nation. Really amazing studio. But if you think about a Facebook game, that team lacks two things that you're really required to make a really great mobile game, is the right skills and abilities to work on that platform, the right UX, UI design, as well as the bigger sort of development chops that you're required to actually build something that can work on mobile, whereas Facebook was super light, thin technology. So again, that was a studio that we worked together with the leadership teams to figure out what was the right way to build a talent strategy around that studio to complement the amazing monetization skills that they had in that Facebook studio. So today's focus, what I want to share is talent strategy frameworks, so things I've used over the years in these different studios, some experiences and case studies, one being at the EA level and one being a team in India that I've worked with. And I want to kind of emphasize my core values along the way here, which is learning, exploration, humility, curiosity, and fun. And that's what brought me so far to this trip out to explore parts of Africa, knowing now that I have to come back many, many times to get deeper understanding how things work. But on the right, I want to share and shout out, my previous stop was in Uganda. I was in Kampala for a week and met the guys at Creatures, who are a digital animation team, and Tribe Uganda. And they're just some really passionate people in a city that has a lot less infrastructure than here in Cape Town, but amazing, amazing creative vision. And I wanted to just give them a shout out. Check out their website, and really great guys for you to meet. So with that, kind of get to the core of the presentation. And I want to make sure we get some time at the end to have a little bit of a discussion, because I really want to hear what you all do, because I imagine that each of you do something resembling what I'm talking about. But what I really want to reinforce through the conversation is the alignment between talent and your product vision. And a big thing that I want to kind of emphasize through this conversation is taking the rigor that you build a game or a business plan to the vision of where you want to take your talent. If you can flex that same muscle in the space of what you want to build in the future, for me, that's what really makes excellence. That confluence between product, business, and people is kind of where I've spent time, based on my background, understanding organizations and people, and very much a gamer at heart, and understanding a love for business. But that sort of triumvirate of things coming together is really very, very powerful for me. And I think it makes strong organizations that can thrive for a longer period of time. And I'll tell you a few more reasons after that. So, why talent strategy? I just mentioned there, alignment, synchronizing business and people strategies for long-term growth. We often live in the day-to-day of people. Let's hire a person, let's bring that person on, let's keep him or her on the team. But we don't often build in the same way we build that game of like, this is the studio I want in 3 to 5 years. What are the components of culture, What are the new skills I'll need as I'm a growing creative? At what point do I want to move from day-to-day creative to being a general manager? And those decisions are, if not made deliberately, can really be confusing to teams. Does somebody say they want to be a general manager, but in reality they really still want to be that creative leader? Well, that sends some really mixed signals to your teams. The other thing I'd say along those lines is that, depicting and engaging your employees about what the studio is going to be in a few years is really powerful way to engage people, to have them stick around. They know what game they're going to make, and they're going to get their credits and the name in the credits. But knowing that in 3 years you're going to need an engineering manager, and I can start to put my plan together to become that person, because we're going to go from 3 people to 6 people in the tech team, and we're going to need to have a leader. And letting that be known transparently to the team is a really amazing way to get people to buy into the long-term story of the studio. And lastly, focus. That long-term mentality and being really sure about what you're good at and what you need to learn to be good at is a really good way to figure out where to invest your time and energy. There's a lot of things you could do on the front of people engagement. There's benefits, there's compensation, there's all these things that are very important, but figure out those 2 or 3 really large things that must be true for your studio or your team to succeed is really, really critical, particularly in markets, which I'll talk about in a minute. Every country has its own strengths. And I'll talk about that in a little bit more depth when I talk about the India team. But I've worked with teams in Eastern Europe, in Asia, in the US, Canada, and the reality is not all locations, educational systems, or cultures build the same kind of talent at an equal basis. For example, in the US, a lot of the people we brought into the US game teams have come from India, great analytical skills and data scientists. We don't build as many of those in the US. So there's every culture has its own positives and negatives in terms of talent, and figuring out where you are, where you need to amplify yourself is kind of the name of the game. And that's also, I've talked to a lot of teams, they work across borders. I was talking to the team in Uganda, and they're like, yeah, we provide all the creativity, and we often lean on a Kenyan team for the project management. And sometimes with a Nigerian team to bring it to market, because they really know how to hustle. And there's a really great conversation to have with people, because we're all in this together. And whether it's in your studio or across studios, figuring out the components required to get things to that right team is really, really critical. And I kind of view it as kind of almost the Hollywood model. If you look at a movie, whether it's Hollywood or Bollywood, it's not one studio that made it. These days, it's like 7 different studios. And the reality, the games are getting bigger and more complicated as well. So, simple steps, I think at least, for a talent strategy. And I want to really debunk strategy. It's really just, what mountain are we going for? And painting a picture of that. And personally, I find a strategy, since I'm kind of, I don't know where I'm going sometimes, I just know I want to go in that direction. And really knowing where that true north of where you want to go is really where the money is in terms of figuring that out. And it allows you to kind of have liberty. You can wind your way up the mountain in a lot of different fashions if you know what your end goal is. If you know that in 3 or 5 years, I need to have a studio or a team that looks like this, then you can slowly build your tick list and figure out how to get there. And there's a lot of ways to get there. And I'm not here to tell you how to do that for your studio. That would require me spending a lot more time with each of you to do that. But these are the steps I think are really helpful to go through to build that future. External scan, looking at your environment. What's going on in your country, in your city, in your studio in terms of what are the talent, skills, and abilities. Looking at what's going on in terms of trends in migration or immigration. I spoke about India a moment ago. We had a big problem in India where people were leaving the country. As soon as, because language wasn't a barrier and visas were fairly easy, getting people to stick around once they got to at a director level was really, really hard. And so understanding what your strengths are as well as the opportunities and weaknesses that you have out there and the threats to your success as a team is really critical. And then an internal scan. As I said, looking at your culture. What are the core values you want to get out there? I'm sure that many of you do a really great job at telling your story about the values of your studio. And that's fantastic, and don't stop doing that. But also being really, really honest about your gaps. And, I'm a person who, works with a lot of creative leaders, and, Y'all are really good optimists about game dates and what your teams can do. And that is really, really powerful. But understanding those one or two other skills to bring into the studio that you don't have today, to add to that team to make magic, is really, really compelling from my perspective. So building that razor. So the way I like to work with game teams on this is envisioning those future needs. Bring your leadership team together, work across studios and have a discussion, and really talk about, what are the requirements in the next 3 to 5 years? Don't worry about 5 years, just think 3 years. Things change so fast these days. And don't stress about it, but write it down and think about it with your team and really be sober about it. Take it as seriously as you take your business and product planning. Define the key pillars. So once you kind of thought about what it needs to be in the future, outline the focus areas for your team, and less is more. If the one thing you need is an economist for your team to make sure that you know how to make free-to-play games, make that your one thing. Don't worry about, if you've got a location that has lots of artists, that's going to happen by itself. Figure that one or two things that you don't have on the team, figure out how to build it, buy it, teach it, find it, borrow it, and I'll tell you some examples that we had along the way with the team in India, how we did that. And then use some ways to validate the initiatives you're going to work on. If we were to do this, our studio could do this. It's a really, really simple phrase that I like to use with teams to really make them prioritize what they're doing. And it really helps you envision and sort of figure out what that future is. Is it worth my effort? If it's a nice to have, don't waste your time on it. So a little bit more on sort of building that future back approach. Get that long-term goal. What mountain are you climbing for? And write it down. It's one of the biggest things that it's really simple that a lot of teams don't do is write down in the same creative way that you describe the future state of the game you're building, write down that future state of the team, where you want to be. Work with your teams to figure out your tactics in year one and communicate them to your studio. Again, letting your teams know what their future could be if they stick around beyond that launch, because people like to hop around, knowing that they can build a career and building with the team is really, really compelling. And knowing how they could fit into it. It creates a dialogue with your team that they probably want to have with you, but they don't have because no one's inviting that. But the more you communicate that, and this is why I think it's a tool for creative leaders, is once you have that out there, you can change it, but you've created a dialogue with your team that doesn't exist. Ends up being a tool that you can lean on, rather than having 7 or 8 or 15 or 20 different conversations with your team and starting with the same preamble. Hey, I think we're going to do this in a few years. Write it down and share it with your whole studio. It doesn't preclude you from having those individual conversations, but it does set up a framework. Everyone has the same information. As I'll talk about in a minute, coming generations, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, transparency is key. So knowing where you're headed is really, really, really engaging to people. More than it was, as a Gen Xer myself, where you just kind of did what you were told. And then experiment and evaluate and let people know how that's going. Again, communicate with your team about their future in the company and what you want to build. I'll quickly go through a case study about EA. This is not secret. This was, if you watched our earnings call or my previous company's earnings call not that long ago, we're moving towards mega franchises and outside game entertainment. So probably for the next bit, it's less is more in terms of new games, but the experience will be fantastic. Cross-platform, around game, watch, create, etc. That's a big darn deal because that company has not done that historically very well. External factors, AI, ML, Gen Z work preferences, distributed teams, and shortages outside of core game dev in our studios. For a big company, EA really just knows how to make certain things really well, and it's a big ship, and it goes one direction sometimes. So being really honest and sober about what needs to be different to be successful. And then internal challenges. With the pandemic, people hired a lot of very seasoned people, which creates problems in terms of team dynamics and cost. And you have a lot of people with not a lot of new ideas coming in, not a lot of junior employees coming in the pipeline with the new skills who want to bring things into the studio that is new and exciting versus the way you've been building FIFA or FC for 20 years. And then lastly, the thing that we also had to lean into was traditional org structures. We built a company that was basically a packaged goods structure. You hand it, you take it over the wall, here you go, sales team, go sell it. And in a world where things are live services and connected, the fluidity of working not just in a hierarchy but across lines is incredibly important. And again, many of you are not at that scale yet, but you're probably going to face that as the world moves in the console space to more live service games. You're going to start to feel that more and more. And that's kind of the impending thing we saw at EA, is that a lot of the teams needed to work more like the mobile teams and less like the console teams of the past. The talent raiser we landed on for EA was going deep on that future skill identification of a round game. What are the things that we don't have in the building because we only hire experienced devs? The workforce of the future, hiring people with those skills at a much more entry level into the company. Streamlining processes to work across boundaries, and leadership development in terms of bringing in leaders and training them to actually want to bring up new people. It was really fascinating as we built our strategy that a lot of the leaders in our studios were really honest to say, hey, I came into EA when I was right out of school and I was building a game in 2 years. That don't happen anymore. And I even heard it yesterday, for those of you at the meetings yesterday, that we're not hiring, we want everyone to be the unicorn with all the skills. And you know what, that's great, but you're gonna get more of what you already had. And it's a really big thing. It hasn't been solved yet. When I left in October, we're still wrestling with how do you get that change? Because the skills of people that are on the socials and on YouTube and playing with AI every day are not the people building games in that company. So I'll quickly move to India and then give us 5 minutes for discussion. So in India, we had a different problem, talent dilution. The team had a really large slate of games, about 4 games across 60 people. And you know what? They did not have all the skills and abilities when it came to production leadership. And it was a huge deal. So we had to think about, really, they're going to be continuing to make games that are likely not to be successful, and there's really no way for us to solve that in the short term. And market competition. In India, we had a really big deal that most parents weren't letting kids go work at gaming companies because it wasn't a career. And we had to really reframe how we talked about gaming to the parents of the kids we wanted to bring into the studio, because really there was a paradigm around what gaming was in India. So what did we do? So our Slingshot studio, we did a few things. So the Razor ended up being creating that sort of like production and creative leadership, addressing overextension by prioritizing projects, so less is more, and really trying to drive our EVP in the marketplace. So we did a few things. The team consolidated a lot of its costs to bring in one person actually from a team in the UK to live with the India team for a year. Somebody who'd been around the block in terms of production leadership. So we brought in some mentorship. We did a huge reframe with the team in India to move from scale, being more people, to more impact. It's a really big difference because a lot of teams I worked with in both China and India wanted to throw a lot of people at a problem versus figuring out the exact skills and abilities to solve that problem. The other thing that we did in terms of project work is we put them on live service games that were already built. And that would end up being a way that for about 2 years that we could put some sort of guidelines around what the team was working on, so they could actually work with a game that they couldn't break, but could learn all the different mechanics and the ways the games work. So many of you are thinking about the works that your passion projects as well as the projects you use to keep the lights on, but figure out what the right projects you bring in that will build skills and abilities for the team, whilst you're building other things for the long term, your vision for the future. It's a tough thing to do, but keeping that sort of talent lens as you look at projects along the way is really important. Okay, I'll quickly go here. So key takeaways and calls to action. Alignment is key. Keep pulling up your business strategy, your product strategy, your talent strategy at the same time every time. Embrace simplicity. Focus strategies. A few things, not everything. And be really, really sober with yourself and your team. Empower your team. As I mentioned, Gen Z, Gen Alpha are all about self-learning. They're all about transparency and career ownership. The more they know about what you're building, not just the game, but the studio future, the more they're going to, in their spare time, probably learn and or do things in the studio to learn together. And that's free. But by you telling that story about where you're headed, it allows them to figure out how they plug into that. And adapt and innovate. You're going to learn, you're going to fail, just like anything else, just like building a game. That's what I wanted to share, and leave us 4 or 5 minutes to discuss. So here's the question I have for you. What did you hear from me that's new? What do you do in your studio along these lines that you want to share with the group? What else would you like to cover, discussion, and questions do you have? And what big ideas any of you have about talent that you'd like to share with the team? Good. Yeah.
So you mentioned distributed teams. I just wanted to ask a question. How do you set up teams across different locations to work cohesively and then still instill or maintain your company culture, especially across different cultures, locations, and time zones?
Yeah, I'd say that it's still a work in progress. A couple things we've learned. One is if you're going to go virtual, you need to be all virtual. When you end up having a cluster of 4 or 5 and 2 people remote, ends up being a mess. Particularly on the creative side and the marketing side, less so on the pure like coding side. So it really depends what department you're in, which skill. So coders do really well there, but the creative process, most of our studios have moved to the creative roles being in 3 days a week. Usually the middle of the week and or related to milestones in the game. And so basically building some regimen around that and building into the way the teams work, but the world where you just kind of like say, some of us are here, some of us aren't, it ends up being really, really confusing for folks. Yeah. Other thoughts or questions? Nick?
So one of the things that we're starting to see in a couple of the bigger studios that South Africa have started doing is we have a relatively shallow talent pool when it comes to seniority. Thanks, Menzie.
Yeah.
And so one of the ways that we're solving that is that we're dipping into other industries where there's parallel skills. So, going into the animation sector, which is a lot more established, a lot more strong, you can find people who've got 10, 15 years to be your seniors for your project. But, and we'll kind of talk about this tomorrow, but have you any advice about how do you adapt those work skills to the game's environment? Because that's been one of the struggles of the studios who've been trying to do it. The methodologies and kind of the pipelines that they're used to are just so completely different that there's a question on whether that is in fact the right strategy. Should we be trying to dip into these adjacent industries or not?
Yeah, it's a really good question, and I've faced it a lot of times, particularly in the beginning when we're bringing in former MBAs to come do game product management and building economies. And bringing people from other industries is great, but the problem I had actually was organ rejection from the teams bringing them in. So for me, it starts with the team that has the need and that the teammates and the leader of the studio actually sees that this person's bringing something we don't have. And if then that ends up being a very different discussion. If they're like, oh, they've worked in software as service for years. Our console games are moving towards software as service. You don't have a very different dialogue than you're trying to insert somebody and adapt them to what you do. So there has to be sort of a dialogue between the person coming in the studio and a want to bring in somebody that's different. Good.
Oh, sorry, I've got the mic back here.
Oh, sorry, good.
You mentioned the Hollywood model of having many studios work together. I was wondering if you could expand a bit about how to make that work. Any tips you've seen in how studios, especially with different cultures and different work methodologies, work together effectively, or traps to avoid?
Yeah, it's a tough one. I've seen it work and not work in a lot of ways. We did an experiment when I was in Asia, working across China, Korea, and Japan. We had interpreters, and we were working day to day. Ended up being the worst idea possible. The cultural norms, the ways of communication were terrible in terms of trying to solve for that. What we've seen work is actually, if you can give as much ownership as possible to either a segment of a game, so maybe somebody's in charge of the post-live service launch of the game, or someone's the advanced team for the next update of a game, or someone's fully in charge of X, Y, or Z level. So the most autonomy you can have for that team to build something that can plug in, which requires you to have pretty strong project management at the top to understand how those pieces will combine ultimately. But if you try to go too far down at the worker level, where you're actually trying to like day-to-day make transactions between locations, ends up being a mess. So I guess empowerment with the right project management at the right pieces at the top. Good.
Okay, so jumping off what Nick said, you could take people from adjacent industries, but the other alternative is taking people that are newly graduates or new to the industry and then training them up. Do you have any advice for doing that, or any challenges that we might face if we take that approach?
I think the one thing I'd say is that you have to have the bandwidth of experts in your studio, right? Because if it requires a lot of work, and I would encourage you to do it, but you may need to find ways to augment your team. And like I said in the example in India, we rotated somebody in. They splurged. They spent like a third of their budget to bring in somebody who lived day by day just to teach their team production pipelines and like large-scale project management. And so there have to be like different ways to go about it versus saying my one studio leader who's meant to create the vision and drive the creative team also has to mentor an army of people. So you have to figure out the trade-offs you're going to make, because you actually could steal from one pocket, to field the other.
I think what kind of is new but is not is building team alignment, right? And when you're working for a young studio, at what point are you sharing with the team their future and what you see as opposed to still building? When are you ready if you're still kind of building at the same time and also allowing your team to feel included within the planning?
Yeah, I mean, I think you need to start with your leadership team, 2 or 3 people. But I would say don't be afraid. Just like, we were talking earlier about launching games. Telling people what you think you're going to build, you're going to get a reaction from them, right? So putting something out there aspirational about where you want to go does wonders to motivate people to see if they can get there. So I would say don't err on perfection and launch it someday, just like we talked about a moment ago about games. Start telling your story and getting people engaged and see what they have to say. They may know somebody in another studio, another industry that they could bring in if they know what you're trying to build. And again, you can change it. Are we done? Cool. Well, thank you very much for your time. I really enjoyed talking to you all. Great questions. I'd love to talk to anybody along the way. As I mentioned, Big Kitten is in beta, so trying to figure out what I do with this experiences I had, and it's great talking to you and learning from you. So look me up on LinkedIn. Hopefully I'll have a website someday, and an employee besides myself. But anyway, otherwise, great to meet with you all, and have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you so much, Joseph. Sorry about the overlap of time, because people disappeared for a while and we had to come back. Oh, a picture.
Oh, up here. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, so sorry about the overlapping. I hope people don't disappear totally between sessions. So, yeah, now we will continue with our program, and now I want to ask the audience a question. How many of you know the word Habibi? Do you know what the word Habibi means? Sorry? Yes, my love, in Arabic and, yeah, Middle East. And how many of you know about the Habibis? Oh, cool. The Habibis are the first, or let's say the most popular game dev podcast that is created by a group of people from the Middle East and North Africa. And you can look them up. There's a lot of great topics. And here today we have, from the Habibis, Rami, Ismail, and then joined by, I think, Fawzi online, right? Fawzi, Mesmar online. See the screen, so sorry, Fawzi. And this panel will be This panel will be moderated by Shirley. So I'll let you guys talk, and I hope that everything goes well. So,
thank you so much for that introduction. Can everyone hear me well? Yep. Beautiful.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for everyone to be here. My name is Shirley McPhaul. I am from San Juan, Puerto Rico. I was born in Central America. I co-founded the Puerto Rico Game Developers Association, and I have been an advocate for video games within the creative industries in the Caribbean, as well a researcher focusing mostly in culture, representation, biases, and that sort, which is why I am incredibly honored to be here today with you guys, moderating this panel, which is really 2 out of 3 of the Habibis, and I absolutely love that. Fawzi, can you hear me?
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Amazing. So these two beautiful human beings don't really need an introduction, but I will just give them a few minutes so they can talk about themselves a little bit, since this panel is all about the video games industry in the Global South, and I don't think there are more people out there who are as capable to talk about this topic than these 2 men. So let's start with Fawzi. Fawzi, tell us a little bit about yourself.
You got it. Thank you so much for having me. I can't see how I look on stage, so I'm imagining I'm like a giant floating head above you guys as you're sitting on stage.
I can send you a selfie, Fawzi, don't worry.
Cool, yes please. So hi everybody, thank you so much for being here today. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. I'm dialing all the way from Stockholm. As you can see, I don't know if you can see out the window, it is snowing outside, so you know that it's been a very strong circumstances that would stop me from being with you in this beautiful weather in Cape Town right now, and instead dialing in. So I've been working in the games industry for now 22 years. I started off my career as an independent developer in Jordan. That's where I'm from. And throughout the years, my career is a bit of like of a rainbow of all kinds of things, you know. So like I started from like making an incomplete indie game on Game Boy Advance to making some Facebook games, 360, PSP, Flash games, you name it. And my career has taken me around the world, anywhere from Jordan, New Zealand, Japan, to several places in Europe. I was head of design at DICE for a while, so I was leading the Battlefield and the Star Wars Battlefront franchises before I moved to Ubisoft, where I worked in games such as Mario Rabbids Sparks of Hope, Star Wars Outlaws, and I'm currently the creative director on Beyond Good and Evil 2. Outside of my day job, I like to talk about games quite a bit, which is, I guess, why they invited me to this thing. So I teach pretty much everywhere I've ever lived. I taught games in every school in every country I've ever lived in. I'm on the board of education for future games, but also wrote books on game development. One of them is Al-Khallab, An Art of Game Design, which is the first book to be written about the topic of game design in Arabic. And I have a book coming out Christmas, actually, so in a few weeks from now. Demystifying creativity on originality in game development. So
amazing.
22 years in 5 minutes. Very nice to be here.
Amazing, and congratulations on your book. Rami, please go ahead and tell us a little bit about you.
Yeah, I am Rami Ismail. I'm an independent game developer. I've been an independent game developer for almost 15 years now. I originally founded a studio called Vlambeer back in the Netherlands, where we made games about explosions. Which, if you were at my talk yesterday, I explained as I made a game about crates and explosions, airplanes and explosions, mutants and explosions, and fishes and explosions. But I'm probably better known for the work I've done in the community for making the industry more equitable for developers everywhere. First, that started with independent developers. This was in the early days of the current wave of independent game development, so we were one of Devolver Digital's first published indie titles. Which kicked off sort of the boutique publishing craze that is now the heart of the industry. I've been involved with developments throughout the industry, from the Indie Mega Booth to the creation of PressKit. I run a conference called GameDev.world, which is a conference where we take all talks in 8 languages, the 8 most spoken languages on Earth, and we live translate them to the other 7 languages. We translate Q&A back so that people anywhere in the world can follow these talks, this information, this knowledge. I'm in the process of starting a fund called the Global Games Fund, where we invest only in games from the Global South and other emerging territories. The reason I do all of that is because I'm Dutch Egyptian. So I grew up between two cultures. And as I was growing up, at some point I realized that a lot of the opportunity I had in running my studio, in traveling around the world and going to events, in getting sort of the position I had in the industry was because I had my Dutch passport. And that if my parents had decided to move to Egypt instead, that my chances would have been much slimmer. And I hate that. So I made it part of my goal to try and fix that to the best of my ability. I know that's not a thing a person will fix in their lifetime, but if I can make a little dent, then that's good enough, you know. So that's kind of been the focus of my career. I still make video games, I still make tools, I do free consultancy for people from everywhere on Earth except for Northwestern Europe, the United States and Canada, because they can get access to enough stuff. So that's kind of what I do. It's really hard to summarize it, but that's the best I have.
Thank you so much for that. So when we talk about the Global South and the video games industry, it's a huge topic, right? There's no way we can talk about everything here today in just a little bit over 30 minutes. So let's focus on what the challenges and opportunities would be in this space. Also because we have these two people who have really long careers in the games industry and whose challenges when they started were very different. Even though we're very different to the challenges there are today, there's an argument to be made that they have paved the way, right, for us in the Global South today to have more opportunities. So let me start with Fawzi. Fawzi, can you tell us a little bit about the challenges that you faced when you started your career?
Yeah, I think it's there's a lot to untangle. So like when I first started in Jordan, you know, like the idea of making games wasn't even a thing, you know, like so. I think when me and my crew started making games, I remember like us calling console manufacturers, and they were like very curious about the idea of us playing games, let alone making them. So like we're calling them for dev kits, and they're like, "What? How did you know about us? How did you get your hand on our consoles? And like, how did you want to get a dev kit?" And then like, you know, after they got over the surprise that yeah, we actually do play games to the point that we want to make them. It was the idea of even giving us dev kits wasn't even on their company policy at the time. So, you know, on my first game on the Game Boy, like there was no possibility for us to get a dev kit, and we ended up hacking a commercial unit and making a game anyway, which probably wasn't a good idea in hindsight either. So yeah, so just like forget the price of those things, which was way out of anything that we could have afforded at the time. It was also the idea of us getting them shipped wasn't even an option, you know. The other thing is that like there's society things that we got faced because we also do want to be game developers, and I think that happens everywhere, but it was a lot more for us. And everybody goes like, "Why don't you get a real job?" You know, like instead of these kid dreams of be a lawyer or an engineer. Like also from the Global South, I think we could all agree on this, that our parents will always want us to be engineers or doctors or lawyers. So let alone to try to explain to them that we want to make video games. I think my dad thought that I was making animations for a good 14 years of my career before he read about what I do in my book or something. So there's that. But also like, the idea of me seeing another game developer who has shipped games back then wasn't possible. Because the idea of flying anywhere, and I think Rami will touch a lot on this, the idea of flying anywhere needed an egregious visa process, like anywhere you want to go, you have to apply for a visa, and then, you need to afford the flights, you need to afford where you're staying, you need to have enough money to prove to the embassy that you're going to come back. And then you need to pay whatever it is it costs to go to any of those events, which was also wild. So, I think between like when I first started making my first game, I think we had like 400 euros between the 9 of us. And that wouldn't cover even a flight for one person, one way to go to GDC or anything like that. I can keep going, you know, like infrastructure, government support funds, stuff like that. Like all of the, even like, you know, knowledge, like the idea of getting a book about game design, like I didn't know what game design was, you know, I just wanted to make a game. So I was like, I'm gonna try this and see if it works. And it doesn't. Then I tried something else. And, you know, like my mom's an English teacher, so I happen to know English. So whenever I had a cousin or somebody flying somewhere, I would have asked them for really niche books at the time for me to read and learn what it means to be a game designer. But like that knowledge, that material was not available.
Yeah,
It's still like, still isn't to some extent. Yeah,
Yeah,
go ahead, Shirley.
I hear you. I hear you. So for what I gather, right, those challenges were, I mean, which are plenty, are of course related to resources in terms of money, but technology, also representation, and of course language, which is a very important barrier to anyone else out there who does not speak English. And that is something that I know very well coming from Latin America. What about you, Rami? What were your challenges when you first got started?
I mean, for me, they were very different, obviously. Like Fawzi grew up in the Middle East. I grew up Egyptian in the West, right? So it was a very different sort of like reality for me. For me, it was always the othering, but obviously I had an Arab father. So the idea that I work in animation, I think my dad still says that I'm very famous in animation. That's still how because he wants to be able to brag to his family. And if he tells my family he's a game developer, they're like, so he still plays on the Nintendo. And it's like, no, he's an animator now, so that's much better. But yeah, it's a lot of things like that. It's a lot of like little cuts that really get there. I mean, the dev kit thing to a degree is still true. I won't say which console maker, but I officially own like over 20 dev kits of one specific console, because that console would not ship dev kits to Africa or parts of the Middle East. And so eventually they just kind of made a deal with me that they send them to me and I send them onwards, and it's sort of like under the table. We don't talk about it, because formally it's not how it's supposed to go, right? That was true from like 2013 to like, I think the 2018, 2019, that was a thing. They just couldn't ship dev kits to some places. I know in Brazil, for example, they still rather just smuggle them into the country because the taxation is apparently incredibly ridiculous there. So there's a lot of things like that. And I think what you sort of summarized earlier, a lot of it is access, right? A lot of it is a question of access, but I also think because there is so little representation, it's really hard to explain. Like even in the Netherlands, it was hard to explain to my parents I wanted to be a game developer. Hearing people now, you know, I work with people around the world, but hearing people in Egypt or in Nigeria or actually throughout most of the world say, I want to be a game developer, still is met with like, but why don't you get a real job, right? And I frequently say that one of the biggest challenges we have in game development is parents. Not because, you know, not because they're bad people, but because they work really hard to give us a better life, and it's really hard for them to imagine that making video games is what might lead to a better life. Well, this is a very high revenue industry, it has high potential, it's an innovative industry. So there are opportunities, we just need to communicate that story, and we need to make it feel possible in every territory around the world, in every country around the world. And that's, I think, one of the bigger challenges. Language is part of that, economy is part of that, access to events is part of that. And I think, like Fawzi was saying with his book, access to information is a really big part of that. Because, for example, I saw the previous talk was on India, I think. And I spent a better part of half a decade there teaching game design. Particularly game design, incredible programmers, incredible artists, but not a large history of game design in the country, because a lot of the work they were doing was outsourced work, right? So a lot of territories have sort of like gaps in the knowledge set that just come from that it's harder to do game development, thus harder to ship, thus harder to get experience. That makes this vicious cycle. And it's a really hard one to break through.
Yeah, and also one can argue that because English is the base language in which most games are produced, it kind of homogenizes not just video game production, but also the video game content itself. And it really opens up the question of what would a video game created you know, with another language that is not English, from people who live and breathe and use that language just to be consumed in that language, what would that game look like?
This was one of the things that I noticed, and Fawzi, I don't know if you noticed that as well, but like I remember back in the experimental gameplay workshop of 2011 or 12, there was this little Iranian game called Farsh. You remember that?
Mm-hmm. I remember that. Yeah.
It had this really clever mechanic, and it was right in the middle of this discussion that a lot of game designers were having about like how many new game mechanics are left. That was sort of like a discussion we were having. Like, have we found everything, and is everything now just like combinations of other things? And obviously, in hindsight, it was kind of a silly discussion. But at the time, we were arguing that, and I saw Farsh, and it was entirely new. It was this entirely new mechanic, like a carpet that you roll up and down, and you rotate tiles, and it was just gorgeous. And I met up with Mehdi Bahrami, who made the game, who is from Esfahan in Iran. And I asked Mehdi, like, how did you come up with such a clever design? He's like, well, I used to roll carpets. And that was it. That was the whole thing. Like there was nothing. It was just he had different life experiences than the people who make games. When they think of something expanding and contracting, they think snake. Right? That's it. It's like a snake from the Nokia game. And he looked at that same thing and he was like, oh yeah, that looks like a carpet rolling. Oh yeah, carpet covers something. Oh yeah, so we make a puzzle game out of that. And from that point on, I've never believed that we've seen all mechanics or all designs or anything. We've just seen a lot of the same ones from the same people. And for me, that's really where a big opportunity is one of the biggest challenges I see for a lot of the global south and a lot of creators in the global south is when the industry is young. One of the things you try to do, and this is again because of the parents to some degree, but also because you want to prove it to yourself, is you want to make something successful. And because you try and make something successful, you tend to copy things that are successful. So I see a lot of design that is like, let's take something that's popular and do our own twist of it. Or let's get something that's popular and try and do it better, or something like that. And I found that consistently the games that are successful, or that are most successful, or that have the highest chance of building up a community or an industry, are the games that are genuine with themselves about their culture, about their heritage, about their background. And that doesn't mean you have to make a game that like is like covered in every version of your culture. Like Mehdi's game was a game about rolling carpet, sure, but it wasn't like yelling Iran all over the place. It was just like, it was a game that happened to be that way because it was made by an Iranian person.
Yeah, and if I was to add to what you're saying, Rami, you know, like what I like about what you're saying is that, you know, and I talk a lot about originality, is that a big part of originality comes from authenticity, and authenticity is being true to who we are and our life experience and the things that we go through. And it doesn't mean that we have to cover it with every aspect of our culture, but we need to add some kind of thing from our life experience to the thing that we're making. I remember reading an interview with Lucas Pope when he made Papers, Please, which is one of my favorite video games. And it's one of those games in which when I played, I was like, I wish I made that, you know? And when I read that interview that he did, he was traveling, I think, in Southeast Asia, and it was when he ran into the idea of how he needed visas to travel freely, you know, for the first time. Like some countries required him to apply for visas. So he was applying for visas and paperwork, and he was like struggling to move from one country to the other. He was like, wow, I can make a video game about this. And I think like, you know, for myself and maybe many of the people in the audience right now, this is a game we would have all have been able to think about because it's a part of our life, you know. It's not necessarily a glamorous part of our life, but it's part of our journey, you know, and to be able to authentically replicate this in a video game is, I think, part of our responsibilities as creators, all of us, you know, that we need to add that little bit of ourselves, that authenticity, that originality into the thing that we're making. And so many people will relate to it, you know, and Lucas being authentic in his experience, had a person that had a very different experience, but a shared visa situation, you know, that made me myself very much relate to that game and love it, you know. So I very much agree with the message that you're sending out there, is that like we haven't seen everything because we haven't heard all the voices yet. And that's not a finite pool, you know, and that's exciting.
Yeah, that actually makes me wonder, because you both work with diverse teams from all over the world. Do you guys find that having people with diverse cultural backgrounds make for better video games? Let me start with Rami.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like I mean, I always find that one of those questions that the answer should kind of be obvious, right? Because when we think about it, games happen because we put programmers, artists, designers, writers, musicians in one room and we go, okay, make a thing, right? We don't put like 7 programmers in a room and then go, okay, now make a video game, right? Like the point is that we have these multidisciplinary perspectives that all are trying to tackle the same issue of like, okay, we want to make this, we want to get this feeling, this idea, this moment from our life, this thing from our culture into a game and communicate it onwards. How do we do that? And because these are different groups, you get different outcomes. So, you know, in one of my games, we had a musician that was a very strongly opinionated person, and early on, they sort of like set the menu track for the game. And that menu track ended up like really steering the vibe and the feeling of that game in a way where if the track came in later, the track would have had to fit to the game, right? So even just switching who is in charge of something can completely change how a game comes out. So I think more voices is generally good. Obviously, there's always the question of like, can you push to a point where people can't communicate easily? And I do think that is a thing. Like, yes, a hyper-diverse team would all speak different languages.
Yeah.
But that would not really help you make a video game,
Yeah.
right? Like that would, like, now we would have to invent a new language to communicate with each other.
That-
But I think in general, you want to get these diverse perspectives, you want to get these diverse inputs into a game to make a good one.
I think that type of diversity is something that we can leverage in the global south in general. What about you, Fawzi? What has been your experience?
I mean, generally, like, you can probably find a lot of research that's already been done on this, but every book you read on software development, I don't even go to games, will tell you best way to make a software is to have a multidisciplinary team, small multidisciplinary team that gets together, understand things, and then they all look at the same problem from their own perspective so that we can get the best answer, you know? And that's a diversity of thought. If you think about it, you know, like I come in from my field of expertise and I look at the problem from a different angle and I help in solving it. And there's so much actually research and science that has proved this without a shadow of a doubt, that this is how we move things forward as humans, you know? One person does, a few people do a problem, another person from a completely different field or expertise or background looks at it and goes like, I'm looking at it from this angle, and then like they ended up moving humanity forward, you know? So if I scale it down to the size of a software team, that same logic applies. You know, like we need to be able to view a thing from all kinds of different perspectives. Now, if we're making projects and games and software products that are supposed to be used by, you know, like we release an application, it's usually worldwide. So there's so many people from all kinds of places are using it in their different lives, you know? So the more input that you have that is informed about, you know, cultural backgrounds, gender backgrounds, identities, expertise, views, all kinds of, like, any input you get that will help you to understand how diverse your audience is will help you to make a more diverse, like a more suitable product for where it's going. You know? So I think it's without a doubt there's a direct correlation with the success of the project.
I think to a degree, one thing I also sort of want to point out is that everything we're talking about so far is both is also sort of a what's the right word? A commercial opportunity might not be the right word. An economic opportunity, I don't know if that's the right word. But what I'm trying to say is like a lot of what you're talking about, right? Like this authenticity, this diversity, these things. There are things that are inherent to being other. Right, and this sounds kind of shitty, but like from the Western perspective, from the European and American perspective, the Arabs, the Africans, the Asians, the South Americans, they will never be them, right? We'll always be from that perspective, the other group. And fuck that, right? But at the same time, it does give us a particular opportunity, right? It does give us an opportunity to say, okay, so we are not like you, so we can tell stories that you can't. We can make games that you can't. We can add perspectives that you can't. We can make stuff that you can't, just because we are us, right? So the last thing I always hope for from emerging territories, and especially when I travel around the world, and I've worked everywhere from Indonesia to Uruguay. I've been to South Africa many times in the far past. I work in Central Europe, kind of everywhere around the world. I hope that if anything you take away, that don't try and make the thing that they're already making. Because they'll kick our asses. Like, they have millions and millions of dollars, billions of dollars in making the best Candy Crush, right? They will kick our ass at Candy Crush. They will kick our ass at FIFA. They will kick our ass, like, they will. Just because they have hundreds of people who've been making these games for decades of years. What we need to be doing is we need to be making the thing that they can't. The version of it that they can't. The version of them they can't even imagine, because they've never rolled the carpet, right? And that is an opportunity. That is an opportunity to build things that they cannot compete with because they don't understand it. If anything you take away from sort of the discussion we're having right now is that there's strength in this. It's not just like, oh no, we're not them, we can't beat them. It's like, no, then beat them at something else, everything else.
And to build up a little on what you just said, I think one of the challenges of creating an original IP in the Global South is that maybe you're trying to create something that would be, with the hopes that it will be a commercial success, but at the same time you want it to resonate with your culture and you want it to have all those cultural references. So how can we create games that both can resonate locally, but that can also appeal globally? Do you guys have any insights on that, Fawzi?
Yeah, so I think, like, there is the notion of something to go to a global success generally, like, I think in the Global South, the thing that we need to, that helps us create IPs generally is consistency. And by consistency, I mean is that a great IP is rarely formed from the first game or from the first product, It needs to take its time to evolve and grow. And you see those IPs growing as the more the developers get to make more of them, so that they can grow them to match that quality to compete on a global stage. I'll give you an example of The Witcher, for example, which is a very Polish IP, that started from humble beginnings, quite humble as a studio and as an IP, and then like continued to grow through persistence. Like the first Witcher looks nothing like The Witcher 3. And but it's built on the same foundation, and it's a lot of like learning those mistakes and building them more and more until it grows to become that global phenomenon. But like I think when the team first started, they were like, if we can sell this in Poland and in Europe, that'll be great, and then it's utilizing like local folklore, it's utilizing the thing, and that IP became so big that it's an industry creating IP. Like that studio grows so large that it evolved the entire industry of the country around it. And I think there's the tenacity of the team, but also like some of the success that they have garnered by like being able to continue to do the thing that makes them really succeed. And what I've seen a lot in emerging markets is that, we can barely make the first one, let alone to make a few more iterations for us to get it to that scale. And I think that's, if I would give an advice or a message to anybody, is that like, as straightforward as it sounds, is don't give up. Perseverance is at the heart of every success, in my opinion. So if the first one does not succeed, I think you need to accept that as part of the process of what did I learn from this, and how can I persevere to make more and more of this until this thing becomes a success. You know, Demon Soul ended up being Demon Soul after so many Miyazaki attempts. You know, Nier Automata came after a very long career by Yoko Taro. So I'm giving you examples because we only see the tip of the iceberg usually, but there's so much work that goes underneath for us to get to that point.
Yeah, definitely.
To build an IP that resonates globally.
Yeah, definitely perseverance is incredibly important, and consistency, as you said, Fawzi. What about you, Rami? What do you think?
Ooh, I mean, I find that a very tough question. I mean, there's a story that I always tell about a team in Indonesia. They made a game called Coffee Talk, and they set it in Seattle. And I asked them why, and they said, because if we put it in Jakarta, nobody would understand what we're talking about, right? And I found that a very revealing answer, because when you think about it, you know what an American gas station looks like, right? You do. And if I tell you that in this world a cup of coffee is $27, you would go, well, that's expensive. What the hell is wrong, right? Like that would be like almost a sign of like something bad happening in the world.
Maybe it's Starbucks.
Well, unless it's a star, yeah, fair enough. You would sort of identify it as like weird because we understand the culture of the US very well. We understand the culture of England very well. Those are kind of the two countries we get from media. Like we understand them. So putting your games there allows you a tremendous amount of cultural shorthand, right? You can just say like gas station, trees, Pacific Northwest. Slightly horror, a little mysterious, like, you know, there might be monsters in the woods. There's some water, there'll be a seaplane around. Like, we get that. You to New York, you know what you're going to get. You know what the color of the taxi is, right? Like, you have so much that you can sort of like skip. And they said, well, put it in Seattle because we're still going to tell our story with our cultural background, with the things we want to tell. We're just going to skip having to explain Jakarta. They were successful with that game and did really well. And then for the second game, they went full like Indonesian culture, heritage, because they had built up enough of an audience that they could make that risk. And my dad said something when I was younger. He said, "Don't burn bridges when you still have to cross them."
Very
And
wise.
I've kind of taken that with me. It's like, well, as I was building my career, I was quieter on politics to some degree. I didn't make games that had like explicitly Arab or Muslim themes. I skipped all that because I just didn't have the audience to really do that. But I still wove it in there. There's not a single. I have 4 post-apocalyptic games in my portfolio. None of them feature alcohol. Right? Well, any Western developer would start with a bottle of beer, right? That's how you say apocalypse. That's how Fallout does it with the bottle caps. That's how everything in media does it. Post-apocalypse is the Western world, the Wild West, right? But in the future. So it's the Wild West with laser guns. That's the post-apocalypse. Somehow that's how they've convinced us that it is, which means beer is involved. Not in my games, period. Not happening, right? Because that's not me. And as I've gotten more established in the industry, I've just been more explicit about it. So I think authenticity is really important, but also remembering that games are inherently a global medium, that it is a question of communication, that focusing on just the local market can get you so far, but the global market is really where the opportunity is. It's a balancing act. And for me, it's one of the toughest balancing acts for the global south, for creators here is how do we tell our stories without making people go, huh? Right at the start.
Yeah, definitely. I think it is one of the biggest challenges for creatives in the global south. So I'm going to wrap it up because I do want to leave the 5 last minutes for questions from the audience. So just in 1 minute, Fawzi, any last thoughts?
In 1 minute.
You have 1 minute.
Oh shit. Okay. I think what Rami said is correct. I think that in order for us to create something that resonates with people, there needs to be the 2 elements. There is the element that is our social environment and the authenticity to that, so the cultural aspect. But there's also the shared human experience, which is something everybody can relate to. This is why, like, while a Zelda game can be very Japanese, We can all have that childlike sense of wonder and wanting to explore and wanting to see what's going on, that sense of curiosity and all of this. The thing that makes us all human is a shared human experience that everybody can relate to. And I think finding that balance will be like, how much of myself can I inject from a cultural point of view to my own personal human experience that everybody else can relate to. Was that a minute?
It was a little bit under a minute, so you did great. Rami.
SubhanAllah. No, I very much kind of want to reiterate what I said before. Just that this is, when we talk about the global south, we very often think in like the obstacles, the risks, the things that are stopping us. But very often those are also our strengths because they're the things that are different, right? And I'm not trying to say that not being able to get a visa is a good thing because that whole system is fucked up. But what I'm trying to say is making things that are yours for a global market is really where the opportunity is. If you can find that line, if you can find that balance, if you can get that perseverance, if you can not rely too much on needing money from the outside world to believe in your game. The publishing model is dying everywhere, not just in the global south. It's dying in Europe, it's dying in America, it's dying in Canada. The way the industry works is shifting and it's going to be far more reliant on self-publishing. Let's use that opportunity and make stuff that is true to ourselves because they can't compete with that. They will never be able to compete with that because they're the same old boring shit we've been playing for 3 decades at this point. So let's make something new and interesting.
Yep, thank you so much for that, Rami. And with that,
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are you taking questions? Because we're kind of gonna.
Yeah, well, we still have like about 4 minutes for questions. So maybe 1 or 2 questions from the audience.
Our clock says 4 minutes.
Yeah. Over here. There's a mic. There's a mic coming.
We can keep it to 1 or 2 questions if we need to.
It's fine.
Okay.
So there's a lot of diversity across the global south. There's tons of diversity in Africa. One of the biggest bits of diversity is the amount of technology we have to deal with when trying to create games that are inclusive. So designing a great game is cool, might transcend language and culture and might be about explosions. But how do we design for all the technology? Android phones are everywhere. Of various flavors on different operating systems. So yeah, once we've overcome one challenge, there's the other challenge.
Yeah, I think one of the answers that I have for that is, again, like the games industry is a global market, and Android is actually one of the more complicated targets to hit globally because it has such a large diversity of technology, right? So if you're trying to hit the local market, Android would be your first go-to. But if you're trying to hit the global market, PC, console, to some degree iPhone, are all easier to develop for than Android. I think Android gives a tremendous opportunity if you can make something that is meant to connect with the continent, right? And to some degree, that will also be true for South America, where Android is also fairly popular, and parts of Asia, where Android is very popular. So if you're targeting that part of the world, like please make Android like a core target. But if you're not particularly aiming for Android and you're just doing Android because everybody does Android because it's low risk, that's where things get a little iffier because low risk also generally means low opportunity, right? So you're trying to avoid this risk by hitting the thing that's easiest to hit. But it turns out, A, that's not true. Android is actually fairly complex. And B, it's not necessarily the platform that's easiest to sell on, easiest to distribute on, that gets the most revenue. What we're trying to get is just to earn enough money to make the next title frequently, right? That's it. PC might be easier as a target for that. It just might be.
Fawzi, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, just a few things in which like it's really up to like what kind of forecasting do you have to the game that you're building, and by that I mean like where is it supposed to go? Is it supposed to compete on a global market? Is it supposed to compete on a local market? And which kind of devices would you find those users at? And I'll give you an example. There is a point in time in which if you wanted to be successful on a mobile game in Japan, you had to release on a K-Tide and those flip phones, right? But that means that you're only gonna be successful in Japan ever. So that's a conscious decision that you make in which like there's a sizable local market, I'm gonna target that. And that will mean that I will be limited only to the local market, or that there's an overlap Venn diagram of the people that own iPhones now versus people that own iPhones in the West, and that's gonna grow in the future. So I'm going to target that and bet on the future. There's no golden recipe because in both of these situations, I said there's a bet, right? Because if we all knew the 100% guaranteed recipe of success, we wouldn't be here to some extent. But it's about getting that level of forecast and knowing exactly where do you want to target exactly. And if the local market is the place to be, you need to target, the most popular Android devices and wish for the best.
Thank you, Fawzi. Okay, I have 1 minute, so I have one last question over there.
Hi, thank you so much for your talk. So you guys are quite prolific designers. You've been doing this for a long time now. And as you rightfully stated, in the Global South, we don't always have a lot of access to like good game design tools. It's starting now. And so we have a lot of graduates. We have a lot of people in the intermediate phase. We don't have that many people that are like senior designers. So do you guys have any takeaways or any advice to give those of us that are on our way to becoming more like senior roles in the industry?
Let's let Fawzi take this one because you're here. So.
And I can see the clock, so
exactly.
I'll hurry more. Yeah.
So go ahead, Fawzi.
I'm gonna just make it very quick. Is that I think I see it to myself as my responsibility to give back. So like we all have some kind of level of privilege, even if it doesn't seem like much when we get it. But I think being aware of our privilege and being aware of what can I do to give back. It's a very important part of becoming a senior. Being a senior is not you just becoming more skilled at your craft, but you also elevate those around you. So I would urge you to always think, what can I do to help others? What can I do? What can I do today so I can make someone else's life easier? And I think I will also speak about Rami in this one. This is what we do every day, is that we're constantly, and we have like a WhatsApp chat group in which we're constantly talking about like, what more can we do? Where else can we be? How much more can we give others? And I think it's like the more people like you will end up giving, you will inspire others to give too. And then, like you'll start to see more and more people like us showing up.
Thank you so much, Fawzi. I'm going to have to cut you, Rami.
Don't cut me. That hurt. No, 30 in less than 10 seconds. Slightly more. I'm Arab. Sorry, Hind. I think one of the things that I learned very early on is when you're growing in the industry, feel free to take. Right. So if there are people like me or Fawzi or Shirley or mentors or people that you want to talk to, please email us. I'm more than happy to sit with you, spar with you, talk about your design with you, talk about leadership with you, talk about like any of these things with you. Just find me online, right? And this is true for most people in the industry, and especially people that have come from a less privileged position. You will find that they are so giving with their time. All that we ask, if we give to you, is that when you get to a position where you can give. Give more than you took, right? And then if we all do that, it will flow forward into the future and we can all fix things.
Thank you.
Shukran. Shukran, Rami. I had to tell you this one in Arabic this time. So I have to thank Ramzi as well. Fawzi? I wanted to say bye and I hope to see him in Stockholm. He's actually based in Stockholm working with Ubisoft. Yes.
Thanks, Fawzi.
See you there.
Oh,
bye, guys.
But we need Fawzi in the picture. Where did Fawzi go? Can we get Fawzi back on the screen?
Yeah, we need Fawzi in the picture.
Here.
I'm still here.
Thank you so much. I have to add that I met Rami for the first time in Croatia at Reboot. This is the importance of game industry conferences. And I met Fawzi as well within a game conference as well. Although he lives in Stockholm, but I met him for the first time in Germany. And this is how we actually get to connect in other countries, in other continents, where we are like so close to each other. And this brings the topic that we're going to talk about right now, connecting. How do we connect? There's a lot of disconnect within our continent. And as I just mentioned, we often meet abroad. And this is one of the issues that we really have to work on. And the upcoming panel is going to talk right about this topic. And this will be not just a regular panel, it will be actually a Game Connect launch announcement. So, Can you people, please, can some of you just move closer? It feels so strange that everybody is just like piling in the back. So please come further. The audience. So today, is everything in place? So welcome to our Game Connect Africa lunch panel. This is, I have to have an introduction about the before before I go to the questions and representations.
So maybe we should go.
Sorry?
One more. We're missing one person.
Okay.
Or two people actually.
Nick is there. But I can do the intro by the time they're. So as I mentioned, one of our biggest problems in our continent, and probably not just in Africa, it's even in Scandinavia or in the Nordic, that we often have problems with connecting, finding the right people, going to the right places where you meet the right people that you can collaborate with. And a way of fixing this is having initiatives. So today we will be talking about Game Connect Africa initiative. This is an exciting initiative that is all about bringing the industry together. So here we would like to talk in this panel, and through this initiative, we would like to talk about solving the key challenges like funding, visibility, support, and especially for mid-sized studios. So here with me, I have Nick, I have Safwat, I have Disik, and then I have Odili and Yusuf, right?
Odili.
Yes, and we had to, sorry, we have someone missing here who's been replaced. Dorothy? Yes? Okay, then I have everyone here.
Didn't have enough mics.
So, yes, so Johanna is going to replace Dorothy. So. There was a bit of overlapping on the time, so I apologize for that. Oh, thanks. So now that you are all here, I would like to start with a quick intro. So it would be nice if we start probably from here, and everyone just announce their name, what they're doing, and which background they're coming from. Okay. So we'll start with you.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Joanna Olwuch. I am from Nairobi, Kenya, and I am a creative director for the project Ago, which is an augmented reality hiking game based in Ololua Forest within Kenya. Very happy to be here.
Hello, my name is Sidik Bakayoko. I'm the founder of Paradise Game, a company that was created about 10 years ago. We are active in the esports scene with venues, with events, with TV shows and content creation, and we're very happy to be here today.
Hi, I'm Nick. I have fun facts. I am the co-founder of Africa Games Week. I am also the commercial manager at Reforged Studios, which is a global collection of game development studios where I run their M&A division. So I go and invest into studios around the world through share purchases, revenue share agreements, and other things.
Hello, I'm Odile. I'm a co-founder of Spielfabrik. We run acceleration and professionalization programs for independent developers in Europe and in all the world, and in Africa also. And I've been in the industry for a very, very long time, making connection with a lot of people, and happy to be here also to speak about how to better connect.
Hi, I'm Youssef Boufeit from Tunisia, CEO and co-founder of Heritage Studio, which is a gaming studio that started in 2019, working on games about the heritage, about the history. And we're already partners with the Spielfabrik, and we also incubated in France. We have published 5 games right now, mainly, and I'm really happy to be here and share how can we collaborate together on this.
Hi, my name is Safarat Balogun. I work for the Goethe Institute in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire. I'm the head of information and library. I'm also the lead. I'm the lead for the Games Connect project that we are launching here today. My background, I was born in Nigeria, grew up in Germany, and joined the Goethe Institute in 2016. First in Lagos, where I worked a lot on literature, and then I moved to India, started doing comics, and now I live in Abidjan in Côte d'Ivoire, back in West Africa, where I just stumbled into gaming, and here we are now.
Thank you. So I have created some questions here that would help the audience understand and know more about the value or the background about, behind the Game Connect launch, and which is something that we all agree needed in our continent and especially in the game industry. So here I will start with, as I said, we have Joanna today instead of Dorothy, so I have a question here. Or let's say I start with Siddiq, sorry. There has been a little bit of overlap of the names. And so Siddiq.
Yes.
With your experience as a founder and CEO of Paradise Game, what challenges have you encountered in promoting esports in Côte d'Ivoire, and how the initiatives like the Game Connect, for example, would help the growth of Africa and our ecosystem?
Where do I start? I must admit that when you go back about 10 years and you look at growing esports, or even considering video game as a whole, there was a lack of acceptance. People were perceiving that, okay, what are you doing? This is things for the kids. They didn't understand the size of the industry, the potential it has, or how we could impact it on the local ground. People could see it happening in Asia, but here is like, nah, it's not going to happen here. So besides, I think the whole idea of finding sponsors, because when you build an esports event, you need money to pay for the venue, you need money to cover for the expenses, the logistics. You need, there's a lot of things that you need to have, where you need to have funds to be able to do it. And it was very difficult finding people who would believe that it was possible to drive an audience, in those type of events, and invest money in it, to have marketing, invest marketing dollars to be able to talk to the potential customers. So that was definitely a big issue. We're based in Africa, so infrastructure is always a big issue. Connectivity. When the big thing today around esports is, okay, yes, you have the physical event, but it's streamed online so that millions of people eventually could look at it. But if you don't have the right type of internet connectivity, how can you stream it? So definitely infrastructure is a major issue, has been a hurdle for us once we were growing the scene locally. The third thing that I could talk about is probably talent. It's you need to have skilled people. If you're running an event, you want to make sure that it's done well. You need to make sure that you maintain the timeline, you maintain the everything is done right. Especially once you start looking at working with international companies. For example, let me give you the example of this year we ran a master level event for the Tekken World Tour. Basically, they have different levels of events. You have the basic event, the challenger, and the master event. So it was the first time in Africa that a master level event was organized by Bandai Namco on the ground, and we were the team organizing it. So in terms of the way you run the event, in terms of the way you host the people who come into to town, the way you manage it, the way you stream, all of that is important. So talent is definitely a key element that takes part in running esports and events. And looking at all of those challenges, I could say that one of the other things that I think is missing as well is connection. We had to hustle our way into the scene at the international level. But if you don't have the connect, you don't have the people to talk to, how can you be able to work with those international companies? So to summarize, I think having a way to connect to potential partners, having a way to connect to other people who are into the esports space or who are into game dev or who are doing things in the scene will help, because it gives you a possibility to connect, to work together, to exchange, and to learn from each other. So I think it's going to be key. That platform is definitely going to help us in terms of making us better at the job that we have.
Thank you. My next question would be to Safwat. How do you think that an initiative and a project like Game Connect would help facilitate meaningful collaborations between Africa and international stakeholders to create a more inclusive and diverse global gaming industry?
So I'm going to try and speak from the perspective of the Goethe Institute. We are all over the world. We have offices all over the world, which means like we are well connected amongst each other. So when we do projects like this, bringing partners together, look at this. Today we're here. I've worked with quite a number of people that are here on this panel. Almost all of us speak French, but we're here in South Africa doing this. Right. So I think like the role of the Goethe Institute is really to try and we want to try and bring people a bit closer together on the continent. We want to try as much as possible to see how we can also like with the whole English speaking part, French speaking part, to like close the gaps a little bit, to make the language barrier not as visible as it is right now. Yeah.
Thank you. And by the way, the institute in Sweden is right next to our office.
Oh, great.
In Stockholm, which was really funny when I walked by and I saw the logo and I was like, okay, I really resonate with this with the logo now because I'm part of this.
Exactly,
so,
exactly.
Thank you. And the next question will be to Nick. What are the key legal and regulatory challenges facing Africa game developers, and how can they navigate these problems and to also to protect their intellectual properties and assets?
So that, I mean, it's an interesting question, and I think it kind of speaks to kind of there's a broader problem when we talk about Africa kind of as an area. Hashtag Africa is not a country. We have 54 different countries with 54 different legal systems, with very little necessarily parity between the two. But I think in general what we can say is, you know, where countries are subscribed to international treaties, and I mean, South Africa, which I would argue probably has one of the more advanced legal systems, isn't a signatory to some of the most important international protection treaties, which potentially causes issues. So I think this is where international partnerships become really possible, really important, because you can leverage other jurisdictions' protections to kind of protect your games. I think if we look at the broader kind of legal issues that we see facing the continent, though, I think there's roughly kind of three major things that I can see kind of coming up. The first is around what I would call legal certainty. So can you trust your country's legal system and justice system to enforce contracts and protections if there was ever a dispute? This is incredibly important for international investors if they're looking to kind of bring into the country. They want to know that if I'm going to invest hundreds of millions of dollars, hopefully, that if something goes wrong, they'll be able to do something in that jurisdiction. The way that this is currently being navigated in most cases is that we're taking the jurisdiction where the law will be enforced or interpreted outside of the continent. But that then naturally puts the African developers on a back foot, because it means they will have to travel to France or to the UK or to Germany or to America to enforce their rights, which is a problem. So one of the things that we need to see at the domestic level is how do we increase that legal certainty? How do we know that if we're going to be doing business on the continent, that those rights are going to be protected? The second one is generally around IP protections, and again, it speaks to the fact that a lot of the countries are not signatories to major international IP protections, and again, that's kind of a government policy issue. And hopefully, what we will see over time is that they will start joining these treaties, because it means then that you have global protection from the jurisdiction that you're trying to operate out of. And then thirdly, it's around censorship, broadly speaking. It's not something that we've seen too much happening, but as kind of games becomes bigger, it becomes kind of low-hanging fruit for moralists. And it kind of speaks to, I think, what everybody says, you know, games aren't a real industry, and games are the reason children are having sex, and games are the reason why there's so much violence. It's all the game's fault. And we've seen it in South Africa, we've certainly seen it in Ghana and Kenya, and I think it's starting to go into other things where government regulators are trying to now kind of enforce moral purity through games. And while we haven't seen anything as extreme as, say, in China, it is something that I think game developers need to be aware of. And they need to be cognizant of what their local governments are doing in terms of what kind of content can be created and what's going to be censored and what isn't. Yeah.
Thank you. My next question will be to Yusuf, who joined us, as I said, from Tunisia. Earlier we were talking about the lack of North African presence, and I'm glad that we had Rami from Egypt, and you have you. And of course, we have all these problems with visas. I also mentioned that if I didn't have other nationality, I wouldn't be able to be here as a Moroccan and Libyan. So that's good to address those questions as well, those obstacles that we have, which what prevents us from connecting as well. So my question to you is, as a co-founder at your studio, what opportunities do you see for North African game developers in the global market? And how can regional collaborations enhance the visibility of African narratives in gaming?
Thank you for this question. So mainly I see that the potential, when we started 6 years ago, and we saw that even without the right infrastructure, even without the right funding, and I really join you, Siddiq, here when we talk about gaming to investors, to the Ministry of Culture, it was seriously, you are doing something for kids, you are doing something that hurt people, but this is changing right now, and we are seeing it at a certain level. I have the chance to be in the Ministry of Culture right now as an expert to run some programs about startups in creative area, and I'm seeing that things are really changing in the mindset, and I guess this is the right potential that we need to dig deeper in it, and to also see how can we see and the right examples to put and the right processes to put in order to ensure this connection and ensure the rise of gaming and games from Africa, based on the culture of Africa. As you said lately, it's not Africa. It's not a country. It's 44. A lot of countries. I don't know exactly 54. The number. 54. And it's the cultural differences are everywhere. I came from Tunisia, and I guess you know how much. It's different.
I mentioned earlier when we had the first talk with Xbox, when they were talking about the inheritance of the forgotten cultures within Africa.
Yes.
And we relate with the Berber and the Mazigs from Libya, Tunisia, Algeria, and Morocco, that we don't see enough content at all about that part of the world, and especially those cultures. So
we worked on a game called Bygone that talks about this, but it talked more about Carthage versus Rome in the Punic War. But we used how all the different cultures that were in Hannibal army, which were Numidians, Berbers, and also Libyans, and they had their own specificity and own strength, and that's what we want to showcase exactly. So I go back to this. We have a lot of history, a lot, and that's maybe our strength, but also our weakness, because we don't identify anywhere, and we are Arabs, Berbers,
you're trying to make the ends
European.
meet at the same time. So.
Yes. But I guess also this is our strength, because we position ourselves. I see Tunisia and more the North African part as a bridge between Africa and Europe, and also with the MENA region, because we position ourselves in a good way with both markets, and we talk with them with the same language. We had the opportunity to be with the ministers of cultures of all the Arab worlds in Tunis last week, and it's kind of changing how we are looking in this industry. I'm not the toxic optimistic, but yes, things are moving in a good way, but it needs us to have this bottom-up force that needs to be, and that's why we are here, and that's why I believe that Africa Games Week, it's a very good example that needs to be everywhere, and also that's why we are here in this panel to talk how can we make these events everywhere in Africa and this bridge everywhere in Africa.
Yes. Well, I totally relate again about the disconnect within Africa. Again, we will go to the European example soon. Because we are like more connected probably, I mean North Africa, more connected maybe to the Arab world and to Europe, but then we're totally disconnected. And that's why these programs, or let's say initiatives like Game Connect, the initiative of Game Connect Africa, it would give this much needed tool to bring people together. So it would be nice and interesting to hear from Odili, that is known from the Spelfabriket, and I want to hear your point of view about hearing all these challenges and struggles, and how can we use your, let's say, your knowledge and expertise in tackling these problems.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I think it's a very broad subject, so I try to go on different aspects of it. I think there's one thing that has been happening in Europe especially is education. And I think on the education side, we have a lot of schools of things happening, and I think that there's something that is easier to adapt than maybe other things, and it's easier to do some connection together, because universities are always very eager actually to cooperate and to have an international view of things. So I think on the educational part, I think it would be interesting to see what's possible, and also not to make the same mistake that maybe we did like 20, 25 years ago, creating only educational programs about making games, but not thinking about selling them and not having the entrepreneurship side of it. So now we are copying that. Now there are programs coming in universities, and Europe is financing big research programs to see how can we teach entrepreneurship within the gaming industry also. And I think this is something that could be started much faster on the African continent actually. And also with connection, of course, with working together. This is, I think, one aspect that is interesting to look at. The other aspect is what we have been seeing is that local networking is absolute key. That creating these really local communities, meetups, and this ecosystem work, if it's a bit of everything. So ecosystem has to be very diverse. It's not only the small developers together, it's you have to have a very good ecosystem. You have to have big developers, small developers, students, companies, tech companies that are interesting in gaming, art companies that are interesting in gaming. And then when you have built all this, then you need the international layer. And this is, so I think we need to be careful about what can be done here, and I think this is all your work about creating this vivid ecosystem locally, and then connecting them, and then that's why we're here, to say, okay, what connections are possible, what kind of layer can we bring to connect to different region, to different market, to different view of seeing things. And I think one thing I really love here is diversity. I think that when I started in the gaming industry a very long time ago, and I can tell you it was not diverse at all, and it's still not in Europe. I mean, maybe we have stories to tell. So I think that's what I like here. It's that diversity is put in directly in front, directly as first, and something that has to happen. So I really love it. I think we can learn a lot from this, by the way. And the last one I want to say also is that I'm really speaking about entrepreneurship because there are no really sustainable business models in the gaming industry. To be sustainable in the gaming industry, you need to move all the time. You need to adapt. And so do not looking, and you need to be very international. So you can be successful locally, but there is always an international layer to it, of whether on the production or on the distribution side. And I think this is something that is that we all need to work on. And the more diverse way of seeing things you have, the more sustainable you can be, because it's all about opportunities. It's all about understanding the future and understanding how the market is evolving, and that you cannot do on your own market. So you cannot do it on a European, on a Germany, French, Spain level, but you cannot do it on a European level. You can only do it on a global level, like Nico speaking about Chinese regulation. There are so many things happening, and these are where the connections are so important, to work together, to understand what does it mean to be sustainable, and to be able to change and adapt rapidly, actually. So.
Well, I totally agree, and as I mentioned, having one foot in Europe and especially in Scandinavia, how important people are still making sure, even under the pandemic, after the pandemic, they're all making sure that they connect and they meet often, let's say in Scandinavia, let's say Sweden and Finland, and they try to keep it together. Although all the obstacles happen, they keep the community. And I think that's something we can learn from, and I wish that we can apply the same stuff here. So thank you so much. Now I have another question too. I just wanted to keep it so I don't forget anyone here. Yes. My next question will be to Joanna, and I would like to know from your role in the gaming industry, how do you think that, how can we expand, how can we like get more women in the game industry to join us, to be like a role model for women out there based on your role?
Mm-hmm. That's a great question, especially considering I'm filling in for Dorothy. I feel like Dorothy is very well known in like the gaming community, and she's actually the person who got me into games, because I saw her chasing her dreams and being like, she's making games, she's talking to people, she's hanging out, and she's being herself just authentically and very vibrantly. And I was like, I want to do that too. How do I do that? So I think just having women being there and being themselves authentically, fully, vibrantly, without any like favoritism, if I can put it that way, where it's like you're putting a woman there because she's a woman and you have a quota to meet of like, we have this many women in our studio. No, women for their skills, because we are skilled, we are able to compete on an international level just the same way men and other people are able to. So giving us those opportunities, taking us seriously, and inviting us to places like this really, really helps, because other women will see that and also be like, I want to do that too. That's what happened to me, and that's what happened to other people that I've met, because there are quite a few women in games that I've met over time who are like, hey, I saw you making games and I also wanted to make games. And I was like, for real? Me? Of all people? So it's just about like giving us the space, giving us the room to talk about what we want to do and how we're going to do it, and taking us seriously. Genuinely, that will help.
Thank you. I would love to see Women in Games Africa take off. And I would love to see more initiatives that are bringing all minorities, actually, and working together and networking and showing up, like you said, being invited to places, being on panels, hosting, and all that helps being a role model. So I have a question for Siddiq again. Sorry. No, sorry, for Safwat. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Don't worry, both from Côte d'Ivoire, it's fine.
So 1 year from now, what would you like your Games Connect Africa to have achieved, if you would have a prediction?
So I want to just go back a little bit, because we are just launching, and what do we actually want to do with Games Connect Africa? The idea behind it is that we want to support people that are basically behind the scenes. We want to support people that are organizing festivals, that are organizing meetups. In some spaces, it's just meetups that are available. We want to look at people that are organizing game jams. Those are the people that we are targeting. Those are the places we want to go to. And that ideally should be in the whole continent. I don't know if you're noticing, this panel has representation from north, south, east, west, because we want that to reflect our work. So the idea for next year, the entire year, is to work on different initiatives, go to festivals with the people on ground, but also bring people from other parts of the continent. We're doing that. You ask yourself, these things are happening in some little way already. At the Goethe Institute, one thing we noticed, and which is why we decided that we need to change our approach, is that sometimes we would do events like this. We would bring people together from the continent, and then when we are ready to showcase the work, we go to Germany. And at this point, where we are at the Goethe Institute, and also what where gaming is at on the continent, the work deserves to be shown on the continent. But But you can only do that when you have things available for people, when you have grants available for people to go to certain places, when you're able to help them with the visa process as well. So we want to strengthen the community. We want to talk to the people on ground and go to different places. We want to support game jams. I know yesterday someone put this stop game jams, but I'm hoping that it's something like a Pan-African game jam is something that can entice the person. I met someone here yesterday, he's actually here, that said he attended a program at the Goethe Institute some years back in Senegal, and after that he decided to create his own studio, which is the first one in Senegal. So these are things that we hope is going to come out of what we are doing. I'm hoping that with Spielfabrik, for example, the mentoring program they're doing, which is already very successful, because we know that we cannot isolate people from saying, oh, we just want to do things on the continent. There's a lot of things happening outside of the continent, and people want recognition as well. So we are hoping that those kind of things will also be able to like bridge a gap to bring people closer to each other. So what do we want to achieve in 1 year? We're hoping that we'll be able to attend major festivals, not just us, not just the Goethe Institute, but the people that are actually doing the work. Because I think there are a lot of people that we wish they were here right now, but aren't here. So we're hoping for that. We hope that we'll get a lot more support from people that just also want to join us and say they think Games Connect Africa is a cool thing. I hope that maybe also the Goethe Institute can just pull aside a bit and you have major people from the industry that say, this is such a cool thing, we want to actually take the initiative, because that's really the way to move these things forward.
Thank you. Well, from my side, I told Nick that I would love to see an African group delegation in Nordic Game next year. So I'll do my best with giving the resources and the connections I have in Sweden. I'm doing my best to form that, and hopefully we'll see many of you there. Even in speaking, even as speakers, we sometimes need speakers that come from different places. We have the same faces, so it's always good to have and hear more stories. We have so many untold stories that we have to bring to the world. And I will finalize now. I think my last question here is to Nick. And how can gaming festivals like Africa Game Week help enhance and direct the game industry in Africa?
So I think from an event organizer's perspective, I think it's important to be very intentional around what your event is. So Africa Games Week, as an example, has a very specific mandate, a very specific purpose. We're not trying to be a South African event for South African developers. We see ourselves as kind of the connective tissue between Africa as a region and the rest of the world, and and it spawned from. I used to organize trade delegations. I took 20 South African studios every year to GDC and to Gamescom and to Paris Games Week, and the impact that had on our local ecosystem was so profound. Some of the biggest studios that we've got in our ecosystem benefited from that exposure. And then when we were unable to do it because the funding for that got cut, we were kind of like, well, if we can't get our developers to the world needs to come to us. I mean, we've already heard, we've got plenty of examples of major deals, jobs that have been created because of that connective tissue, right? And so I think that's, that shows the example. By able to bring people in together, you're able to create opportunity. What we need to see more of, and so like Fasia is a great example of this, is that now we need regional events, because it's kind of like a pyramid, right? Is that we need stuff for West Africa, we need something for East Africa, we need something for South Africa that's not Africa Games Week, and we've got Playtopia, we've got Rage, we've got Comic-Con that kind of fill that need for us. For your local ecosystem to support, because then that can kind of bubble up to kind of the rest of the connections too, because that aspect of community is so important, especially in underdeveloped ecosystems, because often what we find is that if you don't have kind of a strong, cohesive, invisible community, people are operating as islands. They think they're the only ones doing it. And it is only through kind of that network effect and the connectivity and that being able to share are you able to really kind of enhance and kind of speed up your ecosystem development. And that's the role that events like this have. I mean, I'm just trying to think, I'm going to speak out of turn, but like Nathan, he came to Africa Games Week about 5 years ago. He was one of our original things. He I'd like to think that he got his job at Apple because of Africa Games Week, right? We've had a number of publishing deals and investment happen into the continent because of Africa Games Week. And that just shows you that ability and that power. So it has a hugely beneficial impact. And what we need to do now is bring it down to the more localized level. And that's what I'm hoping with the Game Connect partnership, right, is that that's going to encourage that and to enable that to happen. All 54 countries need their own game events for their own communities that we can then bubble up so we have true continental representation. Because also the needs will be different, right?
I would love to see how in Africa Game Week in the future that we have delegations from these regions. It would be great to have group delegations from, let's say, combining, like you said, the East, the West, and then bringing people together that way. It would be great.
Exactly. If you look at go to Gamescom, right, and you have the country pavilions, right? You have Turkey and you have England, you have the Uki stand, they've got regional representation that we're missing, and part of the reason we're missing it is because we don't have strong community bases to be the vehicle for that. And so that's what we kind of need to subscribe and build to now, is how do we create these regional communities, starting at the country level, and then going up to regional level, and then kind of continental.
This was supposed to be the last question, but then some, yes?
Yes, so just maybe to add on this, I think there's it's all about complementarity, actually.
Yeah.
It's not about competing internationally also, it's about complementarity. And especially in the indie world, we are competing also with the very big studios. They have huge team, they have all the resources internally. And if you start to meet and to make projects together, so that's why we are so much going on co-production, of having studios meet from different regions with different skill set. So then you're stronger, together you're stronger. That's a very cheesy way of seeing it, but this is what we are trying to do actually. It's really like be complementary and having all these very special events or every special support so that it's getting stronger together.
So I have a question, last question from my side this now, because I said that Nick would be the last one, but this one popped into my head. So if I happen to meet people from other regions within the African continent, and they would want to join the Game Connect project, how can they apply? Where would they find information? How can we connect together?
Yeah, so the idea is that hopefully from like the beginning of the year, we will have different phases of call for application where people can apply, for example, for grants to go to festivals, maybe like just also for their own ideas. So these things will happen in different phases. And hopefully also we're hoping that we'll get things sorted and also we'll be able to launch a program with Spielfabrik. So all of that will be in different phases, communicated to all the major festivals, to all the different channels that are available for people to know about this project.
So is there already channels? Because I was wondering if there's a Discord, if there's like, what are the channels that people could like go in and connect even socially within the internet or?
Right now, because we're just about to launch, we haven't released anything. This is literally the first time we're talking about Games Connect Africa
this is
anywhere.
Premiere.
This is the first time. This is the launch of the project. Exclusive. And then we're going to kick off stuff next year.
Great.
Yeah.
Just make sure to reach out to me to spread the
Absolutely.
word. It's the word to the world.
Yeah.
So, so anyone wants to add anything before we wrap up? Because then I'm going to ask for questions. So, any information?
Can I add something? Yes. Yeah, so how I got into games was through just the Malio Games Bootcamp. I'm sure you guys have all heard of it, especially during Hugo's talk yesterday. And I just saw it randomly and I was like, I'm going to apply for that and try it. And somehow I found myself here at Africa Games Week 1.5 years later. So communities like this that connect people across the continent, regardless of like their skill level, where they're from, what they're doing, they're very, very important because I'll learn something here that I wouldn't have learned when I was back in Kenya. And I'll take that home and I'll share it with the people who are back there. And they'll take it and they'll implement it and they'll come back and they'll have new ideas. So it's kind of like a giant ecosystem of people together, working together to get stronger. I know the cliche saying of like Ubuntu, stronger together and everything, but it genuinely works and it's genuinely helpful. Yeah.
I totally agree. Anyone wants to add anything? No?
I might be cheeky and say something spicy. So it goes back to and this is kind of more of an appeal to the international audience, and it goes to your woman in gaming point. Africa Games Week has never had a diversity panel, and we never will. because the best way to represent diversity and to encourage people to do it is to get the diverse population to speak on whatever they're experts on. So Kate wasn't here to speak around getting women in games. She was here because she's a geographer and she's an expert on culture. And that's how and so what I often see when we go to things like Gamescom, if I think about the panels that I've been involved on, it's always been about, oh, Africa. And it's like, yeah, that's fine, but all it does is it doesn't really get to show what we're capable of. And so if you are designing your own conference, if you are doing these kind of events and you are going to invite Africans, get them to speak on what they are experts on and not just their Africanness, would be my kind of thing.
Which is I relate totally to that in Sweden, because when I apply to stuff, when I say that I'm North African, working in the game industry since 2012, they get a shock, and just that have been like a title that is like we haven't been seeing women from Africa, and especially living here working in game industry, until they get to meet me, and then they see the whole different. Then they get to know, oh no, wait a minute, she's been working with the localizations and UI and animation and all that. So it's not just the African, so I like that last point that you added right there.
And maybe to add on that, I think one of the key things as well, considering the topic, is the idea of knowing each other, knowing what everybody's doing, especially in the African context. There's great talents, people doing great things in different countries, and it's important to start realizing and knowing who they are, connecting with them, interacting with them, learning from them, and I think this this topic around like connecting, building bridges is important from a community level all the way up to being able to use it as a way to do deals or to make partnerships. So I think it's very an important point.
And yes.
Sorry, I just want to add this question. I don't know if we have a survey after this, because from the Nordic game perspective, I worked with Nordic game before, and there was the survey helped us also shuffle and know the audience. Who do we have more artists who are participating? Do we have more developers? So the survey helps so much shape, know who we have, get statistics, and at the same time, how are we going to plan further from here to change the numbers that we have. So, yes, so you can...
just to add on Siddiq, I think it's also about, nobody's waiting for us, for African people to come and to, it's a very competitive market. So I think it's about knowing of your strengths and just going and just being there. And this you can do only if you all know exactly what you want to offer, as you were saying, your target group, this is marketing more or less also. So that's, nobody's waiting. And we see when we speak about it, then people are getting interested, but you need to awake this interest first. Yes.
Well, that's how you get respect from governments. Anyway, the more you make noise, the more you get people to notice what you're doing. So it's a very important aspect. So I think we are done here, and I was thinking to ask the audience if they have any questions for the panelists. Any questions?
Hello, thank you. I'm Temi from the Goethe Institute office in Johannesburg. Not necessarily a question, but I just want to add a little bit more information. I think Hind, you mentioned something very important as well, like around tool surveys and things like that. For this panel to come together, and actually for the projects as well to be conceptualized, the Goethe Institute has been active in the industry for over 10 years, right? So game development, a lot of studios, a lot of festivals exist, not only in South Africa, across the region and across the world because of the work that has been done. So we have mappings that have been done. We have commissioned a few mappings and study of game studios, festivals around the world. This project that you see now coming is a culmination of all the work we've done. Projects in South Africa about 4 years ago, where we took a few, quite a lot of studios, developers to Gamescom. We've done a lot of work. So this is something that's a culmination of over quite a lot of work for years of coming together. Of course, information, most of the studies are already outdated. We are planning to making more studies as well, getting more up-to-date information, because of course the industry is very dynamic. So that's the first part. And then in terms of connection, I just want to be quick as well. You can see me around here, and if you want to have a chat about exactly how it's going to work out, we are very open to possible partnerships, and people want to see join this program. from across all different fields and countries. And so you can talk to me, either me, or you can, if you see Safarat as well, I can share my email and we can chat about that. But the website is going to be up soon, and channels, like I said, we want to do it and build communities and don't have a central point for this project, for so to speak. So it should be coming from the different parts. That's why we have, well, all the parts of Africa basically in this panel, because they should run their community-based projects from their region. So it's more because they know the needs of their communities instead of having one central point. But any of us, even on the panel or myself, can reach out. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for helping us with even shaping up in the beginning with all the informations and everything. So I hope we delivered. I hope the audience enjoyed the panel. And yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So now we have the lunch break, right? So everyone can go have their lunch, have a break, and then come back. So maybe Menzi wants to add something.
Afternoon, guys. How's everyone doing? Hope you guys enjoyed the lunch. Just by a quick show of hands, who's coming to the Xbox party? Okay. All right, can you just do me a quick solid and start moving a bit forward so we can fill the spaces as more people coming in? I know that you've all settled, but yeah, just quick solid, just a small one. Right, we've got the session about to start in a few seconds. I'd like to call up Temi, all the way from Xbox. He'll be presenting our first workshop. We've got 3 parts to the workshop. So Temi will start. After Temi, we'll then be followed by James, and then lastly we'll close with Dean. And for those who haven't seen the documentary, we'll still play it again. So do enjoy that. And if you have any questions, please just make sure that you interact with the guys. This is supposed to be an engaging session. We're trying to keep it as interactive as possible. So please be part of the conversation as I hand over to Temi. Temi, please give him a hand.
Hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. How are you all doing? Okay. Some of you know me. I know a lot of you, but not all of you. My name is Temi Afolabi. I am the Global Expansion Team Lead for Africa at Xbox. And I'm here to tell you about our team, the work we've done on the continent so far, and how you can bring your games to Xbox as well. I'll go into some stories about games that have already been released, some games that are in production, and some of the events we host and support, such as this one. So, the Global Expansion Team. James and I took a nice photo yesterday, so I thought I'd throw it in. The Global Expansion Team is now 3 years old. I actually remember when I started this role in February 2022. I think Africa Games Week was moved to February that year. And I was 2 weeks into the job, and they were like, oh yeah, you're going to South Africa for Africa Games Week. And I was like, to talk about what? I barely know what I'm doing here. But it was the best thing I ever did, honestly. I met so many cool people here, some old friends in the back as well. And my background was actually in law and finance. So when I first started, I felt a bit like an outsider in this industry, like, oh my God, everyone's so creative, they're so technical, they know what they're doing. And I'm here like, I play FIFA and Call of Duty and I don't know, type thing. But no, it was great to be immersed with so much talent, enthusiasm. And I immediately felt like, damn, what a great industry to be in. I've been doing the wrong things my whole life. So yeah, it's really great to be back here and see you guys and again, be surrounded by so much talent. So 3 years ago, why did we start? The idea behind this team initially was to go into markets where we feel we don't get a lot of content coming from. So a lot of the games a lot of people play are made in North America, Europe, a good number in Asia as well. And we feel like they're great developers and there's great talent all over the world. How can we go into these regions and support them, find out what's going on? Why can't they release
games for our platforms, and how many of those gaps can we sort of plug. So as many of you know, when I first started, in fact now, Africa is primarily a mobile market. It's a heavy PC market as well, depending on the data you read. It's pretty close between those two. And console was quite a long way behind. For reasons that would be familiar to a lot of people here, a lot of devs think, well, how many consoles are even sold in my country? Is this the right platform to be developing for? It takes 18 months, 2 years. Some people here have been working on games for 3, 4 years, and a lot of people on the continent just can't dedicate that much time to a project if they're not seeing returns in real time. So these were some of the challenges that we were hoping that we'd, have someone on the ground to sort of speak to these people, find who we can help, how we can help, and sort of give our resources out more freely. So how do we do that? And I will show you, we've got 3 sort of pillars. The first one is to educate and engage. And that's by coming to events such as this. So meeting developers, engaging with them, finding out what the situation is. As you know, events are even more important in my role because Africa is so big. I can't visit all the countries in Africa in a year. So whenever there's an event where I can meet different people from different African countries and different regions, it's always a pleasure to be there and to learn more so that we can help more. So when I say educate there, I mean educate about Xbox, about coming to our sort of, coming into our ecosystem. How do you become a partner? How do you pitch your game? How are you most likely to be successful? I mentioned there, so we have Xbox Discovery Day like this. We sponsored a whole bunch of events over the last 3 years, and we've had a few Game Camp Africas. Anyone here ever attended Game Camp? Okay, great, yeah, exactly. So we've had a couple of those as well. And then we connect and represent. So we're here, we connect with developers, we find out what they're passionate about, what they're working on, collate all that feedback, so all the one-on-ones we're gonna have here, record all that information, and then go internally and represent. And that's a role I take very seriously because internally, a lot of people, a lot of our team is not based in Africa. A lot of them have never been to Africa. So a lot of what's going on here is unique, and there are a lot of assumptions that people can make if there isn't someone here. Because even I in Nigeria can make, I'm based in Nigeria, but what happens in Nigeria is very different from what happens in South Africa. The challenges you face making a game in Nigeria and South Africa, in Kenya and Uganda, they're all different. So it's sort of my job when I bring a developer or a title internally and be like, okay, they need this, which you might not be used to providing because they have this specific challenge in their locale. And then lastly, why we're here, to partner and publish. So again, find cool games, cool teams, competent teams that we feel can deliver. Teams, usually the teams we support are teams that are already doing a lot by themselves. So it's easy to sort of be like, oh wow, they're gonna do this anyway. We should probably help them as much as we can. And we do that by evangelizing our programs such as ID at Xbox, which James is gonna tell you about, as well as DAP, which is a program by which we fund developers on the continent. So far, we have connected with over 100 African and Middle Eastern developers, and by this I mean we've spoken to them, we've seen what they're working on, we've received pitches for them, a lot of them have, and we've had over 100 applications as well, so that's people sending their games in to our ID at Xbox team, content review, and all that. We have funded numerous games via DAP. Currently, in the DAP program, we have partners from South Africa, Nigeria, Cameroon, Tunisia, who am I forgetting? Kenya, about 7 countries on the continent. So we're really proud of that. And just this calendar year alone, we've seen 4 games released on Xbox. And I'll tell you more about those moving forward. These are just some stats. That was Africa Comicade in Lagos, where I had a really proud but also embarrassing moment where they presented me with a picture of myself with an Xbox t-shirt. It was fun, but yes. It's in my room. I'm looking for the perfect spot for it. I'm a little upset about the hairline. I think my hairline is slightly healthier than that, but He couldn't see it either. And then I thought I'd tell you about some of the games released. So there's 9 Noir Lives from a team in South Africa, Silver Node, that released in April this year. Round of applause to them, please. There's Orion, thank you. Orion, Legacy of the Kori Orden, which is from a team in Cameroon. I'm sure some of you know Olivier Madiba. That's his baby. Met him here as well, actually. So Africa Games Week is a good place to be for if you're an up-and-coming developer. And then we have Sainthood, released by a Nigerian developer who's currently based in Canada. That was released just last month. We've got Stasis Bone Totem earlier this year as well. And then we've got Desktop Dungeons from July. Is Danny here? No, there we go. That was released in July. And we've got many more in the pipeline, and hopefully there's a spot there when I come here next year. Maybe one of you will have a game on this slide as well. And just some more games that we have currently in development. Metavoidal, hey, shout out to you guys. Great game, we're looking forward to that. We've got Nightscape, that's actually from a team in Qatar, but the visuals are so good I thought I'd just have to show you guys. So yeah, I think we've been, over the last couple of years, I would say we've seen a marked jump in the quality of pitches and games we're getting, which we're really proud of. And I think the message there is really when people see success, they're inspired to do better, to up their game. And so between 3 years ago and now, I think the jump has been significant, and we acknowledge that internally as well. I thought I'd just show off some pictures of some events over the years. Some of our partners, you might recognize some of them. So these events are Discovery Days, Africa Games Week, and then the 3 pictures in the bottom row are from our quarterly developer hangout series, which we usually have in Lagos, but we're trying to make those virtual now so more people can attend. And what we do is every quarter we bring professionals in from either gaming or gaming adjacent industries. Sometimes it's even like a lawyer to come and talk about IP. Sometimes it's people in the AI space to come and talk about the products they have for our developers. And the idea of it is really get our developers in the room as often as possible, talking to each other, sort of, self-policing, helping each other out, giving each other opportunities and jobs. The picture at the bottom in the middle is the Minister of Arts and Culture in Nigeria. So she came over once as a show of support to the industry, to hear what was happening, and also talk more about how her ministry and the government could support the creative industries, specifically gaming. Some more cool pictures. And then this is a developer's voice. So this is Olivier. He is talking about his relationship with Xbox, how he was able to release his game. And it was really cool because he got a Forbes Africa article upon signing. So very proud of him and proud of the release as well. So that game is currently out. Would love if you guys supported the other African games on the Xbox store. I think the next step for us is also making sure these games go far and wide, right? It's not enough to just release a game. It doesn't matter how good your game is if people don't know it's out. And we also talk to people about when they focus on their markets, the point of coming to Xbox is not to sell your game in your country. The point is to take advantage of the global distribution channels we have. And we try and get creative about our ways of support. So for instance, we have articles, we have the documentary, which we're going to show later. We try and also introduce our developers to other bodies, like it could be festivals, it could be Tribeca, it could be IGDA, so on and so forth. Try and make sure that African games remain front and center of these events. And yeah, we're very proud of the work done so far. I know you guys would be curious about how you can get involved, how you can apply into the programs, how you can receive funding for your games. So we have the ID at Xbox program, which James is going to speak to shortly, and that's for independent developers to come to Xbox. So usually when people speak to me, that's the first step. And then we start that journey. And what I also tell people is our support is a lot more than just funding your game. So, I mean, best case scenario, everyone wants to check. I want to check too. But also it's access to experts, people with a lot of experience in this industry, experience across fields that sometimes you're not even thinking of. It could be cloud development, it could be marketing advice, and so on and so forth. So I think there's a lot of benefit to just applying into the program and having your game certified to be released. And so I would encourage everyone to apply for that program. And James will come and speak to it in a little more detail shortly. But if you guys have any specific questions for me and my team, please go ahead. No? James?
Oh, right. Thank you, Temi. Can y'all hear me all right? Excellent. All right, so I think, am I supposed to grab a clicker from you? Oh, wow, this is a slide y'all have to look at? I'm sorry. We'll leave it up there for a sec. No, we'll transition it. I'm James Lewis. This is my second year being invited to speak at this conference. So apparently I didn't mess it up too bad last year. That I'm invited back, so I appreciate the invitation to come back. It is really an honor to be able to come out. I so enjoy being able to work with Temi and the awesome work that his team is doing, and so I appreciate you all having us out here just to talk about some of the work that we're doing. Coming out and being, like, this is my third trip to the continent, and so it means a lot to me whenever I'm able to be here. Such a beautiful country. The people are even more beautiful, so it's just great to be here. And when I'm at a conference just talking about gaming in general, I'm just reminded, I just love the conversations that I've been having with people, yesterday and today, because we've just been celebrating games. And I feel like we all love games. I particularly love games just because they allow just opportunities for us to explore. And by the way, I'm seeing the monitor here, which is great, thank you. I don't know if there's any chance of getting my note slide on this one, or maybe I can grab my laptop out of my bag. Out back if not. But part of the reason I love games because they allow us the ability to explore, to put ourselves in someone else's shoes, to try out new things. And I think a lot of us can appreciate that. But then there's also this sense of you can get it wrong. You can mess up. You can fail. And when you fail, you can try again. You can load a save game. There's actually games that have mechanics built into them that are in support of failure, like games that expect you to fail. When we talk about games like survival games or like roguelites, these are games that have mechanics directly built in that are around your failure. And then your ability to actually come back and say, okay, well, I failed this time, let me restart. But when you restart, you don't start from zero, no. You have experience that you've gained. Maybe you have new abilities because of that experience that you've gained. Either way, you're finding a way to fail forward. So you're actually coming in with more than you had the previous time, which is a cool scenario. We love trying that out, which I think is why this is a popular mechanic right now. Being able to start fresh with taking on those experiences, taking on those new abilities. So next time when you go into that dungeon, it's not like the first time. You're taking those new experiences. But for those in the room that develop video games, you know that in game development, there are no save games. In game development, you can't just restart instantly. The concept of failing forward, failing upward, is not something that exists in game development. So I think that aspect of is really what I want to focus on today, because while game development, there are no save games, the risks are real, there are real challenges in the dungeon that is game development. When we talk about things like network gaps, not having exposure to the right networks to help get ideas off the ground. When we talk about not being able to link with people that can help you get those ideas funded. When we talk about information gaps around things like legal, around things like distribution, marketing. These are all gaps that can be problematic and challenging, especially for new developers. So in this dungeon of game development, you actually only get to face these battles if you've overcome that battle at the beginning of the dungeon, which is funding. Funding is hard across the industry right now. That's not a surprise to anybody in this room. I know developers that have been doing this for 20 plus years, and they still are having a hard time getting their ideas funded. So these are all the hurdles that are facing game developers. And by the way, if you fail at any of these, like I said, you can't load a save game, you can't restart. Instead, the consequences are real. So what are you now facing? For some studios, that means their idea will never get out there. Their game will never reach the audience that would have most appreciated that content. For other studios, it may mean that they have to close their doors or lay off people. Either way, it's a dream deferred. I'm here today because I want to talk to you, and I think you all are here today because you actually recognize there's a light on the other side of that dungeon. A light that represents your game reaching the audience that is excited to play it. Your game, your studio reaching a position and a place of sustainability so that you can go on to face that next dungeon and build that next game. Your game being globally relevant and locally resonant. Those are the reasons that we get into this. And so I want you to know that you're not on this journey alone. Again, my name is James Lewis, and I'm the director of the ID at Xbox Developer Acceleration Program. Part of my goal today is to lay out what I think is the journey for you self-publishing your game and for you to also realize the tools and the resources that are available for you to do so. But who am I? I'm this slide. I'm somebody who been at Xbox for 12 years. I keep using this slide because I like round numbers, and I'll update this again at 20 years, and it'll have more pictures from this week and all this other stuff. I told that same joke last year, and no one laughed then either, so we're going to keep it going. But really, I've worked with studios around the world. I've been inspired by the teams that I've worked with. I've seen them go on to create some of the most amazing games that I've ever experienced. These have been, large studios, small studios, and all of them have been people who have been passionate about pursuing their dream, entering that dungeon and going on that journey. And so I've been inspired by each of them. So having the opportunity to share some of the things that I've learned from working with them, with you all today is one of the reasons I'm here. There's a business reason that I'm here. It's because if we are going to reach more people, more gamers, more players, we need to empower developers who are uniquely positioned to provide games that speak to those audiences. So it makes sense for us to be here. We know that there's a large player base on the continent. We know that there are more gamers for us to reach. So why wouldn't we go to a place where we know we can empower more developers? So this is a strong business reason why we need to be here. One experience that I feel like I've had over the last 10, 12 years with Xbox was helping an independent developer. They were actually all in on their game idea. Like they invested heavily from their own resources. They put in their own time, their own effort, and I had to work with this team. I had the pleasure of working with this team to help them announce their title. Actually, we announced it, but everybody was like, when is this game actually going to ship? Because they hadn't heard from us in such a long time. And so there was a moment on one of the biggest stages in gaming called E3 where we're going to actually provide an update for this title. And so I want to quickly share, this is me in the rafters of E3 recording when we actually announced the ship date for a title by Studio MDHR for a game called Cuphead. So I just want to share this for a second. So, all right, even today, that moment gives me goosebumps because that moment represented a studio having their game be revealed or the pre-order for the game be revealed in such a way that fans were excited for it. And when you realize the investment that went in from that team, like the fact that they had, they were working as a family and multiple people investing in this title, and for them to see this game have success in that way, that meant a lot to me for them to go on and have that success. So thanks for bearing with me and watching that.
And then since then, I've been working with a number of teams across, Xbox and throughout this industry. So here's just some of the partners that I've had the pleasure of working with in some capacity. So you can see it's games large and small, studios large and small, but it's all about how can we help them maximize their opportunity with Xbox? How can we help remove barriers for them to actually get their games in front of the people who are most excited for it? And then another reason I'm here is on a more personal level. This is me as a baby. Oh my goodness. Every time I see this picture, I'm like, why did I put this in the deck? Like, you had a choice to leave this out, but instead you, the reality is that I was born in a very small town in the state of Louisiana. I was born to a single mother who raised me by herself. And despite the challenges that she faced, she went on to get her master's in computer science. And I saw her thrive and become somebody who really inspires me. And that inspiration, that role model that I had is part of the reason why I'm here today. I feel like I stand on her shoulders. And so any opportunity that I have to give back and to share what I know with other people is something that's deeply valuable to me. So that's the personal reason of why I'm here. Well, thank you. Yeah, I will let her know you clap for her. By the way, I asked her, I was like, Mom, I'm going to be speaking to the good people of Cape Town. Can I have a picture of us together? She's like, boy, you ain't put no picture of me in front of all those people. So that's why you're just looking at me here and not my mom as well. But today we're going to be talking again. It's not about me, but it's about your journey. It's about you all who have a game, a vision, something that you're trying to get in front of the most people. So I want to equip you with the information to describe what that journey looks like of self-publishing your game on Xbox. And then I want to walk you through the steps and make sure that you understand the resources and opportunities that are available to you through the Developer Acceleration Program. Nothing I say today is imbued with magic, so there's no secret formula or recipe. But if you apply the things that you're learning today with just persistence and hard work, I'm sure that you can also be successful in this journey. So we're going to dive in. So to start at the top of this journey starts with Xbox and our mission, which is to bring the joy and community of gaming to everyone on the planet. Everyone on the planet. We want people to play the games they want, with the people they want, anywhere they want. So we talk about everyone and anywhere. At the core of us achieving this, we have to work with more developers. Developers are at the center of us actually being able to achieve our goals here. So you see why it's critical for our mission, for the work that we're doing, that we're empowering more developers. And the key way that we do that is through the ID at Xbox, Developer Acceleration, I'm jumping ahead. That's my program. The key way that we do that is through ID at Xbox. ID at Xbox, as you can see here, enables qualified game creators to unleash their creativity by self-publishing digital games on Xbox platforms. This is the way that we empower developers. So no longer do you have to go through and find a publisher and hope that they like your game and try to, get that deal in place. But there are direct paths for developers to bring their own games and then to have all of the challenges and the success that goes along with that. And that's what this program is about. This program has been around for 11 years. I think last year when we talked about it, we had just hit kind of a 10-year mark, and we shared a documentary and some of the stuff that was going on there. Now we're at 11 years, and we're continuing to do this work. So ID at Xbox continues to fund or partner with developers around the world. We have more than 3,500 titles in active development. We work with partners in more than 147 countries. Our partners have earned more than $4 billion in royalties. So this represents actual revenue streams and businesses for a lot of our partners. So we're going to continue doing this work with ID at Xbox, but I just wanted to give you a sense for where we've been so you know that, hey, this is not a new thing we're doing. With that said, we're constantly evolving. We're constantly learning. We're constantly trying to get better. We're finding more ways that we can engage with our developers. We're finding more ways that we can make sure that they are front and center in our ecosystem, and we're advocating for them internally as well. And so now you're like, hey, this sounds great, James, but what's the process? Like, how do I get involved? So I want you to imagine this. So you've worked hard. You had a game concept. You found some people who were willing to go on that journey of making that game with you. You've created, you know, a build, a prototype. You've found a way to maybe get some funding so you can continue working on it. And now you have this thing, you're like, hey, I want to get it out to more people. I want to get it out to a global console market. I want to get it out to players on Xbox. Then you come talk to us. The first step in that process is registration. So signing up, starting the conversation. Let us know who you are. Sign up. If you don't have a company that's formed right away, you can sign up as a sole proprietor. Just start the conversation with us. That's also going to trigger a non-disclosure agreement so that we can freely talk about your game without you feeling like, hey, if you see something similar down the road that maybe, you know, we stole an idea. Like, we want to make sure that we can share with you directly all of the things that we're doing. So that's why it's important for us to get that non-disclosure agreement in place. And that's all part of registration. So now we're talking. The next step is you have the ability to submit your game. So this is our concept approval step. So when you submit your game to ID at Xbox, this is your chance for you to tell us what, you know, everything about your game. Let us know what's special about it. If you have assets, share those assets. You know, it could be, I mean, ideally it's a build, but maybe it's a gameplay video, maybe it's concept art, whatever you have, help us understand what your vision is for your game. Bring us along for that journey. And then our team is going to evaluate all of those submissions. We look at them on a weekly basis, and we're always evaluating to figure out, hey, what are the games that are the best fit for Xbox? We want to make sure that we're bringing in awesome content and that we're working with some amazing developers. And so we're always looking for more content to bring in. And so that's the concept approval phase. And once your concept has been approved, you will get a bunch of documentation and agreements saying, hey, you can now ship the game on Xbox. And now you're just off to development. You're working on your game. You're implementing, you know, when you get to the point of actually implementing live features, you're putting in things like achievements. And then once you've gone through that process, and by the way, we're here for that part of the journey too. So if you ever have questions or there's documentations, we have tools, we have team members who are willing to join you on that part of the journey to help ensure that you understand what's required. And then when you've done all of that, it's time for certification, which for a lot of new teams can sound daunting. Like, hey, now my game has to get reviewed. We have to make sure that it works, it's functional, it has all these achievements and all the other things that they talked about. But we're here for that part of the journey too. So we're going to work with you to ensure that you know what certification is like. There are teams out there that have gone through this experience that are willing to share their journey. So we want to make sure that, you know, even if maybe you don't pass the first time, that's okay. You can resubmit, you know, there's no charge for that. And so we want to make those steps very clear for the teams that we're working with. And then it's just a matter of releasing the game. Like, this is the easiest I can kind of break this process down. Obviously, there's a lot of steps and work involved in each of these steps. But when you make it to that release point, now we're actually wanting to engage and understand, hey, what is your timing? Temi alluded to this earlier in his talk when we talk about we have friends and connections across marketing, PR, social, who are looking for the stories, who are looking for opportunities for us to celebrate more games and to celebrate the developers who are making those games. So we're always looking for opportunities to understand, hey, what is your release cadence? And if you have flexibility enough for us to say, you know what, I wouldn't release on that date. We can't tell you why, but I would avoid that date, and instead, I would pivot to this date. For some teams, they might have the flexibility of kind of pivoting before they announce a date. For others, they might need to release the day they pass cert, you know, and I understand that as well. But if you are flexible, engage in a conversation with us so that we can help maximize that release and help ensure that there is some bit of additional excitement and exposure that goes along with it. So that essentially is the journey of shipping a game on Xbox. But as we mentioned earlier, there are monsters in this dungeon. You know, but the good news is that you don't have to go about this journey alone. Shout out to QCF Design. I think I saw some hands in the room. Yes, welcome. You're not alone on this journey. So now I'm actually going to pivot and start talking about the ID at Xbox Developer Acceleration Program, because this is the tool that you can equip, and if you apply for this program, that you can actually start to work with that could help you on this path. All right, so ID at Xbox Developer Acceleration Program, our mission is to empower underrepresented creators with the information and resources needed to bring their games to Xbox. And when I say underrepresented creators, for me, I'm talking about a list that includes but is not limited to black developers, members of the LGBTQIA plus community, women, developers with disabilities, developers from the Latinx community, or developers from parts of the world that are underrepresented from a game development standpoint. So developers in Southeast Asia, India, here in Africa. It's important that we're creating space and opportunities for these developers to join the ranks of the other developers that are already shipped on our program, because it's key to us reaching more developers. We actually announced the ID at Xbox Developer Acceleration Program back in 2023, I believe it was, at GDC. And since then, we've spoken with developers around the world. We've met with some amazing teams. We've shared the vision for what we're trying to do. We've partnered with over 150 studios. We've seen more than 60 titles shipped. And these titles have been some of the most diverse and unique games that I've seen on Xbox. And we're not slowing down. We're continuing to do this work. The primary ways that we help developers, these are the 3 I's that I will share. And if I've spoken with you, if we've had a sideway conversation, or if we're going to have a meeting later, I'll probably revisit these 3 I's. The first one being investment. Investment essentially this is the way that we help developers offset the cost of porting their games to Xbox. Because when developers are putting every dollar they have into making the best game they can, then I want us to really just help them to not have to focus on the porting costs and instead focus on polish, marketing, the things that are going to help their title be even more successful. Second pillar here, and we're going to go through all these in depth, is information. This pillar is around ensuring that there's a quote that stands out in my mind, that if you don't intentionally include, you will unintentionally exclude. So being very intentional with the information that we are sharing to make sure that new developers are not at a disadvantage because of their lack of experience shipping on Xbox. We want to ensure that any new developer that is coming to the platform, they understand game life cycle and all the tools and best practices needed to be successful. And then the third aspect of our program is incubation. And so this is our prototype initiative. And so I'll dive a bit more into each of these here in a moment. But just starting off with investment. Again, for us, this is again about offering non-recoupable funding. Non-recoupable funding. Hey, all right, okay. I just gotta say it twice, and then we get the reaction. But that's what it's about. It's to ensure that teams have the resources that they need to be able to port their games to the platform. So again, when you get the funding, now you can actually think about, hey, how you go about porting is completely up to you. Do you do it all in-house? Do you hire someone? That's completely your call. But we want to help offset that cost. So again, the developers can focus on polishing their game. They can focus on marketing their game. They can focus on doing the things that are important for their title. The requirements here, yeah, we like to see games that are 6 to 18 months to release. This is not a hard rule, but I think this also just is an indicator of, will this game see the light of day? We want to make sure that if we're coming in to help with that porting effort, that these are titles that will actually be able to ship. There are some times where titles may come through and we may say, hey, you know what, it might be a bit early right now, but come talk to us later. And when we say that, we mean it. Like, that's not it's not just something that we throw out there. So that's ideally we're looking for 6 to 18 months. The main term that we have, because we're not looking for exclusivity, we're not looking for equity, we're not looking for any of this in exchange for this funding. But we do require that the titles that are coming through the program sim ship on Xbox as well as other console platforms. So our terms are very light. I used to be on our first party BD team, and the agreements there are 40 plus pages, but we're talking about a 5-page agreement because the terms of this are really geared towards helping emerging new independent developers who are shipping on Xbox. Again, marketing alignment is always important to us. If we can find ways to partner and celebrate your game, and then, we want there to be openness to discussing your game. Like, we advocate for our partners to be in the room with stakeholders from Game Pass. If that's something that's important to you and your title, we want to create space, and we actually advocate for our titles to be participating in that service as well. And we've seen games, from our program like Vimba and Botany Manor who have gone on to be a part of Game Pass. And so that's something that we always do is advocate for additional opportunities for our developers. As I mentioned earlier, this is 150 plus partnerships that we've had in this part of our program, and we've seen more than 60 titles launched to date, and there's been some amazing titles. Temi discussed a few of them, and so we have even more that are coming, so we're really excited about that. And then I'll say, here's some tips for submitting. If you are actually filling out an application for the Developer Acceleration Program, please ensure that you fill out the section that says, how does your game fit into the program? Sometimes we may get an application from a developer that totally fits, but they miss out telling us, hey, James, we looked at your lenses and you said you're trying to support, women developers and developers from Africa and stuff like that. But they don't put that that represents them or that's how they fit into our program. So please make it easy for us to understand what is the lens that you're coming from. What's the perspective that you have that you think we should be aware of when we're reviewing your application? If you leave that out, that could be an instant way that we might say, hey, maybe this doesn't qualify. So be sure that you tell us that. Be clear in that. Another tip I'll give is define your ideal partnership. Is it just funding? Or are you looking for somebody that can help on the marketing front? Are there additional resources? Are there additional experts that you're hoping to engage with? Like, what are the things that you feel like you need to be successful? Help us to understand that. It might not be we might not be able to action on all of those things, but it's good for us to understand upfront what the studio is looking for. Maybe it's development funds. Again, maybe it's publishing. Whatever it is, just be upfront with us about what you're hoping for. And then there should be a no-brainer here, but prepare that elevator pitch. I think having a strong vision for what your game is, being able to be concise in the way you talk about it, and help us to get to how your game is a differentiator. Oftentimes, I see a lot of teams that say, hey, our game is a mashup of this game, and that's a very effective way of talking about a game and helping people understand it, but then go to extra step and tell us how your game is differentiating in whatever way, how you're innovating. And again, as I said earlier, that could be on the tech side, or maybe that's representation as innovation. Whatever it is, just make it clear to us what your game is about, what the opportunity is, so that we're clear on that. All right, we're now on pillar number 2. This is the information. So for us, we actually, again, are very intentional with the information that we share to ensure that our developers are in no way disadvantaged by their lack of experience coming to the platform. So we cover topics such as marketing insights and best practices. We've had Game Pass members come in and talk about, what they're looking for in the program, how they think about the deals they sign in the program. We go over Xbox certification tips, discounting on console, when to have a discount, which is tied into game lifecycle, Microsoft gaming accessibility testing and resources, making sure that your game is inclusive. Xbox Insider Program, getting access to even more testers and more players to give you feedback about your games at no cost to you. Ideate Xbox program updates, and then social strategy. This is just to list a few of the things that we're talking about in our monthly webinar events. And then we're taking polls on a regular basis to ensure that we're covering the topics that our developers want to hear from us. So there are beyond the funding, a lot of our developers know information is one of the most valuable things that we can offer, because this helps to offset a lot of challenges. This helps to prepare them. So this is an aspect of our program that is a very key and something that is very important to the work that we're doing. Which brings me to the last aspect of our program. The last I was incubation. Historically, underrepresented teams have lacked access to the resources and networks to get ideas off the ground. If you've heard any other talks this week, people have talked about, do you need to have a prototype? Do you need to have a pitch deck? And we see that it's evolving, that as a developer, you need to show up with as much as possible. It feels like a prototype is table stakes these days, if not a vertical slice or a beautiful corner at the very least. And so but this also represents barriers for some of our most underrepresented teams, for our emerging developers. And so instead of letting these barriers compound for the most vulnerable developers that we have and that we're working with,
we're trying to find ways that we can offset some of that. And this incubation initiative is about providing non-recoupable funding so that teams can build playable prototypes that show the vision of the game they're pitching. This program works, should I say that twice? Non-recoupable funding. This program is really set up so we have 4 milestones. We find teams that have really great ideas and the skills to execute on those ideas, and then we walk them through the milestones of building out a prototype that communicates that vision. At the end of this process, we actually create an audience for those studios to speak with members of Game Pass and our portfolio team to pitch their game for additional support. If that doesn't work out, these teams are free to then go and explore other opportunities and pitch their games in other scenarios to other publishers. And we support and open doors wherever we can for these developers. But it's about making sure that these developers are meeting the table stakes required to get ideas off the ground. And so we've been working with a small number of teams to do this work, and I've been really excited about some of the projects that I've seen to date. There's actually one project that has talked more about their game publicly. It's a game called American Dream. And this game is by a wonderful studio led by a woman named Carla. And this game is about you play as a coyote, which is a person who is trying to help a family and help other people be able to migrate and make it to a place of survival and thriving for their family. It's a beautiful concept. And I think there should be spaces for these types of games, these types of ideas, and a lot of times these teams need help getting some of these ideas off the ground. So I'm very proud of the work that we're doing on the incubation front, and we're always looking for more concepts. So if you feel like you have, an idea and you need some support getting off the ground, I highly encourage you maybe to apply for this as well. Our requirements here, since this is a prototype, we don't expect that you have a playable. So it's okay to have a game concept and a vision. Like, tell us what that is. Also make it clear, like, what are you trying to prototype? For the best prototype applications, if I can understand your actual game mechanics and you just saying, is this game meets this game, then I would argue maybe it's already well understood, and maybe, you don't need a prototype for this game to be understood by that potential investor or publisher. But if you're doing something that's innovating in some way, that when the person across the table is like, how does that work again? Or can you actually pull this off? Maybe those are the types of concepts that are actually really good for us to partner with on doing a prototype to make that vision very clear. So if you feel like this fits you in any way, I really would implore that you just consider applying for this prototype initiative. All right, so you're like, hey, we covered a lot. Temi talked a little bit about this. But if you're hoping to get engaged, you can all start. If you go to xbox.com/ID, that is the path for you getting on this journey to start with. This is where you go to sign up. This is where you go to start that conversation between ID at Xbox and your studio. This is where you go to register your company. And by the way, once you're registered, this is where you go to also to pitch your game, not just for concept approval, which we talked about for ID at Xbox, but this is how you apply to the ID at Xbox Developer Acceleration Program. This is how you say, James, that investment, that first eye, that porting initiative, that sounds cool. I could use that type of support. This is where you go to apply for that. Or if you say, James, you know what? That prototype initiative sounds like something that I could really use some help with. This is where you go to apply for that. You can also apply for Game Pass here. So this is really the way that we take in submissions, and our team we're reviewing these on a monthly cadence. We're always on a weekly cadence. Every week, we're looking at new games and new opportunities and trying to figure out, hey, what are the games that make sense for us to partner with from the Developer Acceleration Program perspective? Pitching tips here, believe in your vision. I mean, these are no-brainers. Speak to us early. So just a lot of good notes here. I saw some people taking photos, so I won't go through this whole list. But I'm also around and can take some questions. The thing that I want to get to now is, I know that when we take in this type of information, when we leave the room, there could be a number of thoughts or questions that come to mind, and so I want to try to head off some of those if we can. A common question that I get is, James, like, when should I apply? My advice is always like now. You should reach out now. Even if your game gets rejected, we've started a conversation. And you might say, you know what, my game got rejected. Maybe I got some notes from James who happened on a call or whatever. But now I actually know, hey, how I want to show up the next time I want to go to talk to Xbox. It's the developers. I know we put a lot of emphasis on making a first impression, but it's developers that make a strong second impression that really stand out in my mind. Because that says to me that those developers are dedicated to their idea. That they're going to make their game despite any efforts that we give to those projects. And those are the studios that we want to align with. We want to align with the teams that are so passionate about their vision, they're so passionate about their game, they're going to make it no matter what. And those are the teams. So when I see a project in 6 months and they've added a bunch of stuff to it and they've improved it, that's a positive sign to me. That actually says, hey, we should maybe move this forward. So don't let that first no be the barrier for you stopping. And look, I realize the reality is that it takes resources and all of this stuff for game development. And so I don't want to undermine that or downplay that. But I just want to say the persistence that you can have in seeing your ideas through matters a ton. The other things that you can walk away thinking here is, James, what if I need more help, or what if my game is not good enough, or it's not perfect? Like, no game. I've never met a developer that says my game is perfect, I'm done, hands off forever. I've never met a developer that's ever said that. We all want to make our games better, but don't let perfection stand in the way of you just taking that next step. Don't let perfection stand in the way of just getting something done, getting it out there, starting the conversation. Guess what? There are a lot of teams that we partner with right now that I see them working on their one game, and they're like, James, we got to keep working on it and make it better. In my mind, I'm like, no, ship that first game so that you can move on to your next game. Because once you have one game under your belt, now you have a resume. Now you have hey, I can come together, I can agree on ideas, I can manage a budget, I can manage a team, we can carry on a vision, and we can ship a thing. Shipping games is hard. So I don't care how good that first game is, if you get it out there and now we can move on to that next game. There's so many teams where they've had a game to ship. We can point to, hey, we know that they can ship because they've done this thing. So don't feel like your first game, again, is the end-all be-all. I come from a community where we feel like making a first impression might be our only impression. So I understand the importance that we put on trying to make a first impression, but I'm letting you know that for the team that we have here and developers, the team that we have internally we're working with, we're always willing to hear from our developers again as they continue to evolve and grow. So these are some of the questions that you might be asking yourself, but the question that I really hope people walk away asking themselves, what if you succeed? What will it matter to your community, to your family, to the people that you know, if you succeed on your journey? What are the opportunities that you're going to create for employment, for people to live and work in their passion if you succeed? How much representation are you adding to the industry? Are there going to be kids that can see themselves reflected in your games because you succeeded? This is the light at the end of the dungeon that we talked about earlier. And I hope you are able to see yourself as being successful, because there's so many other partners that we've worked with that are on this journey. As I mentioned again, I've had a chance of speaking with developers across Nigeria, and some of these photos are from my last visit here in Cape Town. And I've been inspired by seeing people who are willing to take the steps in their journey. Developers who are willing to, are you seeing yourselves up there? There you go. And these are people who have said, you know what, we're going to take those steps. We're going to move things forward. We're going to start a conversation. And I see even more of those faces in this room. People I haven't yet met who are also going to join on this journey. And there are going to be more teams that start to follow through on this journey. Temi mentioned this game, Sainthood. This is a Nigerian-based developer who, and the reason I call out this game is because when I talked to the creator, he says, James, I wanted to create the type of game that I did not see in the industry. I wanted to create a game that was about doing positive acts in your community. In a quote that he put out there, he said, actually, I hope that this game inspires people to take positive actions in the places that they live. This is a developer who chose to go down this path to realize their vision, and that vision is now having an impact on others. another game that I want to just call out here for a second. It's a game called Vimba. This is a game that came through our program. It also went on to be in Game Pass. This is a studio based in Montreal that talks about their lived experience of being a family that immigrated from India and is trying to stay true to their roots and their culture while living in Canada. And how that is complicated when you have kids and the sharing of recipes and food. So the gameplay here, you can say, oh, it's a cooking game. I get it. But the amount of love and humanity that they poured into this title, it's hard to play this game and not cry or call your parents. Like that's what happens when you play this game. And they've gone on to win a ton of awards and had a lot of success because of the beauty and the art that they put into this game. But this is the type of thing that can happen when people choose to believe in their dreams and reach out for the support that they need on that journey. Next title I'll talk about here for a second is by a studio called Strange Scaffold. So this game is not about family at all. Well, maybe it is. It's kind of a love story. This is a game about shooting vampires and werewolves and doing a lot of really cool stuff. Made by a very talented developer. This developer, Strange Scaffold, is led by a gentleman named Xalavier Nelson Jr. He's coming tomorrow. I thought he was going to be here right now. I was going to shout him out. He's not here. But yes, he's coming tomorrow. If you have a chance to meet Xalavier, please seek him out. He's an amazing creator. He's done a lot of amazing work. But I think the thing that inspires me the most is that every chance he gets, he advocates for developers. He advocates for how developers need more access to resources and more opportunities. Xalavier recently, I had the honor of giving him an award this year because of the work that he's done in game development. And the fact that we're able to partner with him in this program to help him realize his games and bring him in front of a global audience on Xbox is truly inspiring. So if you have a chance to meet him, I hope you're able to connect with him. And if not, check out these games. These are some really awesome games. Paso Eswar is a lot of fun. And then I hopefully just want you all to feel like you're in a position where you can start your journey. Yeah! So this slide, I left a considerable portion of this slide blank because there's more titles in this room. There are more games coming. We're going to fill this list out. These are some of the games that are coming from this continent. These are some of the games that are coming from the partnerships we've made through Temi and the GXT team. These are some of the partnerships we've made because voices and people in this room have said, hey, we want to participate in this. We want our games to reach the global market that exists on Xbox. So we're going to continue to grow this list and work with even more studios and more games. I've been inspired by seeing some of the developers and the content that are coming from this continent, and I know there's even more. We're just scratching the surface. And so we want to hear from you. Even some of the conversations I've had today have inspired me. I'm looking forward to some of those applications. So reach out to me once you submit, because I want to hear about those. But yeah, so I just wanted to say that. And then, oh, this is a build out. I'm not going to do this whole build out. I'm just going to skip through some of this, but you're going to see, okay. So you're going to see some of the other games that have come through the program. The main takeaway here is I want you to see yourselves reflected. I want you to see your journey, your studios, your games reflected in the work that we're doing, and take the next step. Whatever that is for you, if that's going to ID at Xbox and applying, do it. If that's actually hitting submit on that application, do it. Take the next step. I'm here to help you. I'll be here all week. We're going to have AMA or a chance to ask questions a bit later. So just don't let that voice in your head saying you're not ready or whatever stand in the way. Take the next step for your game. And let's check this out. Awesome. Thanks for checking that out. Yeah. Awesome. Thank you all. I'm on a lot of caffeine right now because of the jet lag, so hopefully that went all right. You're up for a treat. Next up, we actually have an amazing gentleman who inspires me a ton. They have an amazing project. If you haven't already seen it out on the show floor, you're going to hear from Dean right now. So I want to invite Dean up to come share some awesome stuff. But yes, welcome, sir. It's your clicker. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, yeah. Check. Am I still hot?
Hi, everyone. Yeah, if you guys have questions for James, I'm sure he'll be around. Yeah, I'd love to jump in if you're ready. I'll start by saying a bit about myself. So my name is Dean from a studio called Kunta Content. We make great African games. We'll start off with a trailer and then, yeah. Okay, the end is a bit long, but yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah, so I'll talk a bit about our studio. I'll talk a bit about our journey and what we're trying to do and what we're trying to achieve. So as I said, my name is Dean, CEO and game producer of Kunta Content. That's a smart guy. Never always open on Acrobat. Yeah. Yeah. So we've been working on our game for about 4 years now. 3 of those years was part-time, so nights, weekends, any moment, any time we could find. Yeah, and what's been interesting for us is our journey essentially before partners, before anyone came on board, before anyone believed in it. Before anyone believed in it, before there was any money, before it made sense, right? And there's the journey now and what we are trying to achieve and the story we are trying to tell. I promise that's the last one. Yeah, so we started back in 2020, met a couple of game developers, and we were trying to tell what we thought was a really important story. We wanted to play games that felt close to what we saw every day, to our reality, to our culture, our people. And at a really basic level, like I assume most of you, we used to play a lot of games when you were young, a lot of GTA, a lot of Scarface, a lot of Call of Duty, and then you'd step outside the house and be like, this is a bit different. It's not exactly the same. And there was a big desire to play something that you could connect to, at least at a basic level, that looked a bit familiar, the language was a bit familiar, that you could show someone something really cool that you discovered within your world that was also in the game. And we were fortunate to be able to meet each other, and we are different from most studios where essentially the core team, no one has really left over the last 4 years, right? We've been essentially grinding and working on it since then. Yeah, so I'll go a bit quickly into what we are trying to do. So it's we don't yet have a publisher. We essentially are publishing it ourselves. Our goal our latest release date is April 2026. We hope to release before that. Platform is console and PC, which is unique for most studios, especially in Africa, where most studios are building on mobile. 3D action adventure, single player, and to sell at about $30. I'll go a bit into our summary. So you basically play as a Maasai warrior, and you're hunting poachers, you're protecting your cattle, you're protecting elephants from rustlers and poachers. And a group of those poachers attack your village. They destroy everything and kidnap your sister. And you go on an epic journey across Africa to exact vengeance and to save your sister. And it has elements of boyhood to manhood. It has elements of struggling with tradition versus modernity and figuring out your place in a new, ever-changing world. It's set in East Africa in 1985, which was a really hot time in terms of poaching, in terms of rustlers, in terms of just generally violence, right? And it's, I think, a good time to talk about partly the effects of post-colonialism, but also the effects of choosing what your future will look like, right? Which I think is something a lot of Africa is trying to figure out right now. How do you figure out what your future will look like, right? And more, you can't really just blame your past. You essentially have agency in your life, right? Where you can decide my future will be better, my children's future will be better, and my country's and nation's future will be better. Yeah. So we are a team of 5. We've been working on games, telling stories for combined 38 years. So we've been doing this way before we met each other, which really helped us in coming together. We've previously worked on games for EA, Meta, Disney, Niantic, and Epic. Majority of this started after we started working on our game. And what that helped us do is that we were able to, quote unquote, learn from the best, how to deliver really high quality stories, how to tell really interesting stories through the technical demands that some of those partners have, right? Yeah, and some of the partners and supporters that we've had, Minecraft, Ubisoft, Xbox, Epic, Spielfabrik, 19 Steam, who've all come in many different ways, usually just small ways, helping with something here and there. For example, Epic Games, we use their engine. They've given us a lot of restricted access to documentation, to support, to continue to improve the game. We've talked a bit about that. These are some of the style guides that you can expect in the game. So you have a photo of a Maasai warrior. This is about 50 years ago, who had just killed a lion and posed for a photo. So we do reference heavily Maasai culture within the game. You play in the savannah, so open grasslands. You play in the Congo forest, so deep dark jungle. Maasai culture has a big pastoralism element to it, where you hunt and protect your cows, as you can see in the foreground, from other animals like the wild beast in the background. And then I think this is the most important slide for me, and I think it also talks a bit about the conversation we're having today about Xbox and why now, right? So why does it make sense to make not only our game, but games in Africa and games from the emerging world right now? So there's a big cultural conversation. There's a big shift to the rest of the world, right? And this is happening in TV and film, in games, and in music. So TV and film, we have movies like Black Panther, RRR from India, Narcos from Mexico, Money Heist from Spain, and Squid Game from South Korea, right? And these are big global titles that almost everyone anywhere in the world has watched, but they do not come from the traditional centers of story, so to say, right? They don't come from Hollywood, they don't come from the UK, they don't come from Japan. They're not the traditional places where big stories come from, right? And I think that's really interesting to start with, where you have a big desire from players, viewers, listeners all over the world to experience something unique, something fresh. And we're seeing that translate into real dollars, real impact, real businesses being built. Same thing is happening in games. Of course, The Witcher from Eastern Europe, Just Cause 4 heavily referencing South America. We have Raji from India and Black Myth from China. A bit of a similar effect, right? Traditionally, not places you'd normally see really, really successful games from. And then, of course, in music, we all know about the big Amapiano push. We know about K-pop, we know about Latino music, we know about Afrobeats, we know about Bollywood music, and how powerful those movements have been in getting people all over the world excited about music culture that they are not familiar with, right? If I meet another young lady who loves K-pop but cannot speak Korean, I'd be a billionaire. It's amazing, it's beautiful, right? And we're seeing, I think, a lot more of that throughout storytelling, and it creates the impetus on you as a developer, on you as a storyteller, that there are fewer and fewer excuses. People don't even have to understand your language. They don't have to understand your culture. They don't have to visit your home, visit your community to deeply connect with your story, right? They can do that from anywhere in the world, and they're already doing that with different types of stories. So why not yours? And we think of the audience in a few interesting ways. So the first one is there are 50 million Africans in North America and Europe. And maybe slightly controversially, we have a slightly wider view of Africans, where it's anyone who loves Africa, right? If you came to our 2-week safari in, let's say, East Africa, and you loved it and you had a great time, you're African, as far as we are concerned, right? Because you have to have a deep love for the continent. You have to have a deep love for the people to connect with the stories that we are trying to tell. And this, of course, also connects to our African diaspora. So Africans who are in Europe, who are in North America, who traveled for work, traveled for school, and want to connect back home, right? They want to play games, they want to watch movies, they want to listen to music that reminds them of where they're from. You have middle-class and upper-class Africans who are on the continent. They have a PC, they have a console, they play games, they play FIFA, Call of Duty, and so on, right? And often those are our biggest fans. They meet us at events like Africa Games Week, they meet us at Nairobi Comic Con, and so on. And they love the fact that they potentially one day could play a game that shows them more of their current life, right? And less of a different world that they've never traveled to, never really connected with at a personal level. And then finally, 1 billion plus global gamers and non-gamers curious about Africa. And I think the journey here and the opportunity is being able to understand why the rest of the world is interested in your stories, why the agreement and the opportunity with Xbox and the Developer Acceleration Program is so valuable, especially because it's non-recoupable, but also because it allows you to actually try without the 40-page complication, 3-month normal agreement and negotiation of trying to get a game done, right? And majority of us will mostly win on the second or the third game, but you can't do that if you don't go through your first, right? You have to build your first game, and we hope ours is really successful. We hope most of your games are super, super successful, but the likelihood is that you'll need to take many different tries at it. And it's one of those things you only really learn when you do it, right? It doesn't matter how many documentaries you watch. We've watched very many, to be honest. A lot, right? It doesn't matter how many documentaries you watch, how many YouTube videos you watch, how many stories you're told, how many friends you meet. At the end of the day, it's a journey you as a developer have to go through by yourself, right? And the hope is that you're able to do that, you're able to survive, and hopefully really thrive, and you're able to get another shot at making a successful game. Right? And once you're able to do that, once you're able to get into that cycle, it becomes a bit easier for you to, one, call yourself a 2-time game developer, and hopefully more. But then 2, you're able to create a path where your story gets better over time, right? And personally, I really connect with Black Myth Wukong, mostly because they've become really successful. They've made a lot of money this year. But before that, they released 2 mobile games that completely failed, right? They really struggled, and it's part of the reason they couldn't really get a traditional game developer or publisher to support them, right? They had to go outside the industry. They had a great vision. They changed platforms, and they were able to create, I think, the biggest game this year by far, right? And that's the value of sticking in the game. That's the value of fighting again. And if we don't give ourselves the opportunity to fight again, who knows, we never will. We're not supposed to see money stuff. Yeah, so I can talk a bit about studies. So we try to tell a bit of a financial story around other games that we've seen around the world that are in some way similar to us, right? So you have Lost Ember from Germany, sold about 150,000 units at an average price of about $20. You have Hellblade, you have Raji, you have Solas, and you have Layers of Fear. And these are really critical starting point for many publishers, many people who want to work with you. Often, and we also made the mistake at the beginning, everyone says, oh yes, we are another GTA, or we are another Ghost of Tsushima, we are another Last of Us. And while that might be true from a story standpoint, it usually isn't true from a budget and execution standpoint. And one of the biggest lines that's really important to us is team size. If you're a team of 2-3 people, it's a bit difficult to compare yourself to a Last of Us, a team of 2,000, 3,000, right? So how do you tell the story of your ambition, what you're trying to do, in a way that Temi, James, and other studios and publishers can come along the journey, right, in a financial sense. So, that's it. Thank you. Any questions? I think we have an extra 2 minutes. So, okay. And if you have any questions for James, I'll pass him there.
No, I'm going to ask you. I just wanted to know what the early days of you looking for funding look like. What was the first funding source, and how did you go about getting it?
Ooh, that's a great question. So we started officially in November 2020. The first, I wouldn't really call it funding, but the first money we received was January 2022. So there was a full, and to be honest, we really received funding earlier this year. So it's been basically 3 years of zero cash, more or less, right? We were fortunate to be able to say and to execute that no matter if or when there's money, we'll still continue working on the game, right? So we figured out a way where everyone can work for other studios, work for other teams, work on other things, have a full-time job, and continue to work on the game in a really long-term way. And what that did for us, as you saw in some of the earlier slides, is that we were able to improve without necessarily having to release a game and fail, right? So we were able to work for other studios, we were able to do short contracts and so on. For the most part, our biggest focus at the beginning wasn't necessarily looking for funding. It was, and I think this is really important for most studios, is to figure out whether this game is worth it for us to make. Because oftentimes you have an idea, it's kind of cool, and you haven't justified it for yourself before you go to other people, right? You haven't justified whether you can make this game, whether it looks interesting enough, whether you can actually figure out the gameplay, right? And you go to strangers to try and validate it, right? And in a sense, you're the first investment that needs to be made in that studio, right? You have to sacrifice. You have to put in time, energy, money, etc., right? Before anyone else does. And usually the more you do that, the clearer it gets that this is a game you really want to make. And unfortunately, if you do get that funding before you're sure, it becomes a really frustrating process because you might find other people believe in your project more than you do. Right? And in a weird way, you shoot yourself in the foot because when it gets really difficult, it's so much easier to step away because you never deeply believed in it anyway, right? There wasn't that much sacrifice. So I'd say number one thing, as much as you possibly can, if you eventually do need funding, just try and build the game and decide personally, privately, individually even, whether this is worth it, whether you really want to do this. And once you, I think, make that decision, it becomes a lot easier to go out and share what you're trying to do and get people to believe in it because you deeply believe in it. And we were talking about it downstairs that by and large, this industry doesn't make much sense. Like most of us should not be here. We should be mining somewhere, making gold and diamond and, you know, extracting oil from the earth and making proper money, right? If you look at it like purely logically, purely financially, someone clapped, awesome, thank you. That's what we should do, right? So you have to deeply, deeply love what you're doing for this to make sense. Because if you don't, it's going to be too difficult to survive. I hope that helps.
Xbox team in general. There's two really big barriers to entry in terms of like not only South Africa but like Africa in general. And I think it was on one of the ID slides of purchase dev kits, which is like, yeah, money is number one because there's not a lot here, but two is technology and that being like the barrier to entry. Our studio was lucky enough to have friends in Dublin that we could send our dev kits to, and then they send it to us. Has there been new like conversations of how to get dev kits into not only South Africa but like Africa in general, because like Nintendo refuses, like you have to literally get someone to smuggle it into the country for you, literally. So yeah, we had to have external help to get our dev kits in, and I know that like not everyone has that. And developing for Xbox and consoles in general is already so daunting. Having that being a barrier to entry might also be there.
Yeah. Here, since I have a mic, I'll start, Temi, and you can fill in. But yeah, we get chairs? Awesome. Thank you. So I want to call out, I think on that slide, if it said, hey, purchase dev kits, like, I think that was maybe a typo on my part. The way the program ID at Xbox has existed over the last 11 years is that developers who sign up, they automatically get 2 free dev kits as part of the program. So it hasn't been a case where they're required to purchase. That has not been the history of the program. But there have been scenarios where developers could purchase additional dev kits, but there was already, as part of the program historically, built in that developers get dev kits. So I wanted to call that out. And I think, what you're calling out is not just the, can you purchase them or not, but sometimes there's challenges in given regions around actually getting those dev kits. And so we fully acknowledge that, especially because we're talking to developers in emerging markets for Xbox. And so in some cases, we are kind of like the ones who are leading the way in establishing some of those relationships. And so I would say, honestly, in some situations we've gotten creative in different solutions, and we've had loaner kits that we've sent out to developers to unblock them from being able to test their game and to do certain things. While I'm on stage here, I won't go into sharing a bunch of other creative solutions, but I will say it is something that we're being very mindful of, and we're always thinking about, hey, what are the solutions that exist for developers to maybe to the point where they don't have to have this piece of hardware in order to be able to test their game. And so that's a very real thing, and our team is constantly looking at that because there are a lot of markets around the world where it can. Even if we are just trying to give a dev kit for free, there might be additional tax incentives or things like that a developer is faced with. And so these are all things that we're very mindful of, and we're trying to create solutions that help our developers. But Temi, I don't know if you have any other thoughts to elaborate on that.
No, I think well said, James. I think part of the challenge also is different jurisdictions. So it's just Kenya might have different regulations, then it's a different conversation in Nigeria. And a lot of times, a lot of these governments actually just don't know what the dev kits are. So they're like, is this spyware? What is it type thing? So what James said is correct, but no, I'm serious. They actually think it's spyware. I wasn't joking. But what I think, to James's point, and what I can say is that conversation is constant internally because it is probably the biggest blocker at the moment. So some of the teams have been signed for a while, and we're thinking of ways to get dev kits to them. So it might seem slow, but know that it is top of mind, absolutely. So hopefully, by the time we're here next year, you're not asking us this again. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed, yeah.
So much. So this is mainly for James as well. Is there a space under the ID at Xbox for developers who don't necessarily have a game to pitch yet, but they want access to mentorship and a space to experiment and learn to eventually be at a point where they can start to get a game idea together to pitch then to Xbox?
I love that question. That's really cool. No. Next question. No, sorry. No, honestly, I really do love that question. I think, one thing that we do is there are developers that may apply to the program, and it might not be a right opportunity at that time for us to do and execute a deal with them. But we still have been like, hey, we want to still expose those developers to the information pillar in our green room sessions to ensure that they can come in, participate in that community, learn from the sessions, and hopefully get inspired in those ways. And so I think that's one avenue that we have, but we also have partners across Xbox. You know, some of the slides Temi talked about, I think we all talked about it, but initiatives like Game Camp. Game Camp is really about going into a community. You know, I had the fortunate ability to participate in Game Camp Africa the first time we did it, and I was in Nigeria, and being able to speak to developers who are like, hey, we are excited about this game development journey. We may not have something right now, but we were wanting to learn. And so groups and efforts like Game Camp, I think, are the things that exist that can help inform people about game development. You have mentors that are part of that. You have some really awesome people within Xbox who are lending their time because they want to make sure that other people feel like they have a voice and can create content. So I would say that's the other effort, and we partner with Game Camp all the time. You know, like these are partnerships that we have, like the ones that we have with GXT, that are just meaningful because it's all part of the ecosystem. Like, we can't just expect all developers to be at a professional level. We got to go meet developers where they are and make sure that we're creating flow between those different pipelines. But yeah.
Not a question, just an answer to the gentleman. If you're not on the Discord channel for Microsoft Game Dev and ID at Xbox, there's a lot of people that you get access to there. So, and they do weekly office hours, and so lots of information there. So, yeah.
He's a plant. We talked before. Thanks for adding that.
Hey, thanks very much for the chat. You mentioned earlier about the different regulations in the different countries. How much input, in your opinion, and I'm going to ask all three of you, do you feel that the developer versus the publisher versus the individual government should have into the rating of the games?
That's so you said between the developer, the publisher, and the
rating agency. FPB is in the house, by the way.
You know, I think in terms of who should be rating it, I'm not sure I believe in this is a personal opinion. I'm not sure people should self-regulate because then we just put what we want to see there. I'm also not sure I trust governments with things like that, or publishers. So this is a really good question, honestly. Who should be? I mean, I guess it should be collaborative, right? So we should say, this is our game. If you're playing our game, these are the things you can be exposed to. And if someone says, oh, there's, I don't know, nudity in the game, the developer should be able to provide context to that. Well, it is nudity, but it's not in a whatever way, or it's under these pretexts. And then a government also has a responsibility to protect its citizenship and citizenry. So they should have input as well, so that they're not coming up after the fact and then banning all your games after you've shipped, right? So you probably want them involved. And then, I mean, the publisher, if they're going to invest in it and put it around and attach their name to it, they should have input as well. So I can't say it should lie on any one person. I think that should be collaborative, and I think it should also have input from players. I think it should have input from experienced players and industry stakeholders as well. So I don't know that I would trust any one person to tell me what I can and can't see, because I don't know anyone in real life I would give that responsibility. So I think, in my mind, that should be collaborative.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think it's all in the interest of collaborating to ensure that we're being transparent with the customer, with our players, with the gamers. So I think the more transparent we can be around, you know, hey, what are the things in the game? You know, I like the idea that there's a regulating, you know, body that is kind of in a neutral position. There's no business stakes in it for them, so they're kind of a neutral in that way. And then the role of the publisher developers are to provide, you know, the information around what is there, you know, because I think it's in their best interest to ensure that they're, you know, making their customers happy too, and that there's transparency. You know, I know they don't want, you know, if there are sensitive topics, or, you know, even think about some of the disclaimers we have around, you know, things like self-harm, or just some of the things that are very sensitive in nature in games. We as much as, hey, this is an artistic form and we want to be able to talk about some of those topics, we also want to be mindful of the end users who's experiencing those topics and make sure there's transparency around some of that. So I love the notion of there being a regulatory body, but then also knowing that we're all collaborating to have transparency here so that we're protecting our customers. But yeah.
I think the only thing I'd add on top of that is a version of player-induced like verification, essentially, where, because at the end of the day, we try to make amazing games for players to experience and love and so on. And it's a bit easy for governments and regulators to overprotect and sometimes not get it right with issues like self-harm, with violence and so on. So players essentially helping and sometimes engaging with the regulators and being able to say, yes, we understand that there's a concern around this, but we love this game because of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we think that you should probably consider Y or Z and so on. Yeah, that would also be really useful to us as developers, where we're able to make games that accurately tell stories, but also at the same time don't unconsciously especially harm players, right? And by extension, players also means their families and the community around them. Yeah.
Thanks for the question.
There was one question around, now that I've made my application, I got accepted, what's the IP story looking like, and what are the financial and revenue modules? Can you maybe unpack that a bit?
Sure. For developer acceleration program specifically, this is the easy one. So you own the IP. You know, we in no way are asking for an IP. We're not asking for creative control. We're not asking for creative input. You know, you are, as a developer, realizing that vision. We're seeking to empower you to realize your vision and bring it to Xbox. So none of those things are coming up in the conversation. We're not talking about IP. If I were on the first party, you know, back when I was on the first party BD team, sure, we would talk about IP. That's not the conversations that we're having when we talk about developer acceleration program. And so our business models, again, with the funding being non-recoupable, the thing I'll elaborate for our porting deals, essentially the way these works are when we agree to partner and we do, you know, our agreements and have that all inked out, we have 2 milestones. We have a signature milestone when we sign the agreement, and there's 50% of the payment that happens then, and then we have a release milestone. The other 50% of the payment happens at that milestone. So we're not going through and approving, like, have you met the terms of, you know, is the game at this, like, we're not involved in that aspect of the development. Again, we partner with developers that we believe in, that we know can ship quality games, and that we know have a strong vision and a strong title, and we do our best to unblock them and remove barriers. So that's the business deal structure is as simple as that. Like, there are a lot of other deals that will get into some very complex math and stuff like that. It's just not the deals that we're doing with the developer acceleration program.
To add to your point about ID and creative input, I think when I've even taken meetings with James and his team in the past, when people say, oh, I'm making a game from my culture about XYZ, do you think we should do more of this or lean into this or that more? The answer is usually, we don't know. What do you want to do? And you should be confident in your story. So I think we're even deliberate not to sort of alter or like change your mind or make you think, it might be nicer if you considered this. We don't think that's our role to do. It's to empower you to make the game you want to make. And if you think people are going to like it, if we signed it already, then we have to trust that vision and let you execute on that.
Yeah, thanks for that's a great call out. And if we were acting as the publisher, by the way, because remember, this is all you self-publishing. ID at Xbox is about self-publishing. If we were acting as the publisher, then yeah, we want to talk more about, well, maybe we should tweak this. Maybe we should actually, the difficulty on level 5 is really challenging. We're going to have our team of designers look at it, and we're going to have notes for you as to how you need to address it. Like, we're not going into that level when it's your game. There are times where developers might say, but we really want your opinion, and then we'll just caveat, here's our opinion, but it's up to you to make the creative decision if you want to act on this or not. And so we may caveat our perspective, but really, again, it's about you all being empowered to realize your vision. But yeah.
Hello. Dean, this question is mostly for you. Is Hero two-part question maybe. Is Hero, did you apply to the DAP program? And how is that process for you? And how have they been in terms of supporting you towards release?
Shit. But seriously, yeah, so I think uniquely for us, we were walking around quite a bit, just applying to a ton of programs. And we thought Xbox made a ton of sense, like watching the Idea at Xbox videos, listening to other studios talk about it. And this was way before DAP was a program. So when DAP showed up, it's probably one of the few programs we saw and we were like, this is so perfect for us, right? Because often, and I'm sure a lot of people in the room experience this, there are a lot of gaming opportunities, there are a lot of publishers, there are a lot of funds. Very few of them have a good sense of being underrepresented, and specifically being underrepresented from Africa, right? The application was, I'd say, quite easy, quite fast. To be honest, if you've thought about your game for even less than 3 months, you probably would be able to go through the application. I think it took us like 20, 30 minutes. I did doubt the application because like, this is a bit too fast. Have I missed something? Yeah, it was, to be honest, really, really easy. I think we had our first meeting like 2-3 weeks later, got initial interest, and then had a conversation with Temi, I think 2-3 weeks after that. And yeah, it was basically just signing documents and getting started. Yeah, to be honest, it's probably one of the easiest conversations we've ever had. The respect is definitely there for your own IP, for your own stories, and for what you're trying to do. And I think something I'd really recommend many studios to do is think of it as a much longer journey that you're on with the DAP team versus the funding step, right? And often, something we realized really early on is that the money is useful, not just DAP, but most money you'll get. But where most studios really struggle is a lot of the technical and sometimes creative decisions. And you do want a lot of great people in your corner, including the DAP team, right? Who can introduce you to a lot of amazing people that you probably should talk to. They'll give you really interesting recommendations for you to consider, because they are essentially subject matter experts in taking indie games onto Xbox, right? And that's what you need. And oftentimes, just one 20-minute, 30-minute conversation could save you thousands of dollars, right, in mistakes. I'd consider that significantly more valuable than just the money. But generally, the application was really easy. It was really fast. I think it helps if you've made a bit of progress, and a bit might be just as simple as a short trailer and a small build. Yeah. I hope I did not misspeak.
Well,
yeah.
Yeah. Dean, I appreciate, like, you offering your perspective on that. And, the reality is that we're a program that's evolving too. So having feedback from Dean, like when we connect, having feedback from all the developers that we work with is how we get better. And so when we have the feedback, like, I think it's an important part for us is to be open and receptive. There's some developers who I've talked to today, they said, James, we applied, but we didn't hear back. And I said, that's my fault. Because that means, hey, there's something broken in our pipeline, in our process, to where somebody may not hear him back, and that's something we have to go solve for. And so, being transparent about those types of things these are the learnings, and that's how we get better. So it's embracing the feedback and those types of notes is the way that we get better. And so I just want to put that out there because that is an important part of how we grow. But yeah.
And just to add, I think also, like James said, because it's a new program and it's evolving, and I mean, DAP is under 3 years old now, right? It's under 3.
Yeah, so it was working behind the scenes since 2019, but we announced it in like
publicly. It's under 3, right? Yeah. And I think since that has come up, because it's now publicized in places like Africa and so on and so forth, and you know how long it takes to release a game. So what I'm realizing is each year we find a new way we can support people that we hadn't thought about before. And so my advice to developers is, if you're talking to a company as big as Xbox or Microsoft, just ask them anything you want. Like, the worst case scenario is no. Like, say, oh, can you guys put me on the cover of Time magazine or something? Probably say no, but just ask, like really. So I think our support is very, well, I take pride in the fact that our support is very dynamic, in the sense that it's not one size fits all. It could be an intro to someone who's a subject matter expert in a specific part of your game. It could be, we might be having a conversation with a festival and they're looking for cool games for Africa, and then we think, oh yeah, we know Dean, we'll put that forward, and that's new publicity for you. And that's not something we would have been planning to do with you beforehand. So I would say if you're an ID at Xbox or that partner, is to really try and max out the support you can get.
It's also a question for Dean. What kind of had to line up to get to the point where you can make a trailer like that? Because it was very cool.
Awesome trailer.
Thanks. To be honest, I think the short answer is just the whole 4 years. And I know, I know how that sounds, but like working on, because the idea had to really evolve. For example, back in 2021, up to about March, the game was mostly a, how do I phrase this? It was mostly a cattle herding simulator. Yeah, like the big part of the game was you're herding cattle in the wilderness, you're protecting them from animals, from lions and stuff like that. We actually might make that, to be honest. Please don't. Okay. I'm slightly convinced, but we thought that would be a big part of the game, right? But eventually we were like, we don't feel like this is fun or interesting enough. And uniquely, I think, when you're from such an underrepresented region, there are so many stories that need to be told, and it feels a bit like shooting yourself and the culture in the foot by telling a really tiny part of the story and not being able to tell as much as you possibly can, right? It essentially was just many years of trying to refine what the idea was, what's interesting combat, what's interesting gameplay, the different regions, etc. To be honest, it's almost the whole 4 years. But I think the biggest thing that enabled us to make it was the team being able to work together throughout all those 4 years. And being able to refine each other and sharpen each other and so on. And that got us to the point where it was possible to push to that extent. Yeah. Without that, it would have been a bit harder to, because to be honest, it took a lot of work to get to that level of quality, and it would have been really, really difficult without that level of connection. Yeah.
If there's no... Oh, okay. No.
You can even just Photoshop it on there.
Give me till the end of the year. Thank you.
All right, just to sum it up. Just closing words from you, Dean, and then we'll go to James and Temi. So maybe you could just tell us what are the next steps going forward for you. When are we going to see it out there? And then we go through that.
Okay. Our goal is to be done next year. Right now we are doing a bit of a Kickstarter to be launched sometime in December, primarily getting people who really want to support the game and help us get it released. Parting shot, please love your game. There are many times where you won't feel like you love it very much because it might be a pain in the behind, but please love your game. Please have a lot of fun. It's a weird career, I feel, because everyone loves it, but the structure and the money and the pressure doesn't always make sense. So you have to love it more, right? So love your game, love what you're working on. Many people, many engineers, many developers would love the opportunity to work on games. Unfortunately, most don't, and they live vicariously through you, right? So love your game, love what you're working on, love your studio, love your team, and have fun.
Yeah.
I don't know how to follow that. Okay, I think what I would say is, first of all, I want to thank you all for being here, for listening to us, for your enthusiasm, for your games, but also for our platform. I think it's interesting that this happens in December, because usually this is around the time of year where it's like done with work, ready for the holidays. And I feel being around like new talent, new people working on stuff sort of energizes me for the next year. So it's like now I've met all you guys, seen some of your work. I'm looking forward to trying to go through the application process with the people here as well. Hopefully bring some of your games to Xbox. This is really, I was telling James earlier, this is the most rewarding part of the job, like seeing talented people and trying to help them make their dreams come true. So I would say persistence is key. Like a lot of people get in on the third application or the fourth one. And also just like James and I use us and our teams as resources. You know, some people come to me like, oh, can I speak to you about, can I set up a meeting? It's literally my job. Absolutely. The answer is always yes. Like, I'm here to talk to people and meet people. So that's not something, we want to be resources. We want to bring more games out. It makes our job more fun. It makes, and for me personally as a young African, it's also gives me a sense of immense pride to come to the rest of the team and say, oh, look at the games we found from Africa. Like, I feel like I have to remind people, like, look, there's this much talent in Africa. This is what's happening. You know, sometimes someone like James will come and be like, whoa, this is amazing. I'm like, yes, so we need to tell everyone else. So please keep sending in your great games. If you don't get in the first time, send them in again and just bug us till you eventually get your game on Xbox. But yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, you both said it all. So I guess the thing I would just say is just take the next step. You know, whatever that is for you, take that next step. You know, Temi, you know, we love what we do. Like, it's an honor for us to come. You know, some of you are like, James, thank you for the time. I'm like, thank you for making the time. And thank you for sharing your passion in the game that you're making with us. It means a lot. You know, there are a lot of places and events that I don't go throughout the year. But for me, being here was very intentional. Like, I want to be in this room with you. I want to hear from you. I want to talk to you. That's why we're here, to empower you. So take the next step, whatever it is. If the next step is having a conversation sometime this week, then take that step. But whatever it is, just take that step. Thank you.
And also, I think two more things before we go. We've got a little party shindig going on after this. It's right across, right? Yeah, so we'd love for you all to be there. And then also, I know some of you saw this yesterday, but we've got a screening of a short documentary. It's about 25 minutes long, called Game Maker's Journey. And it sort of chronicles the game maker's journey of a team from Nigeria called Dimension 11, working on a really cool game called Legends of Orisha, and just sort of talking about what it's like making a game in a remote location in Africa, the inspirations from the culture and the people they live around. And yeah, it's something we're extremely proud of. They too are that partner, and we're looking forward to seeing their game on Xbox. So yeah, please enjoy.
Yeah.